Bear Paddle Swim School, we believe in the importance of practicing skill.
It's racist. It's racist. You fix it now, you dumb bitch. In Chicago. My doctor's here! Oh, doctor, I'm in Tibet. I'm listening to a group of Buddhist priests chant the sutras. I had to step away into the other room to say hello. How are you, doctor? Hello?
I'm living the dream, man.
So good to hear. Excellent news,
Oh,
doctor.
I've got my family reunion tomorrow.
Like tomorrow night, Saturday night, and then we have breakfast on Sunday, and we clean up and we leave. But yeah, I'm excited.
Oh, that'll
Get
be
to
fun.
see like 100 of my people that I'm related to.
Well, you know, the greatest thing is all this clubhouse experience will make you the perfect gentleman, and when somebody tries to gaslight you, you won't fall trap to their prey. Yeah, because I guarantee you, family, no one can hurt you like family. And there's gaslighters in that room.
They're already and I bought my own, like there's like 20 bucklets, and I bought my own buckler, and I was gonna bring it to Jordan in there and like take her out, whatever. Like, everyone's worried about her. And all like, oh, she's too big. I'm like, why? She's 75 pounds. And she's a big dog? And they're like, yeah. But I know that one of my uncles brings this fucking retriever that weighs like 100 pounds. So it's not a matter of the size of the dog. It's because it's a black dog. And they're already pissed me off before they got it. You understand what I mean, John?
Yeah.
Like, I'm really pissed off because I can't bring my dog. And Georgia's she's never bitten anybody. She's never been aggressive even once. I could put my hand in her food while she's eating, and she won't bite my hand.
Well,
Because
the problem.
that was one of the very first things I taught her, is when she would eat, I'd put my hand and I'd grab her food while she was getting her food. And if she would snap at me, I'd slap her.
Well, that's
And then I taught
fine.
her not to be aggressive. I taught her not to be aggressive when I put my hand in her food.
That's
Because I
fine.
don't want a little kid to do that. And, she snap at a little kid.
That's fine. Do you know what the problem is, though?
Family?
No. The problem is what you just said. Is that you're pissed off, and you are the problem.
I'm pissed off that I can't bring my support animal
No, the problem is that you're pissed. Anger is the mind killer.
You've never been angry? You never wanted to kick the shit out of somebody? Never mind. You're not even real.
Getting healthcare. A big moment for your employees. And a big moment for you. And it all happens thanks to the experts at Paychex. When you track hours for dozens or thousands of employees, the Paychex suite of payroll solutions can handle it all. And when you have better things to do than stay up to date on the latest regulations, Paychex can help with that too. 50 years and thousands of experts in payroll, HR, benefits, and insurance.
Attention. A startling Forbes report reveals that China's approach to digital currency could become a leading tool for financial censorship on a global scale. Flashback to October 2021. The president asked Congress to authorize new bank surveillance measures on accounts over $600 to the IRS.
There's no reason for us to be packing our toothbrushes in bags like this when we go on vacation. Like, why are we even using...
Funny thing about calling it a Friar state, as opposed to most of my other Jews, I want to be a Friar state. I don't know about the I don't want you. I don't want you. So you can stew in your hate, you can destroy your own countries, you can kill your economy, and I don't care.
I know, because you don't live there. You live in the United States. That's the problem. We kill us the chance.
You know what the funny thing that he said right now? He said, well, it's not the it's the Zionists. Now, like, everyone knows that Zionism just means that Israel should exist.
But bro, do you realize in the same breath he mocked me for living in the United States? It's not the Jews, the Zionists, but you're not a good Jew for not living in Israel. You realize the irony here?
This is what the Israelis believe, that the American Jews are all big mouth talkers. They're not the real Zionists, they're the ones that would live in Israel.
They're right.
That's what the Israelis
Soren,
tell them.
Soren, can you mute? And Rodney, when you speak when people interrupt you, you become muffled.
Okay.
So try so people not interrupt.
Okay, no problem. Thank you. So, Meir, it's not the Jews, it's those people that believe that the only Jewish majority country shouldn't exist, right? Now, how would a French person would feel if someone said France shouldn't exist? How would like an English person think that England shouldn't exist, right? Only those French people, right? I'm not against the French people. I'm only against the French people that believe that France should exist, right? Now, how much it encompasses out of all of the French people, by the way? Does that make any sense, Mayor? Did you understand?
No, yeah, I understand. That's what I'm trying to point out. This has been done for a long time. They try to make these like narrow, thin. It's so transparent. Just own your hatred.
By
I
the
would
way,
expect you more. Just own your hatred.
you know the funny thing is that even in the times of the Nazis, even in the times of the Nazis, they tried to mask their anti-Semitism with something else. This is by the way.
Havana Agreement, for
This is
example.
this is why, by the way, funny enough, they
Havana
called
Agreement,
it.
sorry.
By the way, this is funny enough. This is why they called anti-Semitism, because they thought that anti-Jew is too harsh, too crude, right? Too in your face. So they will call it anti-Semitism, right? So we are not against the Jews. Absolutely not. We are just against the Zionists.
Look,
You know,
buddy,
like-
you cannot play the victim card anymore. After killing 40,000 people, it doesn't stick. It doesn't stick, my friend.
Why
It
did they
doesn't
have to
stick.
kill them? Why? Because they're a victim too. And when
It
both
is the
people
public
realize
relations.
that both people are victims, then maybe it will end, right? Maybe the fighting could end.
It's the international community because everyone hates what's going on there and they blame Israel for that. It's not Surin on this. The whole world condemns Israel today. I mean, that's a
No,
fact.
that's
The whole
also
world.
pariah. Your literal name is pariah. It's actually
The whole world
Okay,
condemns
Can
Israel.
you hear me now? Maybe or not? Daniel, tell me.
It's a fact. It's
Right,
not
right
correct.
now, right now. Yeah, but, okay.
Yes, now you're perfect.
No. The question is, when someone interrupts me, you can still hear me, or
Yeah, now you're good.
Listen,
Now you're.
I'm gonna be out of
Okay,
here in one
But
hour.
Soren, please. Soren,
But you know, this is the interesting.
Soren, please let it speak. Okay.
Yeah, but Soren is like, oh, Soren left. That's fine. I'll tell it to everyone else that didn't understand what is happening. Soren might be of the two categories. The first category are those people that are literal anti-Semites but want to mask it in some way. The second category is there are three categories. The second category is a person that has anti-Semitism but hate himself for having that, so he's trying to fool himself, right? But he wouldn't fool you or me. And the third category is like the utterly idiot, stupid, useful idiot, basically. What we see right now in the US. To be honest, I actually think he's from the second category.
No, regarding the second category, it's not that he's ashamed, it's that he knows that strategically being labeled an anti-Semite still has how do you call it, what kind, it's still a bad thing. And anti-Zionism is just being against an ideology or
Yeah.
so it's legitimate. They do it on purpose, not because they're ashamed, because it's counterproductive.
Yeah. Exactly. But again,
Okay.
it-
Robbie, are
Yeah.
you from Israel? Can I ask you that question?
Alhamdulillah, yeah.
You are from Israel, okay.
Yeah.
And,
Sorry?
And I'm not going to pass judgment on any kind of person ever.
Please do.
But
Please.
no, I don't. No, I'm not. I don't want to. But do you really think?
I have a thick skin. Don't
Can,
worry.
can I ask you? Okay. Can I ask you a question?
Oh,
Yeah, just let her speak. Go ahead, E.
Thank you. Regardless of the war that's going on right now, regardless of that, do you think it's okay for Israeli people to occupy Palestinian land? And I'm not
no.
biased. I'm not biased.
No, it's not okay. It's
No,
not okay.
my mother is Jewish. I'm not biased. So,
I know.
Before Roddy answers, can I ask you a question?
I answered it.
No. Before Roddy answers, can I ask you a question? What land do you mean that they're occupying?
well, they are occupying Palestine because there was two.
Where is Palestine? Are you referring to Gaza? Are you referring to the West Bank?
Palestinian is the best one ever.
No, this is a question that
Which land exactly are you referring to?
I'm not.
I'm saying which land exactly are you referring to?
I'm referring to absolutely, if you want to call it Gaza, call it Gaza. But there is not only Gaza, because in 1948,
can you just tell, we know the history,
Yeah,
can you just tell us what
I
you
know
mean?
the history.
Isa, can I have this conversation, please?
Okay.
Yes, you will, but I just want
Okay,
her to
I-
be.
She will answer. She will answer. E, are you referring to the Gaza in the West Bank, or are you referring from the river to the sea?
I was trying to say something, but obviously that's not interesting. But I was trying to say in 1948, we all decided, and we are fine with that, and we like that. But what Israel is doing on the other side, in the Gaza side, if you want to say, but that's not the Gaza side really. It was Israeli territory, but it wasn't from 1948. So they took people's houses, and that.
We know the.
No, but that can never be okay. And
Hold on a second.
Dear,
I'm not like
my friend.
Now I don't want to pile up on her. I'm trying to actually.
I know. I'm trying to.
Okay, so you want to do it because I don't like we don't want. I don't want this.
I understand.
Okay,
I understand.
so you do it.
Yeah, we understand all of this, history, we know all of those stuff. We want to talk about it, really. And we don't want to interrupt you. But the question wasn't about the history. The question was, what do you take Palestine to be? Not Palestine, whatever you said. What do you take it? Do you take it to be the West Bank and Gaza, right? Or do you take it to be from the river to the sea? That's all that I'm asking.
Of the original mandate. So I have to add it.
Oh no! No one thinks that like Jordan is also part of Palestine right now. So.
Okay. I don't know what. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, she left. Oh no, she didn't.
No.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Or maybe the partition
I
plan.
don't know. I might not be with the same opinion because my family is not with the same opinion about where is Palestine, where is Israel. I might not be, but what is going on right now, that is not fair about it. No, but
please, we're asking you a very simple question. You are going to somewhere else. I don't.
Do you believe in God? Do you believe in God? You as a
please, I'm begging you. I asked you very nicely. Please, can you just
let me do a quick recap, Roddy. You came on stage and you said to Roddy if it's okay for Israel to be on Palestinian land. He's asking you, what do you consider Palestinian land, so he can answer your first question. Okay? You said it's occupation of Palestinian land. He just wants to know, do you mean like the entire land of Israel, do you see it as occupied, or do you mean Gaza and the West Bank? What do you consider to be occupied that is bad, so Roddy can answer your question? Thank you. Are you with us? You need to unmute if you are speaking.
Yeah, but guys, I mean, as soon as she starts talking, you guys interrupt her. So I don't blame her for feeling uncomfortable. So if you're asking her a question, let her answer the question, and then you can tell her.
Yeah, but she was talking about what is happening in Gaza, and she was asking him
but
something completely else.
Both of you,
No.
Roddy and Daniel, are speaking over each other, and she is not able to get a word in. So
Isa, it's unfair how.
Gaza is a big thing of Israel.
God damn.
Okay.
Isa.
Sorry, guys.
We can have this conversation. We just need you to define what, in your view, it doesn't matter if your family has got a different idea. We are not going to try to convince you. We just want to understand where you're coming from. So, what, in your opinion, is Palestinian land? Is it just Gaza? Is it the West Bank? Is it what Israel is right now? Or is it the three things? What is, in your opinion, Palestinian? Palestine? Can you answer that question? And then once we know what you mean, then we can go ahead and speak about the rest of the stuff. I just want clarity on that.
Okay, thank you. No, what I said, like, my family has a house in Israel. Of course, they are Jewish. But what I do not understand is what I have seen, and it's not a joke. It's like, why do you take Why do you occupy Palestinian land? No, I
What
don't.
is Palestinian
Yes,
land? I
I-
asked you a question, you're going around the bush. Just answer this, and then I will mute up, and
Okay.
I will let you go with Daniel and
Absolutely.
I don't know what
Just
you
A question
understand.
again.
Silent. I
Question
think you're not
again.
allowed
If that
silence.
was,
You're supposed
if
to
that
repeat.
was defensive,
So, E.
give me a question again. Sorry.
Is it Gaza? Is it the West Bank? Is it Israel, or is it all of it? What are you referring to as Palestinian land?
But are you actually, because this is the thing, girl, because you seem like a very intelligent, smart girl. Do you really don't know what Gaza is?
No, the thing
And
is
what
that there are different
Palestinian
people.
is?
There are different people with different opinions of what.
No, I think it's an English thing.
So
It's
I
a-
need.
No, it's not an English.
No, I
in
need
Gaza,
you
we know what Gaza
to
is.
tell me what is for you.
I
And
think
then
she's
we can
referring
have
to
a
Gaza.
discussion. Because
Okay,
right
wait,
now, for us,
was
your
obviously
understanding
wrong.
is different
Isa,
than
you-
yours.
Isa, one second. You want to talk about Gaza, right? This is about the IDF
No,
being in
it's
Gaza
not.
right now.
No. Anyway,
Guys, I think
I'll let you guys
I
roll
think
in.
she is being rather sincere, you know. Allow me to step in for 1 second here, guys.
Maybe she wants us
Her
to.
sincerity
Let her
is not
speak.
the
Let her
problem.
speak. Yes, and we don't doubt her sincerity.
Yeah.
Are you with us? 1 second,
You,
Susan.
but you don't endear my sister.
Okay, you know what? Just speak. You know what? Just speak, and we will try to understand without asking you a question. Okay, just go ahead and speak.
Absolutely, I will be quiet.
No, don't be quiet. We will be quiet. You will speak, and we will not ask questions, and we'll try to kind of follow where you want to take us instead of asking questions. Okay? I mean that we will all mute up except.
That's
Yeah,
very
go
good
ahead.
of you, but like, obviously gonna laugh about me. But anyway,
None will
no,
feel
but
confident.
you are pretty educated people. You know what Palestine is, what country it is, where it's spread, what it is. You know that, right? And I'm saying this as a Jewish person. It is not okay to occupy land. It will never be okay. And my whole family thinks that too. And we have a house in Israel. But it's never okay to occupy another country or another kind. Like, you can't take over a house. You can't do that. That's insane to me. Like, what if someone did that to us? Well, they will never do it because we have Netanyahu. And Netanyahu, I'm sorry if you are from Israel now, because I'm going to say a bad thing about Netanyahu, and I'm not going to be killed because I live in Sweden. He is the worst thing that could ever happen to Israel. I miss Sharon. And maybe you guys weren't born when Sharon was, but I miss him. He was a good guy. But you know also, there was the
Sharon was a good guy?
Yeah, there was the Norway agreement. There was a lot of agreements, but they showed nothing. Am I afraid of Mossad? Of course, we all should be afraid of Mossad. They are like insane. Like, they are so well trained.
Can I ask a question? Where are you from?
I'm from Sweden, but I'm still Jewish. Yeah.
You're still from Sweden.
Yeah.
And you have like family in Israel or in Palestine?
I have a family in Israel. Yeah.
Like a Jewish family, right?
Obviously, since I'm Jewish, they are Jewish. Like,
They took
And
our
you-
homes. They put us in ghettos. That's what they did. They killed our ancestors. They killed whole
no,
towns.
but they didn't do that. But like, whatever they did to us.
That's what happened in
whatever-
Europe.
Yeah, but whatever people done to us, like, they have done so many bad things. We can't
If
even
you
count them.
If you feel,
It didn't start with World War II. It started way before that. But we cannot treat other people bad because
Okay,
we were
and
We
you
bad.
won't be. We won't be any longer. They're trying to get rid of us.
Danny,
No, they are not.
hold on, guys,
Hey,
please,
Israel,
Danny.
they are not.
Stay with me for a second. Have you ever been to Israel?
Yes, a couple of times.
A couple of times. And you say like you can made a lot of like general claims about the Mossad, should be afraid, like being a lot of like putting a lot of blame on.
Can you honestly, sorry to interrupt you, but can you honestly say that Mossad isn't scary as fuck?
Depends who you are. If you're a terrorist and you
No,
are,
but it doesn't matter. If they come to Sweden,
actually,
I would be. Okay.
well, if you are afraid, why would you be afraid of the Mossad? Why would you be afraid of the Mossad? Like I'm not afraid. Actually, the Mossad. Hold on. Let me just kind of share my opinion. I know the Mossad. I think they're one of the best, and they give me a sense of security and safety. You are afraid of them, and I'm trying to understand why would you be afraid of them, while for me, knowing that they are like the best, because I would tell you that they are on my side, and in my view, they are hunting the bad guys. You're saying you're afraid of them. Are you?
No, I'm not afraid of them, like trying to kill me or
You
something.
said everyone should be afraid of them.
No, but can I tell you why I'm afraid
Yes,
of
sure.
them? I'm not afraid of them because I think they're going to kill another Jewish woman in Sweden. No, of course not. I'm not afraid of them, but they are so fucking skilled. There is no other country in the world, not even
You say it's a good thing, not as a bad thing.
No, but can you listen? No other country, not even in Russia, who has some like intelligence.
Yeah, I understand. So it's a good thing. You're saying
fucking good.
Daniel,
They
I got
are
it.
so good.
So it's a compliment. You're basically saying a compliment.
I'm not saying it's a compliment, but they are very good. So I will always be afraid of them. Not because they.
Why would you be afraid of them?
Yeah, I don't think
This is what I'm trying to understand.
They are.
Okay, I understand. Okay, I got it. Okay.
I think afraid is the wrong word. I think we're having.
Okay, I got it, babe.
No, I have a cousin who's in Mossad, and
No, I got it.
it's scary because what he tells me, and he can't tell me too much because he can't tell me too much. But what they tell me about their like practices and like what they are doing and the intelligence and like what they are seeing with other countries, it's like.
And he's sharing it with you.
They are insanely dangerous.
Okay, and about the Gaza, you said, do you know why the IDF is in Gaza right now, like trying to occupy it?
I know what I think, but I bet you have another explanation, so I would like.
No, generally speaking, not like.
I would actually like to hear.
No, I think it's very basic. I'm not asking you like a trick question, but like you heard about this war, right? Going on, like, do you know why it's happening? What's
Well,
like?
obviously, yeah. Everyone knows.
So why is the IDF there? Like, why did Israel go into Gaza right now?
And this is what I can tell my father because he's a very Jewish man. Like I can never tell. I can tell my mother. I can tell her, and we can discuss it. And maybe she doesn't agree with me, but we can discuss it. But what I'm feeling is what is going on in Palestine. No matter who and where Hamas is, it's too much.
Okay, what you mean war? War is too much. What do you mean too much?
No, it's not war is too much. It's like, okay, they kidnapped some people. Yeah, absolutely. 1,500 people. Absolutely. That was terrible.
Oh, okay.
But what the fuck are you kidding now? You're killing people all the time. You're killing babies. You're
Daniel.
Yeah, go ahead.
Daniel, I think it's time for you to play your game. Like, you're like our prime minister.
Like, okay, like, so they killed like the...
Daniel, may I step in for 1 second? Because I think you've got something positive to add. So, I just want to give you guys the example of my wife, okay? My wife is a Japanese lady, right? really, really good lady, nice lady, good heart, innocent. She doesn't even know Japanese history, let alone Middle Eastern history or Israeli history. Nothing of this. And when she watches the news, and I think E is highlighting this for us, and I think this is an angle to consider. My wife looks and she says, "Oh my God, Israel's they're killing all the children and everything like this, right?" So a degree of consideration has to be given to the fact that in some fronts, good-hearted, kind people, just people that I don't know, E knows a lot more, and she has a more sophisticated take on on a situation. But I promise you, my wife is definitely not anti-Semitic, anti-nothing. She loves humans. She loves dogs and cute cats and things. And I think this is something to consider. I think, Israel is losing the PR war on television with all of this negative imagery. Wait, Mixed.
No, I get your point.
Okay, guys,
Okay.
Look, you guys know where my
Please make the point. You're really stretching it out here.
So there is probably tens of millions of people around the world, similar to my wife, who don't know the intricacies of the situation.
I think we get it. You cannot repeat this. Yeah, we got the point. I'm trying to address. I'm trying to answer. Yeah. I think you cannot. Just one sentence and then you can go. I think you hit the nail on its head.
Okay, so
About this.
put it to you this way. What you're basically saying, there'll be people who'll say, is I see a whole bunch of deaths and it bothers me. It bothers all of us. Nobody likes to watch that. But what you're doing is walking into a hospital and you're watching them cut open a patient and you're seeing there's blood everywhere and they're suctioning blood and they're taking out internal organs and it looks disgusting. And that's what you see. If that's the entire video, that's a pretty gruesome video. Now this person actually had a cancer. They cut out the cancer. The person went and now the person gets out of bed, they might be hobbling, but they would have been dead otherwise. And you get the point, like you can't just look at a terrible thing and say, I don't like it.
I don't.
And you should never
One second, Pudel. I want to also address it after me.
you should never lose your humanity, and you should always understand that there are people suffering. Like, what if you want all that?
Yeah.
But if you just say, okay, it kills 1,500 people, and it didn't have 200, but that doesn't. Like, you're not looking at the entirety of the picture. This is a cancer that must be stopped, and sometimes good tissue needs to be cut out with it. And let's not forget it. And let's not forget our humanity, and let's care about the displaced Palestinians. At the same time, unless you have an alternative with less carnage, you haven't really said anything besides I don't like carnage, which we all agree.
I want to also address it, Pudel, from another angle. And, we're talking about perception and about, I spoke to a few people here on stage, and, when I asked them, like, why do you support Palestine, I would sum it up, like, it was, like, very short. The women, the children, genocide, okay? Basically, they, like, maybe as you kind of framed it, like, they don't really know the details. They see or hear all the time stories, they don't actually go and verify. They just hear atrocity after atrocity, like, bad things. And, it appeals to the humanity side. And you're like, oh my God, we have to help them. Those are people that are poor. So, first of all, this is a tactic, it's a strategy. And there's one side that is using the strategy because they have a lot to win. You are actually proving or like demonstrating, not proving because it's been proven. You're kind of like demonstrating how it works, how you use PR in order to, like, why is it?
Yeah, there is a balance, Daniel, between that and what I see with E is her attempt at not trying to lose her humanity, No,
I'm sorry.
It's a tricky balance.
No. I jumped and I didn't hear you. I kind of clicked the button here. Hamas is using this strategy exactly because of what is happening. It's Hamas's interest to either fake, create, or make sure that there are women and children that are dead or reported dead. And anyone that is playing to it is actually incentivizing Hamas to do this. So I'm sorry, but all those useful idiots saying that because they don't know much and it's the humanity, it's exactly like, dude, we are the humanity side. We are the one second, Egyptian. Let me finish. We are the humane side, okay? Because we are. No, I will finish it, then you can respond. I heard your point. We are the humane side. We are the one doing all the measures more than any other army in the world to safeguard the civilians. You have no idea because you don't go into those details because they are not pushed to you. I do hear testimonies of actual soldiers, with their face uncovered, with their names, not like anonymous, telling about like they went into Hamad Towers, and there was like a huge complex, Hamad Towers. I know exactly. Hamad Towers.
Let me comment quickly.
Yeah, but
wait, Egyptian. I want to hear you.
no, but this is insane. How you can say this?
Say what? What did I say? I said Hamad Towers. What did I say?
I know, and I like you, but it's insane what you are talking about. Please tell us what you are talking about, and don't just say like, we are going to stop blah blah blah. Say what that means to the world.
Okay, that means
100%.
Very simple. It means demilitarizing.
I know. I think she asked what we are doing to prevent. I think not like what did you ask again?
What are you doing to prevent to the world? Yes.
Prove
to prevent to the world. What does that
Yeah,
mean?
because you are talking about preventing things like
civilian casualties. You mean?
No, but I don't believe like when you live in Israel. Obviously, I don't. When you live in Israel, I think you have some story that is probably the truth to you. But
so I want to understand. Hold
Can I just?
I'm trying to have a conversation with you.
I want to have a conversation with you, but thank you.
Yeah, but
when
you're shouting
you don't live, no, absolutely not. When you don't live there, we have another perspective.
I don't live
in the world.
I got it. Hold on, man.
No, I want to hear you.
Hold on. I understand. Great. So we got that, and I'm trying to understand. So you believe that your perspective in Sweden is better than the Israelis that are actually also taking care of that are the hostages family that follow every little detail, that are IDF soldiers, serve the IDF, they live next to those places, but you in Sweden know the truth and we live in a lie. This is like, makes sense to you.
I never said we know the truth, but I do not believe in IDF. I do not believe in
What do you mean you don't believe in IDF? It exists. What
yeah,
do you mean you don't believe
obviously
in IDF?
my brother been there for 2 years, so obviously I do.
Okay,
but
can you tell me, instead of details, I'm trying to understand. You obviously...
Okay,
I'm trying to go to the core. I'm trying to go to the core of... I'm trying to go to the... I'm saying that you hate Israel or that you are pro-Palestinian. I'm trying to go to the core of the problem, of where it comes from. Because you repeat that you're a Jew, but then everything that you say is like that Israel, the only Jewish state should not have an army defending themselves. Meaning the day later will be all be slaughtering. So, like, you obviously being radicalized completely, and I'm trying to get the core of it. What is the core of it?
Why you attack her just because she disagrees? Just
because she disagrees with me?
What are you talking about that?
She's not saying what she disagrees with. You can't say.
I cannot say what I am.
Based on little.
Egyptian, let her.
You didn't. Yes, she doesn't.
Let her speak.
Let her speak Egyptian, not her.
Exactly. So we're not understanding your sentence. You said I don't believe in the IDF. What about the IDF don't you like?
It's not that I don't like the IDF. I think the IDF is a good education. My brother is there currently now. He has like 4 months left, and I think that is he has learned a lot, so I believe in that. But I'm still never going to believe that Israeli people, Jewish people like me, can take other people's houses and like occupation, and it's not. Can I please speak? It's not new. It has been this way because when the world gave us the country in 1948, we has still been like people occupying other like people, and that's not okay. And what is going on in Palestine or in the West Bank, if you want to call it that, but then it's not really the West Bank because we still have the shores. But anyway,
You have to watch.
the shores.
What is
But-
close?
No.
But why did they? Why did they go there, right?
No, but I will done it like two. I promise, I've done it like 2 or 3 seconds. I can never agree with what is going on right now, because whatever Hamas did, and obviously it's a terror group. We are not on their side, but what is going on right now? Who the Israeli, my grandfather, and everyone who
Okay,
lives
we're
there
gonna stop with
are doing, that is not okay. Okay? Thank you. Bye.
So there's multiple problems here. You don't know the history. Homes were not taken, but let's jump forward because you jumped back and then you're saying you
Are
got
you
the idea.
kidding me when you say homes were not taken?
No,
Because
I'm not kidding.
It
No,
tells
I'm not
me
kidding.
you do not know your story.
Drugs.
No, you're telling me you do not know your story.
Okay, that's perfect.
actually listening
Why?
to this nonsense. This is ridiculous.
Yeah,
It
Ian,
sounds
my
like
question
propaganda.
here is, this doesn't
It
sound.
sounds like a
I
really
want you to
good
know
drug.
I'm
And I'm
sorry.
Nikki, no, hold on, everybody, hold on. Nikki, this is not cool. And the problem is, that there are many people like her that basically their heart is in the right place, but they are obviously brainwashed that into a level that, they cannot explain why. They're just emotionally charged. They see the images, they don't really know what's going on. And this.
Whole thing made no sense.
I understand,
To show
Nikki.
her why it made no sense. But Nick, try to stay with right now what's going on. You don't like what the IDF is doing, but you're not giving a better alternative. And you can't just say oh, of course I don't like killing a bunch of people. But Hamas didn't want to kill 1,500 people.
How
They
many
wanted to
killed
kill
them?
8 billion people.
Yeah, and how many
But
have you
that's-
killed in
Yeah, but
Palestine?
That's not how it goes.
It's
If I come-
absolutely how it goes.
Okay, so when there was, if there are 6 intruders that come into my house and they kill 1 person and you fight back and kill all 6, you don't say that was unfair. It's 1 for 6. You have to remove the problem. Every Nukba fighter has to be deneutralized before the war is over. So you don't ask how many did they kill. How many did they kill? That is a very stupid equation.
Correct. It's not a football match. And also, I want
Yeah,
to ask you
I'm gonna leave this room, so you can
what would
read
happen-
on me. But I just wanna say something before I leave this room.
before you
Okay?
leave, just
Because
let me
you
ask
wanna
you a
say something.
question.
Yeah, good girl.
Before you go, I just want to ask you a question. Would you think the same if your brother, you say that he is in Israel at the IDF, would you be saying the same opinion if he was one of the hostages?
Yes.
So you wouldn't care about his life. You would just want to give peace
I would.
to Gaza, and you wouldn't care about getting it back.
Are you crazy? Like, who are you? Like, have you seen the world? Like, of course I would want him home. But if he done that to Gaza,
No,
he
no,
should
it's not.
probably,
Don't
no,
have
but
that.
he should probably
If your brother
stay
had
there.
If your brother had been at the concert.
Okay, now I'm
and
just
no,
saying
Nikki,
her brother
no,
stay there.
Nikki,
Now I'm
no.
No, but can I say something before I leave this room?
Okay, so
Just something before I leave this room, please.
if your brother was at the concert and he had been taken as a hostage by Hamas, would you still feel the same today? Do you think that they should stop the war without getting your brother back?
Yes.
All right, that was my question. Go ahead, Meyer.
There are some people that hold on to their values despite any situation, I mean, it's important for people to have different sets of opinions. It's important to hear people that you disagree with. And I think Daniel's right, some people, they just see something and, oh, it's terrible, and that's it, right? And it's part of the equation. It's part of something to give consideration to. You know, I'm not saying this is my opinion, but it's part of the equation. You know, I forget who was it. I think there's a famous essay I read, Daniel, about the government. One body of the government in Israel, they always bring in someone who disagrees with everybody else. I forget what it is.
Mistabra.
Yeah, the fifth
Called
man.
Mistabra.
Yeah.
In Hebrew, it's Mistabra. It's like, what if not? Or like, if we, exactly. It's like the counter argument.
Yeah, so people with just good hearts, you know, they see like my wife and like this lady. It's important to give consideration to. If anything, I mean, if the goal is to defeat all these crazy terrorist people that they absolutely all they want to do is destroy Israel, right? If someone like E or someone innocent can say, look, I see problems here, at least they can highlight ER problem, you know? I mean, that's...
Am I a problem?
No. I'm not saying that you are a problem.
But
what I'm saying is that the situation is problematic and that war is very messy, and often there's no winner. Often everybody's losing, and so this perspective of like just good, kind-hearted people who hate to see anybody dying, this perspective has to be given consideration to.
You know, there's something very paradoxal and a bit ironic and even a bit twisted. Those that are basically, you know, like calling and saying like, oh my God, the women and children, it has to be stopped. IDF are child killers, like defame Israel, boycott Israel. Basically, they are part of this engine that actually incentivizes Hamas to use this strategy.
Yep.
I'm saying it's twisted because they are the one, those people that are against it are the one making it worthwhile.
But nobody is saying that against Israel.
In some ways, yes.
No, because every country, like the Swedish country, are with you. They are on your side.
The use of emotion that clouded judgment, this is exactly how you use, and I'm not using it as to offend, useful idiots. They are using the basic emotion to rally. Listen, if you need to understand one thing, okay? And it's a very fundamental thing that maybe will help you. Israel has zero interest to kill children, for example, okay? Or any uninvolved civilian. Every child that is dying, Israel is being defamed. We are called child killers. And also we get a lot of shit from the world, like every time. Like, see, we have like, hold on. Hamas, on the other hand, gets support. Like, I spoke to people that I asked them, like, and also you, when we asked you, like, why do you hate Israel? It was the same idea, like the emotion. It was emotion. It wasn't factual. You're like, it has to stop. This is horrible. The reason that you see those videos coming out of Gaza, many of them are fake, and it's a strategy. Because for them, a child's death is a tragedy. For them, it's a strategy. You need to understand that.
I understand
you need to understand that your humanity is being taken advantage of. So this is why I said at the beginning, your heart is at the right place. You should care for children. But what you are actually doing, you are enabling their abuse.
Okay.
And not knowingly. I'm not blaming you directly.
No, you don't have to blame me. And that's your opinion about it. And I'm here to say, and I'm going to leave you, so you don't have to be upset with me and scream to me. Like, I'm here to tell you, like, obviously, I know that was wrong. What like Hamas did was extremely wrong. But what Israel is doing right now, it is fucking. Please listen. I'm going to leave. Can you please listen?
You don't need to be aggressive.
I'm not aggressive.
So leave. If you want you are grabbing the mic and every time, like, you know, listen.
So I can't say what I want to say.
Like, interject like a sentence. You can say whatever the fuck you want, but every time that I try to interject, it becomes so violent and start shouting. Like just let it go. Like if you were in a coffee shop having a discussion, and I would try to answer you, would you start shouting at me?
I apologize.
My God, like why can't we have a conversation, like a normal conversation?
Trying to. And if I shout,
Yeah, but I tried it a few times before, and every time you become so aggressive, and I don't get it. Like,
I'm not aggressive at all.
and what I wanted to say was like one short sentence. Let me speak for one. No, shut up, Egyptian. Shut up, Egyptian. Egyptian, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. You shut the fuck up, Egyptian. I don't need your fucking help. I don't need your fucking help. Shut up. My God, everybody. Deep breath. I mean, why fucking having a conversation is so fucking hard? Listen, you know what? I feel embarrassed that the sentence that I wanted to say and how much like we spend our 5 minutes with bullshit instead of like having a normal conversation which is actually flowing without being ego trip. Okay, so you said Hamas did and Israel is doing. What you are failing to understand is Hamas is still doing and is still having the hostages. That was my only.
If that is what you think about what I'm saying, so that's okay for you. But the only thing I was trying to say, if I really can say it, please.
We understand your point.
Yeah.
Do not interrupt.
No, but no, because I'm a Jewish girl, and my brother is in Israel. They have like the military service for like 3 years, I think. I don't know, but he's there. Anyway, what I was trying to say is like what happened to Israel when Hamas was like doing that thing. It was fucked up because it was my people. But what is going on right now in Palestine, and you don't have to like ask me to do a map about Palestine. What is going down right now in Palestine is way, way, way worse. So that's all I want to say. Because I'm Jewish.
Okay,
my father's
Can I say
okay,
something
thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay, can I say something real quick? Daniel, first of all, Isha, what's up, everybody? Second of all, guys, just to let you know, I heard her in other rooms. She came into Jeff's room. I don't want to do any personal attacks, but she's a drunk. And I don't know what the fuck is wrong with her. She starts
so we don't need to, I got it.
I'm just saying, I don't want to do personal attacks. I'm just letting you know you're arguing with that type of person. You're not going to get nowhere.
Okay, thanks, Marvin. Yeah, I think that we get it. We can just move on.
Yeah, we can move on to a new topic.
So Egyptian,
Yeah.
no, because Egyptian wanted to talk and he was nervous and he really wanted to get in. So Egyptian, what were you trying to say? And just to say, Egyptian, let's not go back to E. You can address things that were happening in our conversation, but don't pass the ball back to her, please.
No. It's okay. But I just wanted to comment on a few things. Well, first of all, in order to have a good conversation, a successful conversation, we must listen to each other. There is no need to interrupt each other. By this way, we are going to deliver our message easily. As for the media of Hamas, well, I said before, I don't trust the Israeli resources, but I follow them. And at the same time, I don't trust the Hamas resources, but I follow them as well. But neither this nor that. When I see videos already, live videos, or in very short time videos about killing children and women, then it must be real videos. The full destruction that I see in the videos really shows how civilians are living there and how horrible they feel. And at the same time, why should I really, if I don't really trust Hamas videos, then does that mean that Israel is the honest side? And the same thing if it is the first side? Of course not. And it is not about emotions. There are so many things that the people who really believe the Palestinian side, they don't really have the emotions, reasons only, or emotional causes only. No, there are so many reasons. But at the same time, if you are going to depend on emotional things, emotional basis, well, what does Israel do? Check the speech of Netanyahu in the Congress itself. It was very emotional. So does that really mean that Hamas just depends on emotional reasons only? Well, Hamas and Israel doesn't? I don't think so. And if there is a fake videos from Hamas, well, hello, there are fake videos from Israel as well. What are you talking about, guys?
I think that
Thank you.
I think that you're misinterpreting it because we're not talking about the emotions that, for example, a speech might create. We're talking that, and I agree with you, it happens on both sides. When you put out there videos of things happening, whether the video is fake or not, we as human beings, I mean, unless you're a psychopath, you will actually be moved, by seeing people dying, and that's normal. So when people are already sensible or sensitive towards something, and then you give them more of that and then with your language you're saying, yeah, these evil Israelis are coming and just targeting our children and our women, pretending that they're innocent people, then yeah, you're playing with their emotions. Because the matter of the fact is that they have got hostages that they still are attacking, and that these people that are being killed are not civilians. Apart from a few of them, of course, that are casualties. But so, is the narrative combined with the images that causes you to be emotional, and then it's very easy to be manipulated. And to Daniel's argument is almost everyone we have spoken, at least on this app, I don't know in real life because I try not to address this topic because it would be too controversial, but in this app, everyone that comes to the room in defense of Palestine, they are not making a rational argument. They are only appealing to emotions and say, oh, look at all these children, look at those women, ignoring all the bad that Gaza is doing, or that Hamas is doing, not Gaza.
I'm sorry, but I can give you big list.
Like, that's conflating of terms. Like, I support Palestinians. That does not support Hamas or the Palestinian Authority or the people that they are suffering under the leadership of. You're conflating of terms and switching around terms like that often confuses me. Yes, you.
How?
Hamas, Palestinians, blah, blah, blah. You just all
yeah,
put it all into one little pile.
Okay, it might have given that impression,
Of course it
but
did.
what I was actually saying is that Hamas are not using uniforms, right? So it's very difficult to differentiate them from civilians.
And the reports also are mutual.
Civilians
It's not you. It's not you. Dude, the reports coming out from Gaza, for example, the number of casualties, bundle them up together. I mean, I would love to show a report from Hamas dividing between militants and ordinary civilians. Like, go ahead, bring it on. Why do you blame Islam for this? And I want to address also Egyptian.
I'm waiting for you to finish.
Well, we are not the one conflicting. We are not.
That's what I needed it up.
Okay. And Egyptian, we you joined in regarding your first point. You joined in mid-conversation, and not every time you need to make a point in a conversation. It's not like getting your now to have a speech. It's like no, and not everybody will participate. It was just like two people trying to have like a conversation, and adding more noise to it, I think it's just counterproductive. Now, regarding the hold on, I listened to all 3 points, because I didn't want to interrupt you, because literally you just said the first point of about not interrupting, which is kind of odd. Okay, the second thing that you were talking about, and you put them all 3. I would love to do actually one topic and another. It's harder for me, but I wanted to respect you, not interrupt you. This is why I didn't stop you after the first one. I also waited for my turn. So, the second thing you were talking about, fake or no, they're bringing from this side. You need to understand, not necessarily about the video itself. Like, a child dies, okay, and then I will give you a scenario. A child dies. This is what you know. Who is to blame? You would ask more question. Now, I could tell you one story as an example of a militant that is at home with a family. I'm not sure if it's his or another, and he's launching rockets from a window at IDF soldiers. IDF soldiers are being thrown RPGs from that window, and I'm sorry, not RPG, rockets. If they fire back, could it be that the family would be hurt? And then, who really is to blame? Like, do you still blame the IDF? And if so, what would you do differently? On this scenario, which actually, I would give you testimonies, I will tell you exactly where it happened, I will also show you if you want more details about this specific event. But let's play it out for a second.
Okay.
There's a family in an apartment, in a tower, launching from the window rockets at IDF soldiers. What do you do?
Well, back to Isa, and then I'll be back to you. Isa,
No problem.
when you really say about the pro-Palestinian and they come here and they say, well, but I already commented and I don't want to repeat my words again, but the problem is that I can give you list of shits from Hamas side, list of shits from the Palestinian side, but you here always blame the Palestinian side, so I must wear the suit of the Sultan and defend them. But in order to have a real conversation and true conversation, I never heard you once said anything blaming your side. So I must be with the other side. I'm sorry.
Because Egyptian, I am not taking this position because of a political stance or because I have friends in Israel or none of that. I'm seeing this from a pure philosophical perspective, and I stand my ground. And I say that yes, I don't like to see people dying. Of course, who wants that? But I also am able to disconnect myself from the whole emotional stuff and realize that there are facts. And the fact is that the country called Israel was attacked on the 7th of October. And once that happens, they have the complete moral right and moral obligation to defend themselves and to get the hostages back and to demand from the terrorist group to just get out of Gaza, because you cannot live with a neighbor that is trying to kill you. And that has always been my position. I have no feelings towards any of the sides, and that's the reason why my opinion has never changed. And just one last thing, you are saying that you need to defend the other side because here we are on for. Listen, I don't care what side you're in. I always respect people's different opinions. What I care about is for people not to come to rooms just spewing slogans that they hear in the media. But if you're able to come to me and explain what is your position and tell me, okay, I believe that Palestinians are in the right because of this, and you actually make sense and explain me how you got to that conclusion, then I will respect you. But if you just try to make the others feel like monsters and how evil they are because women and children are dying, that argument doesn't do anything.
Well, I already mentioned. Sorry,
we're not going to go back to you. I'm sorry.
But I already mentioned.
One last very comment before you answer to Daniel. One of the things that I do not do by choice is watching any videos of any dead children, dead people. Why? Because I know already what a dead person is. I don't need to feed my mind with those gross images. And so maybe that is why I am able to stay rational and not emotional about it. But that is how I don't want to blur my mind, because emotions do very bad things for your rational decision making.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead, and Daniel. I'm sorry I went the wrong way.
I'm sorry. We have been talking to each other for about 2 months or 3 months now, Isa, and I believe that you already got from me, hopefully that's true, that I'm not just an emotional person. I just depend on fact, depend on objective issues and all the things. And I'm trying to be objective like you, but at the same time, I'm trying to look at the image as clear as possible. That's why I followed yours, not only mine. Thank God that I have good English language that is good enough in order to follow different media. Back to Daniel. You already mentioned a good example, but let me take this example and come back to you. Well, if I tell you, respectively of course, Daniel, if I tell you F you, then you should tell me F you back. And that is a suitable response. But you cannot come with knives, with guns, you and your friends, you and your neighbors, you and your family and kill me and kill my family and kill my children and do all the things just because I told you F you. That is not suitable.
There is
So I'm
no
talking
one
about
in
the
Sweden
suitability.
who would do that to you.
That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Okay,
That's what I'm trying to tell you, that the response must be suitable. For every action, there is a reaction.
Okay.
Suitable equals
Can I
and different for one.
I have a question. A real question.
Hello, Robbie. Don't talk. Yes, go ahead, please.
I like that question. I have a lot.
Okay.
Okay, so he's talking about suitable responses. When he says fuck you, the suitable response to fight back, to defend yourself is saying fuck you too, right? Okay, so what's the suitable response for what Hamas did on October 2nd? So they came in, killed, maimed, raped, burned, beheaded, kidnapped people, women, mothers, grandmothers sitting at a bus stop waiting for a bus to go home to their families. They shot them down like
have you
target practice. So no. What is the suitable response? I'd like to know what's the suitable response to that? Fuck you.
Well,
Are they bringing a gun to a knife fight now? Is that what
No, Nikki, but why don't you finish the question? You need to like.
Well, that's my question. Let's answer.
Yeah, I got it.
That's a suitable question. And my answer is
No, hold on.
Well, according to hold on.
Okay, got it.
I really think it was Hezbollah.
Oh my God, go back to your line. It's just the question was for you, sir.
I don't know why.
I don't know if Dan wants to answer or to question, but go ahead.
Like, I just wanted to like. Okay, yeah, okay.
Nikki, I don't know if you noticed that I'm not Hamas. It doesn't mean that I pro-Palestine, that I pro-Hamas. Hamas, what they did in 7th of October is horrible. It is terrorist. Anything against civilians, anything against innocent people is a terrorist to me. Let me please. Thank you. So the same thing when Israel is doing the same, so it is a terror state. As for your responding to your question, the answer is, if it is a problem with Hamas, then the most professional army on earth, as it says about itself, must take its revenge from Hamas and Hamas only. Why it wants to engage and put into the equation the civilians and innocent people? That's my problem.
Here, hold on. How can they, hang on. If you hit me and then you go hide behind Issa and she's blocking me from coming to you, should I just walk away and let give you an opportunity to come hit me again when I'm not looking? Or am I gonna push? I'm not done. Am I gonna push Issa out the way? Maybe she'll fall to the ground and scream for me, but I'm gonna push her out the way to come get to you. But you're the one who wanted to be a little bitch ass coward and put her in front of you to try to fight your battle because you started shit. So you know what? If Hamas gave a fuck about their civilians and about the Palestinians and about women and children and babies and anybody else in Gaza, they would not be using them as human shields. So come talk to me about this when they actually do the humane thing and protect the people they say that they're fighting for. Because they're not fighting for nobody but themselves.
Okay, very good. As for the example of Isa, that I will come and hide after her, well, do you really want to convince me that Hamas members are hidden among the civilians? They already have the tunnels. No, they already have the tunnels.
Where are the tunnels, dumbass?
Yes. Well, I'm sorry, you're the dumbass. You're stupid. You don't know how to do questions you're talking about. You ask me a question. If you want to answer, fine. If not,
Okay, no insults. Insults, we allow insults in.
I never insult our last chance.
That's fine. I want you to never insult me. Okay, I won't. I'm sorry.
Very fine.
Where are the tunnels institutions? The tunnels are under hospitals and homes and schools. So where are the tunnels? What is above the tunnels?
Above the tunnels are
What is above them?
I'm sorry. Can I answer? Can I answer? Can I answer, please? Can I answer? Can I answer, please? I already heard.
Okay. So they get. I wanna answer the question that you before that. Yeah, okay.
What, they just want to come to, why can't you?
What do you mean by these people? Okay,
No, let's, Egyptian, you don't need to hang on every little word. Let's try to move forward. Make it no more personal attacks. And I want to try and answer your question. First of all, the proportionality is not about revenge, okay? It's about achieving a goal. As long as Hamas has our hostages and is posing a threat, that is our objective. And the proportionality should be based on the objective, not based on what they did to us, okay? Got it?
Now, it could be like to send a message, like we did with Yemen. We didn't go there and just kill one civilian. No.
Probably killed more. But we had a message to give them, and that was to defend ourselves. And the objective was to make Yemen deterrent to do this again. That was the objective of that mission. Okay, we don't really care about the boat. It's gonna also slow them down, whatever they were out of. So this is about proportionality. And the objectives, you always talk about what Hamas, not the only one, about what Hamas did. And you're failing to acknowledge that Hamas is still doing. They launch missiles also to Tel Aviv and to the area. They hold our hostages, and they are still fighting the IDF soldiers. Some of those fights are done from very populated areas. This is why you see later on people on Twitter say, "Oh my God, they got the cruel IDF evacuation after
Midnight. Why? Why? Because after midnight,
Hamas chose to fire rockets from that exact location." So we also let them know, the people, because and they also could hear it, okay? Because the rocket is not really quiet, so they know we don't fool them. It's not Zionist for us. They heard the rocket fly out, and then we tell them, because Hamas fired rockets from your area, there will be a military operation. You need to evacuate now. And in this complex that I mentioned before, I will show you testimony about the story that I told you. They are using human shield. And I think that you know it in the back of your head, and maybe you are, as you said before, you are here to kind of voice out the other side. I don't know, don't do this. We want to hear what the Egyptians said. We don't need to be the other side. We don't need a counter argument just for the sake of arguing. We want to try and find the facts and reality. I don't need the other side just because they, you know what I mean? So that's it. Thank you.
The issue is that the Israel don't know what to do exactly with Hamas. Simply, they are good at hiding. This is a fact.
Why are you saying, what do you think this is a fact? Okay, can you...
Because they are hiding.
No. Hold on. Listen, he's a great... Listen, dude,
they are hiding in different forms. They are good at hiding in different forms.
Hold on.
Which is over 250 kilometers under Hamas.
Egyptian, what you think? Cutting me. I'm trying to go back to the conversation for a minute. And then we know it can go on. But it's really hard to okay. Egyptian. Oh my God, it's so good.
Take this.
No, it's really like okay. I tell you what, we are doing the same conversation, and to be honest, maybe people enjoy it. I feel bored with those wrestling, okay? And I'm trying to sometimes we try to do a different approach, and not to go back to the same claims and just fight for the sake of fighting. Personally for me, I run out of energy for fighting for the sake of fighting. Maybe it's just me, this one, a bit short of patience, so yeah, I think it's important.
Let's say that everything you say is right, and I'm sorry it is not right at all, but let's say what you say is right.
No, it matters if it's right or not right. But this is exactly the point.
Stop being ridiculous. Of course, you can give it field.
What the fuck are you talking about? Do you know how to
said yourself, they hide their schools, and I have to
doesn't mean that I think that Mazim is shit.
Alright, Roy, you want to stop, right? Well, let's see how we're going.
Israel is failing in getting Hamas as a group.
Is your name Roy?
Oh, sorry, but I was about to respond. After all,
Specifically about the tunnels, yes.
Right to say the tunnel is like below the ground where the hospitals and all those stuff. But the more important thing,
They're literally launching rockets from like civilian areas, civilian buildings, literally from schools, literally from like hospitals and stuff like that, like near UNRWA facility. You also have like literally all like the soldiers that went to Gaza said there are literally weapons everywhere. They find weapons and the Imam, I think, they confiscated a lot of weapons from basically everywhere, not just like one or two places where they found maybe something, literally everywhere. It's not only
MO basically. No, I'm talking with you. I'm not interrupting the follow up. But the MO basically that they are wearing civilian clothes. That so on the street they will not have a weapon, but at any moment they can go into something and they know where the weapon so they can fight back. So on the street they look ordinary civilians, but they all fight themselves.
Not only that. Literally, like when you see them, when you see like numerous videos of them, like literally hiding in buildings, like and there were a lot of places where they booby trapped buildings, like and. Forget about like booby trapping or anything like that. What you said right now is also correct. That they're like using civilian clothing. They don't have any any visual identifier that they are fighters except weapons and like on top of all of that you have like literally a lot of videos of them with rifles near like civilians. Sometimes celebrating, sometimes like firing from like civilian, not from civilian areas, from where civilians are, like even before they evacuated or anything like that. So to say that they're not using them as human shields is just laughing. They are like going to civilian areas. Then they are like for a sliver of a second, they go out. Shoot some, I don't know, RPG and then go back to the civilian areas.
When they did this raid on the Hamda Tower complex, basically the Hamda Tower complex, maybe Egyptian you know about this, Hamad Tower complex, it's a huge complex. I think it's like 120 sky rises with they have pool there. There's like it was all done with the Qatari money, okay? Qatar wanted to come and invest in Gaza. What?
Can I say just like one last thing about the tunnels because I remembered something very quickly. It's not only that there are tunnels like below hospitals. Tunnels are below everywhere in Gaza. The problem is that the tunnel entrances are near the hospitals or in the hospitals or in the schools, where literally they want for the entrance to be closed. It's that where they are entering there that makes it
just 30 seconds and then I will back to give just well, Rocky, it's good to see you again. We have
good to see you.
I don't know why you really feel worried when you say that you allow hundreds of rockets all the things. You have a very good defensive system. So let them shoot whatever they want. I don't care.
You should care because about 10 to 15% of them fail.
Fire rockets and kill
Hold on.
Who cares they have defensive?
But McZed, I'm trying to answer. Guys, no, please, Egyptian. Please, McZed, I'm trying to. Oh my God. Why we need to have a shit show though? I was in the middle of answering him, McZed. No, you're insane. I was answering, like it's disrespectful. I was actually. No, but I'm telling you because I'm speaking to him.
Respectable, just like
oh my God. Okay.
Shut up.
Jeez, I cannot do anything.
Go ahead, Daniel. Hi, Yaakov. How are you?
Good.
So I have a good question. Well, you say, or the media says that we kill Hamas members and Hamas people. Okay, that's fine. Abu Haniya, by the way, is not really that powerful. Who was really powerful?
Okay, sorry. You were saying I don't care about the rockets, and I just wanted to.
If I were you, yes, go ahead.
Egyptian, please.
Just let them fire rockets at your grandkids.
McZed, what did I ask? Just Fuck you all that I cannot have one sentence without being interrupted. My God.
Why are you guys protesting the right to rape fucking Palestinians?
So, I'm saying, for the third time, one thing. Please do not interrupt me. Egyptian. This is like, it's insane that we cannot have a conversation because we are being pulled all the time with like just comments. You want to have a conversation that we all are the same, like on the same car, or everyone wants to pull to a different direction? It's like, otherwise it's really like, for me, today at least it's not productive. Maybe for you today is the right mood, maybe I'm not. So I will just say Egyptian and then I will see if this is the right mood. Egyptian, about 10 to 15% of those rockets fail and they fall on the head of Gaza. Okay? So you should kill. That is it.
Okay,
and usually, usually when I interrupt, I have like a sentence that I want to say that usually takes 10 seconds. Instead, it takes 5 minutes because everybody's typing up like I don't know what. So wait when I'm not saying my 10 seconds and then speak. It doesn't have to be on my 10 seconds.
I finished.
Can I say something?
I'm sorry.
Guys, I'm not fighting anyone. And in Egyptian, I muted up and I said thank you, okay? But I don't need to do like extra drama. Just when I try to say a sentence, just let me say a sentence without biting up. That's it.
Well, it wasn't me, by the way. But anyways, I hate interrupting too. Anyways, so maybe I misused the word I don't care if I were you about the launching rockets. Okay, maybe you can care about because 10% and 15%, but it's okay. You should worry. I understand your reasons and I understand so many things you say, but I don't agree with so many strategies of Israel that is doing. But if these people are good at protecting the hostages so far, the majority of hostages are still safety. Nothing proves that they are harmed or something. And thanks God, by the way, I hope this situation will be finished. But if they are good at protecting the hostages, they cannot protect themselves. Of course they can. By hiding, and they are good at hiding. That's why Israel cannot really get them or try to do as much as it can. But at the same time, we have been in this situation for about 10 months. And the only hostages that could back safety, go back to their homes and families, only came by negotiation. That's my point. I land here.
Hold on. You really think that the IDF cannot level Gaza and eradicate the Hamas and everybody else? You really think they can? Why do you think they haven't? Because they still have our fucking hostages.
Can I ask a question?
They can eradicate that entire little piece of land in 3 fucking seconds and make it become part of the fucking water.
Okay.
Fine.
Okay?
So
stop
I'm
sitting
sorry.
here idolizing Hamas. Stop it. You're idolizing Hamas and it's sick.
Guys,
You
I
need to
tell you
stop.
what.
They're good at hiding. No, they're good at being little pussy-ass bitch cowards is what they're good at.
Can I just say
That's what they're good at.
Aziz, let me please.
They want to hit somebody and then they want to go run and hide like a little coward.
I tell you what.
That's what they're good at.
I tell you what.
Big bad men like they wanted to do on October 7th.
Yeah, this
and
is
let them
standard.
go stand with their chests out and fight like men. But they don't
Exactly.
do that.
Okay, Nikki.
Let me speak.
So
Israel.
stop idolizing them.
Will you please stop? I already got your point. Would you like to have a response?
You sound like a thirsty little fucker.
You don't have to. By the way, I can judge you too. So please stop judging me because I can judge you too. You're stupid.
Because every time you say that, you idolize them and it's sickening.
I don't care. I don't care about you. Who are you?
Go work for Hamas.
You understand? Israel can already destroy Hamas in just 1 second, not in 3, as you say. But you really wanted to tell me that this is going to be the situation, this is going to be the solution. They are going to have more violence. Since when, Nikki? Since when? My question to you, and if you are really wise enough, you will answer me. Since when military solutions already solved a fucking issue? Go ahead.
Why are they not giving back the hostages?
They will never get hostages with the way you think, okay? Okay, I've done with you. Aziz, go ahead.
Let me speak. Well, guys, I've been listening for ages. Let me ask a question. Now, we keep talking about the hostages, right? Is that the main priority? Because from what it looks like, the hostages are in Gaza, right?
and that's where they're bombing. So it just doesn't add up. Like we keep hearing that that's the priority, and we can fucking level them, and they are leveling them. They're not leveling them. They are leveling the land. Let's be honest. Like they're not. And people are saying, oh, they're hiding behind shields. Fuck a shield. The way they're being bombed, they could hide behind Superman and they'll get hit. Like shields don't matter in this situation. I think we keep going back to sort of the same language, and this is where it's like no one's really addressing the real issue here. Like we keep saying human shield or hostage, or like it's like the conversation isn't going anywhere, because when you really think about it, where are these hostages? They're in this small strip of land. They're being bombed. Let's say there's a child there and he's a hostage. Israeli hostage is in Gaza. He's getting bombed right now. What are we talking about? No, but what are we talking? You're bombing the child as well.
What about the kids and the babies that have spent their birthdays in Hamas captivity? What about them?
I don't care.
What about what's interrupting? What about what's interrupting?
Egyptian, let me finish, please. I've been waiting for a long time. I don't care about what country flag on the passport a child has, right? I don't care. So if you're bombing children, and that includes the hostages in Israel, to me, I just think the people that are calling the shots and dropping bombs, where any children are, those people need to be held accountable. Now, if we're sitting here and saying, oh, but they're hiding behind shields, so you don't just bomb the level of the place. We have tactical teams for a reason. This is one of the most advanced militaries in the world. They can do land assault, sky assault, all kinds of assault, got heat-seeking missiles. They can blow a man's head off from 3 miles away. I'm sorry, but we keep hearing the same old stuff that they care about hostages. They don't care about hostages. They're bombing the places where the hostages are, and they don't care. These are excuses. I promise you, these are excuses. If anyone can tell me they're not, I want to hear the explanation. But they're all excuses. That's it. That's the truth.
They're all
none of it makes sense.
So these are targeted?
Right. Well, are they missing? Are they missing when they bomb these places?
Well, you said executions. That would imply like a specific person was targeted.
Right, but are you saying that they're missing?
No, I'm saying location
No,
based. They're trying to hit access points or strategic points that would affect the tunnels underneath and people that might be actual criminals engaged in a conspiracy murder campaign. But if you want to say that if you want to say executions rather than an excuse, right? Excusable killings, right? Excusable genocide. Let's say something like that. You want to say executions, that'd be like, I picked this guy. Like, I want this guy to die because he's important to the Palestinians. Or I want him to die because he could oppose me. Right? That's an execution.
Right. So this is the issue, right? So let's talk about the number. We don't know what the number is.
I think it's location-based. I don't know where you get executions. Like, seemingly, in order to prove your claim, all you'd have to show is the list of people that have died and show that these people would be targeted for execution. Not that they're just like, well, who cares, whatever. So people are important, so go prove the case.
So I don't have a number in my head of the people that died. If I say one, you're going to tell me I'm lying. So
I think it was like 30, 40, what is it, 40,000?
Let's just round it down, because, that's probably easier for you.
No, let's go 50,000. You're saying 50,000 targeted executions.
I think it's higher, but I'm willing to round it down.
You think it's higher? All right, let's say 100,000 targeted executions.
Let's say 100, so they've targeted 100,000 targeted executions.
Right. Okay, so you think that they're lying about that? This is like a cover-up, the October 7th, the hostages, that's all bullshit. Deep down, we'll see there are records for 100,000 specific names that should be targeted for execution if the IDF. That's what we'll find.
I have a question now. So you said 100,000, and if you want to speak over this, fine. I was going to respond to what you said. You said 100,000 people are specifically targeted, but they're threats, right? What percentage of that would you say are children?
Are what?
What percentage of the 100,000 would you say are children?
I don't know. Why?
If you had to answer a guess here, if you was to just guess, shot in the dark, what percentage are children? What would you say?
What would I guess if I heard
that?
Just a
guess. Let's round it down, though. I want you to round it down. Don't round it up.
Okay. Rounding down, if I thought 100,000 random Palestinians were killed throughout the region of Gaza,
what
percentage of children, based upon the demographics there and how many people are there, like, aren't they majority children?
Yeah. Well, I don't know.
I'm saying, like, isn't the majority total Gaza under the age of 18 or something?
I want you to respond however, whatever.
I'm asking, is it a giant, scary summer camp with kids and teenagers and counselors,
Right.
soldiers?
So then you can. So
How many old people live in Gaza? That's my question.
Roughly answer my question. Roughly.
I'm saying I would think that it would match the demographics of the region.
So what percentage would you say? Was it 10%?
Exactly equal to the demographics of the region. Do you understand the answer? Do it first. Explain that you understand my answer.
Yeah. So you're saying approximately 50,000 to reflect the demographics.
Yeah, I'm saying whatever the demographics are. If the demographics are that there's only 20% children or 80% children, whatever measure of children you're trying to invent, I am saying that executions or the 100,000 number that we're working with and you want to explore, the 100,000 will match those demographic proportions. That would be my guess.
So what does that tell us? What does that tell us? So if
literally nothing.
Well, 1 second. Let me hear me out. Just hear me out. If the ratio of women to children of the 100,000 exactly reflect the ratio of women to children of the population of an area, does that tell you that it's targeted or does that tell you that it's random? Because if it directly reflects the ratio, that means that
confirms nor denies your personal theory that these are targeted.
But if the ratio directly reflects the ratio of the demographic of the area, that means it's not targeted.
It discredits your theory a little bit if it were to match the demographics.
Well, it wouldn't, because essentially what
that would propose that it would likely then be indiscriminate, in which it's not targeted at all, right? So that's how it weakens your argument. But the reason why I'm saying it doesn't exactly help you, the counter argument is that they could just kill more people.
I didn't say it was targeted. I'm saying it's indiscriminate.
No, you didn't say targeted. You said execution.
But when I say targeted, I'm saying certain locations are targeted, like hospitals and the excuses that you can show, or certain places, like one thing.
Well, that can simply be proven with blueprints. If there is or is not an entrance at the hospital, then you can charge Israel with a war crime.
Well, one thing we can agree on is attacking certain places like places of worship, hospitals. Now you can argue.
No. We cannot agree on that. If you hide an atomic bomb at your sacred, ancient, holy site, Al-Aqsa, we are going to invade Al-Aqsa and dismantle that fucking bomb.
Listen, you're not scary because that's not what I'm trying to. I don't know what that is. I don't care about that.
There's no home base in Auckland, alright?
And do you really think that it's going to be a Do you really think that it's a wise thing to do? Do you really think that it's a good thing to do? And you think that you will not find any reaction like that?
You're not gonna get the reaction you want from me. Listen to me what I'm saying for a second, right? Listen to what I'm saying. You're not just gonna get an emotional reaction from me. You're gonna have a civilized debate.
Any other mosque, and I said I would target anything that helped people that were targeting a murder.
I don't know what this emotion that you're having is. Let me just finish. Let me just say one thing. Yeah. Let me say one thing. Let me just ask you. You have the answer, so I'm asking the questions here, right? So look, this is the question. If Israel was under threat, then I can understand they would feel you have the right to defend yourself. So what I ask is like, what is the threat level of a place that's small now? You would.
I'll tell you.
No, I haven't finished my question. How do you have the answer? You don't know what. You don't. Alright, if you want to keep cutting.
I'll tell you. No, you said I get the answer. You ask a question. I'm giving the answer.
I haven't asked the question yet.
You did.
I haven't.
You did.
Well, while you're answering, I'll ask another question then. Just midway through.
Okay.
Right, because that's kind of I guess that's what we're doing, right?
Yeah. Just a question.
Right. I don't care if you put ahead this random emotion and stuff. I'm being logical. I'm not a nationalist. I don't care about this shit. I'm being very objective. I'm being very objective and grounded in reality when I make this argument. So like when you make these little triggering statements, it doesn't do anything for me. It does something for you.
The question
you asked
when I say what I say. Not a church or a hospital or a school was off limits for military target, and I said absolutely not. I said if there's a group in a place planning to kill others, they are not free. They're not protected by whatever building happens to be nearby.
So do you think that Israel?
And then you ask, no. And then your follow-up question is, what danger does Gaza, this tiny worthless backwater? Whoa, that was your question. What is Gaza? Your question to me. I'm trying to answer it now. Now you're trying to interrupt. Okay. The question was this: what danger does Gaza pose to Israel? And I'll tell you the exact, very specific danger Gaza poses to Israel. They have kidnapped hundreds of their citizens Israel, great big state.
Or a threat, like that's the threat.
They're just like,
the one
let
you're bombing,
me finish
where are
the
they?
sentence.
You're bombing?
If we just keep
I'm sorry. Can we please talk one by one?
Yeah.
That makes
I don't
sense?
mind.
Thank
Mind
you.
them.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
It's
Thank
just
you. Aziz, can you please? Okay, I want to also tune into the conversation. Aziz, you were saying why would that matter if they use human shields? Like either way, they're bombing everywhere. Is that the question?
my question was this, right? My question is this. So obviously, first we need to because look, we talk about there's all this conversation about proportionate response, how to deal with it. Somebody said they can level the land immediately. So I just want to know, like, obviously there seems to be an immediacy to like bombing Gaza. Like they really do it every single day. They really are bombing the shit out of Gaza, right? And so I wonder, like, they must be really, they're either afraid or worried that there's a threat level in Gaza by the people that live there, right? So I ask, like, how dangerous is this place? Like, are they gonna, like, obviously, yes, October 7th was a tragedy. We can admit that 1,000 people died or something like that. We don't know what really happened on that day. The numbers are not clear. But what I ask is, like, is there really that?
All the numbers are clear, but okay.
Right. Okay. Well, let's say the numbers are clear for argument's sake, right? The numbers are clear. 1,000 people died. Well, and let's say the hostages are in whatever. So in the Gaza area. Where else are they going to go? Right? So they're in Gaza, right? So if there's so I asked the question to the man that's been said, and he said the threat level is that there's hundreds of hostages in these areas, and they're hiding. There's they're using hostages as so and so. But imagine now. The issue is we want the hostages back. So we are ramping up the amount we're bombing this small area where the hostages are, and then we're bombing the hospitals. That could, the only place that could potentially heal the hostages if they get damaged in that small area that we're bombing. So for me, it screams that these people that are making the decisions don't actually care about the hostages. If my son was there, like if they stole, let's say Hamas stole my son, and you guys were bombing, I'd be like, bro, what the fuck are we doing, bro? Stop. We're in control of this situation. We control the area. We control the water, the electricity. Where do we control it? What the fuck is going on? You're killing them, bro. You're killing my kids. What? Like, even if I didn't care about their kids, at least you're still killing my kids. But it seems as if there's like a blindness when I speak to
Okay,
people.
can you please repeat the question? I asked you to repeat the question.
Right.
I didn't understand why you're doing it.
Let me simplify it. So,
thank you.
Let me simplify it. There seems to be, I asked about the threat, and he said there's hostages in Gaza. That's why they're bombing them.
My man, can you please forget about what he said?
Yeah. So I asked this question. I say, where is the immediacy and urgency to bomb Gaza so heavily if the reason you're actually bombing them is to recover hostages when they're in the place that you're actually bombing? Where does that?
Oh yeah, so it's not. So there are two. That's a really easy question to ask. I think you asked a different question, but that's fine. In this, your question was something regarding the human shield stuff. In regards to what you said right now, it's not only thing that why Israel went to Gaza. That's not the only thing. Their war aims are very clear, and they were declared in the second day, which were right to release the hostages. But the second war aim is to eliminate Gaza from to eliminate Hamas from Gaza. This one will need to involve heavy bombing of Gaza. Why is that the case? Because Hamas's facilities are deeply embedded within the civilian infrastructure.
Roddy, did he kill any babies when he was serving IDF?
Let me just move him down to the audience really quickly. Soren, please. You are not in the queue to speak. Aziz, do you have any other questions?
Yeah, no, I think, no, I just want answers. I just want to sort of hear from you guys. I try to understand. When you guys answer, I try to understand genuinely. Like I say, there's one is Hamas is a danger, or they have the hostages. I try to think about it and say, okay, what if I was a strategist? Like, why would I? If my priority was certain things, what would I do? And some things just don't add up. For me, it's like if our main source of hurt is like they took our children and women, or whatever, and whatever they did, it was a tragedy. I just don't get how people that claim to be from there as well, be natives and be Israeli, can say, oh yeah, bomb that because we need to level that because like this is such a small
I'm not saying level. Wait, one second. I'm not. Most people didn't just say level Gaza. Most people just say bomb where you need, right? Bomb where you need, where it will give you a military advantage, and do it while trying to minimize civilian casualties. That's what I would say. Now I would also argue that this is exactly what Israel is doing.
Do you think evidence?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. One second.
What percentage of deaths in Gaza have been attributed to civilians?
It really depends on the numbers.
Not only in this war, but previous ones.
Previous ones before this is also a contention.
Would you say that it's fair to say that the IDF has killed majority of civilians in each of its?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So based on that, if we were just completely unbiased, let's say I was looking at this from the outside, I wouldn't come to the conclusion that they were doing a good job. Right?
No, that's not what you're talking about.
Just a quick one. I'm sorry if I'm interrupting, by the way. I don't mean to.
You do, that's fine.
Sorry, my apologies. I'll go on.
Fine, no, you can.
The human shields discussion. Do you think, and I'm genuinely asking a serious question, do you think the IDF has used Palestinians as human shields in the past?
No.
Do you know about the neighboring procedure?
I'm familiar with the neighboring procedure, yeah.
Okay, this was banned in Israel by the Supreme Court. Exactly because of this reason, because a young Palestinian was killed while he was being forced to conduct this procedure, which involves, for anyone who doesn't know, when the IDF goes on the raids where they're trying to arrest a suspected terrorist combatant, they will get a neighbor to an innocent civilian, by the way, including young girls in documented cases, young girls and young boys, to come out of their house by force, with testimony by their soldiers who spoke, this IDF soldiers, and they will basically put them in front of them and tell the suspects to come out of the house. Now, what this does is it shields IDF soldiers because they are no longer in the forefront of the danger, the civilianness. The Israeli Supreme Court actually this from happening in about 2005 because of deaths relating to civilians that the IDF would literal harm's way. Rodi, with respect to you, how can you say that this is not human shielding? I can even PTR right now an image of a young Palestinian boy about a few years ago, tucked into a jeep of a IDF.
Yeah. Okay. I can explain. MK, let me know when I can speak, okay? I'm the mod here, but let me know when I can speak. Yeah, are you done? Okay, cool. So the neighboring procedure was conducted there just to shield, not from the military, but for the civilians themselves. Because the idea was that if the soldiers will come to a specific house and they will try to arrest, there will be a shooting between the soldiers and the people that they are trying to arrest or the people that they are trying to capture, right? In this case, what could happen is that the people that are hiding or residing in a particular building can not only can escape, but they can also shoot, and the army can also shoot, and all of the civilians within the houses can also get hurt. In order for that to happen less, they put the neighboring procedure, right? Because if someone else would do it, it wouldn't raise such a huge suspicion. Now, the court ruled against that, right? The court ruled against that because they found that it is really hard to say whether or not the people that are doing so are asking, or they are forceful, or that even if they are asking, the people that they are asking for will see it as a threat rather than not as a threat. I'm not saying there weren't threats. If there were threats, it was against the procedure itself, because the procedure is saying to ask, not to order. Right? This is why it is not human shield. It's not to shield anyone.
You perfectly described human shield.
sorry, MK. Do you think human shield means also to protect the civilians where they are trying to attack?
There have been deaths as a result of the naval procedure.
MK, the fact that there are deaths doesn't. No.
Yes.
You have a faulty logic. The fact that there are deaths.
No.
Okay, go ahead.
You can look international law if you want. The human shield, neighboring procedure involved threatening. By the way, I put in the comments the testimony of an IDF soldier. When he was asked, how would you convince these people if they said no? They said they would harass them, bully them, and even threaten them with arrest. That is not legal. That is morally reprehensible. To get a little girl to stand in front of a supposed terrorist who may be armed and protect your own skin when you're supposed to be the soldier, yes, that is human shield. Rodi, seriously.
As I said,
anything that is illegal.
Wait, one second, Yakov, please. MK, as I said to you before, it is not to shield against. It is not to shield for. It is not a shield for the soldier. It is a shield for the other citizens that can be in that exact same facility. Now, you know the funny thing about it is that if they want
in that situation in danger, is he in danger or she?
He is in danger. No, you are correct. He is in danger. Wait. To put a civilian in danger doesn't mean a human shield, because it has nothing. Because, well, I can tell you why. Because, well, okay. Sorry. First of all, laugh, then give your argument, and then let me respond.
Fair enough. Let me comment on my question.
Okay, cool. So, in regards to what I said before, it has nothing to do with the soldiers. Actually, the interesting thing about it is that the soldiers can do it by themselves, with probably much more civilian casualties, right? Because in this case, it's not that they are luring someone out, it's that they are literally taking over a specific facility that can result in a shootout where much more civilians can be dead. The problem with that, and why the Supreme Court ruled that out of option, is that when you ask a civilian to perform that, right, to say to everyone to go out, the problem with that is that the civilian himself would not know if it is an order or a threat, even if it is in a form of a request. And this is why this...
I did point out which details testimony from an ex-IDF soldier who was talking about this procedure, how they would conduct it, and he literally said that they would threaten sometimes, and they would bully and harass.
And what did I tell you, MK? MK, I did respond to that. What did I do?
Do you think it is okay to put a little girl in harm's way of a suspected terrorist? Yeah? Do you think it's okay?
No, I don't think it is okay.
Okay, so what are we disagreeing with him? Like, let's just agree that this is a bad practice. And
okay, few things.
Can you see from I think it's human shielding, at least.
Yeah, so few things. The first thing is that you didn't say...
It's not making... No, sorry.
Yeah.
I don't mean to interrupt. I can't.
No, it's okay. The first thing is that we didn't discuss whether or not it was a bad practice. We discussed whether or not it was human shields. And I argue that it is not.
Which you can see.
I understand your perspective. And now, one can say it is not a human shield because it is not supposed to protect the soldiers. It was supposed to protect the citizens or the people that are within that residency. The soldiers could literally bomb that building if they wanted to. This is they literally could snipe all of the people out within the walls. This is why it is not to protect the soldiers, and this in virtue of this is not human shield. Now you can say it is a bad practice, and by the way, one second. In that practice, the policy was to request, not to order. The fact that commanders or soldiers were ordering and threatening for those things, that just means that they did it badly, and that just means that they should be persecuted for that. Maybe they didn't.
No civilian reason.
By the way, I already said that.
Oh, I know, but I just wanted to reinforce that because we're talking about something that the Supreme Court decided in 2005. If it gets implemented, it will be prosecuted. Soldiers will be prosecuted. It's not
standard procedure. We're talking about exceptions. It was outlawed. Okay.
But I'm saying if it was outlawed, okay, look, guys, this is what I'm trying to tell you guys. Look, all right. Brody, you made a point about it's protecting the civilians, not protecting the soldiers. The individual that is in harm's way is also a civilian. If you're protecting civilians, you need to protect all of them. You can't just select one civilian, completely innocent, to go in harm's way. By the way, I put a definition in the chat of what human shielding is. I'll read it right now. Just give me a minute, I'm driving. A human shield is a non-combatant who either volunteers or is forced to shield a legitimate military target in order to deter the enemy from attacking it. Now, are you telling me, Rody, that the IDF didn't have it in their head that if we put one of their own in the line of fire, this may deter them from shooting? From your own words, you said it would, because you were talking about protecting the civilians, the surrounding civilians. The combatant wouldn't want to fire because they may cause damage and they may kill other of their own. So that's why they put this civilian in harm's way.
No. Oh my God. No. That's not the reason. No. That's not the reason. The reason is to lure them out without fearing that there will be some escalation. God damn.
I don't know what to say. Maybe agree to disagree. I don't know what to say.
That's fine.
It's human shielding clearly.
It's clearly. No, you know the funny thing is that not only that it's clearly not human shield, it is another. Wait, one second. Not only that it is not clearly human shield, it is also clearly something that tries to minimize civilian casualties again. And this is like how.
That's the civilians.
The fact that it resulted in death of civilians doesn't mean that you're not trying to prevent civilian deaths.
What? But they're being.
Okay. If you're okay, look. If your logic is broken, I can help you repair it a little bit. I can explain to you how it goes. Let's suppose
your morals are broken.
Okay, alhamdulillah, my morals are broken. Let me try to explain and then tell me.
If we present your arguing about point. But this is what I'm trying to get across to you, my man. Is that this is part of the problem. If we can't even accept from your side that this is human shielding, like how can you accept any concessions from?
I explained.
What can you do a recap, like in a sentence recap?
Yeah, we're talking about human shields of the Palestinian Hamas using Palestinian shields.
Don't waste your time. They're not gonna hit anything.
Okay, thank you, Soren. Daniel, we were talking about the human shields of Gazans by Hamas. Aziz had a problem with that for one particular reason. Please don't invite Soren up. I'll move him to the audience for a very good reason. Then Aziz asked something about that. Why would it be matter that they are using human shields? They are literally bombing everything. So with or without human shields, they will still attack. Then MK said that, but Israel also used human shields, and then he was talking about the policy of neighboring procedure. The neighboring procedure, for those who don't know, that if they want to arrest or if they want to capture a specific wanted man or a fighter or whatever, and they have like suspicion that this person is in a particular vicinity. They are asking some other Palestinians, sometimes elderly, sometimes women, sometimes children, they're asking them to go there, knock on the door, and tell for everyone to evacuate, basically. Now the problem with that was that a lot of times it came with threats. A lot of times it came with like, if you don't do that, we will arrest you as well, or stuff like that. That made it like forceful rather than a request type of a thing. Now, the policy itself was to do it by a request. The High Court in 2005 ruled out against it because there are a few problems. The first problem is that you cannot force a civilian to do that, and the second problem is that even if you are not forcing, even if you are just requesting to do that, it would still not be entirely interpreted as a request because he is still a soldier. So it's really hard to understand. Okay, please 1 second. So right now, the claim is that Israel used human shields with this particular procedure because the reason for that is that they wanted to protect the soldiers from being attacked, right, when they are asking for someone to evacuate the facility.
Exactly my point. Yeah,
right?
exactly my point.
I know. Believe me, I'm familiar with all of the topics.
Sorry, I'm just confirming.
Yeah, okay, cool. To protect the soldiers, because if the soldiers do that, the wanted man can literally shoot through the window or through the door and kill the soldiers. While if it is a Palestinian, civilian does that, they will be deterred from shooting the door or shooting whatever, right? Or doing escalation.
I'll go, but I just want to say one more thing. I put up the PTR because I asked at the start, do you think the IDF has ever used human shields? If everyone, please, can look at my PTR right now, that is a Palestinian child tied to the jeep of an IDF soldier to prevent other Palestinians from throwing rocks at the soldiers. This is clearly using human shields. I'm sorry, I think that is exclusive as you can get. As exclusive as you can get.
Wait, are you going right now? Are you leaving? Because we can talk about that incident as well.
From what year is this? This is like the 80s, 90s?
I think he has to go.
Okay, that's fine.
Rodney, when is this?
I'm just going to suggest something. Roddy, if you think on this topic, force them to stay on topic, because once you are debating this, they will change to another example. So try to nail them down to this topic, okay? If you're listening now, we're gonna pick your topic of the PTR, but if we pick it up, we're gonna have to discuss it until it's resolved. Don't move the goalpost during the conversation.
I just said I have to leave because Aziz can do it, but I did say I was leaving. Maybe you heard that, right?
Yeah.
But any other time, whenever.
Yeah. Take care.
These guys, may Allah aid you, bro. May Allah help you aid you. Inshallah. And free Palestine, inshallah, from the root.
Alright, go free Palestine out.
Yeah. We saw that picture. I just want to know if obviously we're going to get a justification. So I just want to hear it.
No. I actually don't think there is any justification. I think it is like a really bad thing that IDF did. But the funny thing is that if this is what you call a human shield, you think like what was it? Those armored vehicles, right? The soldiers within those armored vehicles were afraid of some rocks. I think everyone here will think it is a lunacy. What the
armored vehicles is for jeeps.
No, jeeps. No. They were armored vehicles.
And also, do you really think
they are
that
armored?
Do you really think that Hamas will restrain themselves from attacking because there is a Palestinian teenager? They don't care about their people.
No. It's not about that. It's like more about like the fact that who cares? Like,
can I talk about Indian institutes? Like, I'm from India, but I have an opinion on it still in it.
No, we're talking about human shields right now. We try to go to the
Yeah. So I have seen many, I think some jihad is to use. They do use human shield. Like in Kashmir, the state in India, they do use human shield.
I'm sorry, sir. He was now talking about the Israeli use of human shield. And
that subject later.
So we try to I have one comment, and we're trying to do this equivalency of using the same word as human shield. And again, I think intention does matter. Rodi told you that in one instance about the IDF coming and telling people to evacuate, so they would not be shot at. They asked civilians to do this. And in this case, Rodi would know more about this topic. It's a bit old. when Hamas is using the human shields, it's they are using them while they are committing like they're doing an offense. Okay, and that is the difference. They are doing them, putting them around them while they are firing a rocket from an apartment.
I think the issue for me.
Aziz, I just want to say one specific thing about the 13-year-old boy that was strapped into the jeep. It is armored jeep, but that's fine. And the thing about that is that if anyone thinks that soldiers were afraid of rocks or like tried for other people to deter other people from throwing rocks, this is, I think, lunacy. If this is what they think. What I think actually the soldiers try to do is to humiliate the Palestinians. This is why I say it is wrong. It is a bad thing. But to call that a human shield I think is insanity.
Well, it's funny you made that point. I think that's actually what you just said is worse than the human shield.
I agree.
Yeah.
Actually, I agree with you.
Yeah, that's worse than the human shield.
But hold on.
The reality
Isn't this incident the one that they were taking someone to the hospital and they participated in the? Oh, this is different. Okay.
And I just want to say another thing about it. If you ask me about how Hamas operates, because I have questions about Hamas, I'm very skeptical about how they got so powerful. I have my questions, right? And you guys criticize Hamas, and if you show me specific examples of like them holding a boy or something and then shooting over his shoulder, I would say, wow, that is so bad, right? I won't defend him. Like, that's not what I would do. Like, you can't give me examples of.
I
them,
can
like,
give you
no, you can give me a million examples. Like, give me an example of any one throwing a rocket, hitting children or something.
missiles in Israel.
Right.
Don't get fired from
Right. That as well. Right. So that as well. So give me that example, and I would say, I'll say, damn, that's savage. Like, why are they just indiscriminately attacking people in Israel? That's insane. Like, that's amazing. I think my issue.
Aziz, did you hear about the rockets that were fired like 2 days ago to the area of Tel Aviv from Gaza?
Can I just make my point?
That's your point. Why can't we? Why? Like,
I'm going to basically talk about.
Can you show me one case? No, you asked the question. You said, can you show me?
Three people. You have to let me say this one thing. Like, it's a bit unfair. I don't know if that's what you want to keep doing. Because I do get cut off and then three people speak, and I wait again, and then I speak a little bit, then three people speak.
Okay, and now you're wasting your time that we're listening to you on fine. Just focus on your point.
Right. Well, just it's a pattern. If it was new, I wouldn't say it. So, if Israel, if Hamas throw rockets at Israel and indiscriminately kill people, I'd be like, bro, what the fuck, right? I wouldn't look for excuses. I think this is where I have a bit of, I question things. Because I think you're either blindly following something without questioning. There's something going on in your logical reasoning where and I can respect when you say sometimes, okay, that's not right what the military did. Those moments I can respect. Because, listen, I think Israel are capable of pulling off this job that they're trying to do by truly minimizing civilian penalties. I think they're more efficient than they're making it out to be. Like, they can do it in a better, a cleaner way. I believe that. And if they want to pull it off, they can probably do it with very few deaths. In my opinion, I believe that. I believe they can sort of take over that small piece of land and not kill many. They could kill like maybe 160 people and take it over. Like, I think they can do that. I think they have enough intel, resources, and everything. So when they just kill 60,000 up, to me, it's just like a very dirty job. And I just think when you defend it, and it sounds like, I don't think people are idiots, but I think that they're not questioning the reality of the situation. I don't think there's 60,000 human shields. If there is, then 30,000 are human shields and 30,000 are civilian. Do you know what I'm trying to say? The math doesn't math for me.
Okay.
What would be the incentive, just using that logic, that we could do the whole thing with 160 deaths that you mentioned? Like, what is in Israel's best interest?
Well, the topic, Yaakov, that we are now just
we
listen.
Sort of a little bit away from what we were talking about. We can go back to the topic.
I understand. So whatever topic you guys choose now,
just let's stick to one topic. Aziz, I will let you and Yaakov decide on please on one topic. I don't really
Come to Aziz if he wants that to be the topic.
No problem. I will give up, but just pick up the topic and let's stick to it.
I think we can move from the shield and we can move to the how appropriate the number of deaths is in an attempt to complete their mission. I think we can do that.
Isa, can you change even the title of the room so we would actually talk about the casualty deaths in Gaza? The number of casualty deaths or something like this? Let's do it as an experiment. We'll actually try to focus on something that will be. So, one kind of story. Yaakov, do you want to address, or Aziz can just start us with a new topic and we'll kind of do what you want to address?
I think he introduced the topic. He thinks that Israel could do a much better job, cleaner, if I'm understanding your question, cleaner and quicker, and just there would be a lot less death if Israel chose to do it that way.
Right.
Right. So that's what you're saying is a conscious decision by Israel to not take the cleaner path, not take the path that would result in less death, but to take a path that makes it longer and kills more people. Mm-hmm. Correct?
Mm-hmm.
No, don't. Aziz.
I'm asking you. Yes. Are you saying yes? Am I
correct?
Okay. What motivation, given all that's occurring in the world and the reaction to this thing, what motivation would there be for Israel to not do it as good as possible and as quickly as possible? Why would they take the second route, the one that you say that they're doing, because they're not doing it as clean, they're not doing it as quick, and they're not, they should be killing far less people. What motivation would be for Israel to do the wrong thing?
Right. It's a good question. And I think the answer is, the proof is in the pudding here, right? There's this threat that Israel are under by this organization called Hamas. And the big objective is to destroy Hamas, not to kill civilians, right? I'm assuming that's what the plan is, right? So what logic would there be to kill so many civilians? Now, that was your question, like, what would be the incentive to do it the bloodier and the slower and the longer way, right? Now, I say this. I say that the threat level isn't as high as they make out. I think that the people that are running the regime don't have as clear conscience as they have misled the people to think. They don't have a clear conscience. They know, it's a bloody campaign, and they know. I think the excuse is we're in danger. Israel is not in danger. Israel is fine. I promise you.
And this,
well, hold on.
I want just want to ask you one question. Actually, Meyer did this before, and I thought it was a very good question. Say you're in your house with your mom, and then 8 people come into the house and they kill your mom. And in defending her, stop doing please just mute. And so, in defending her, you happen to kill 8 of them, all of them, the 8. Would you think that is fair because they killed your mom and then you defended her and killed the 8? Or it's 1 to 8, right? And you eliminated the threat. Or would you say that it would have been fair for you just to kill one of them and leave the other 7 to decide what to do with you?
So, are all 8 people holding on to my mother?
Yeah, they tortured her, they raped her, and they all collaborated because they were taking you and whatever. The 8 were there.
Yeah, one is a guard, one is a lookout, one is a higher up, one beater.
Is any of them children?
I don't care.
Yeah,
they all killed your mother and raped her.
I'm 17 years old.
I do. I care. I care.
They didn't care.
I'm pretty sure that the.
Okay, so let's say that the actual one, the one being the most cruel, the one holding the biggest gun was 15 years old. But he enjoyed a lot raping your mom, and he enjoyed very much opening her stomach.
Would
you let him live just
5
because?
years old to do that?
Right. So, this is for framing what you've just done now.
Okay, so tell me, what would you do? If it's unfair to kill the 8?
So, what would I be considered? Would I be a murderer of 8 if I defend my mother, or would I be freedom
Oh no, listen, I don't care right now about that. No. Aziz, you're missing the point. You are missing the point. You are being attacked, and you trying to defend your mom and your sister because she was in the next room. You know, hold on, Jacob. They didn't find her, but she is still alive. What do? Do you kill just one for one, or do you actually eliminate the whole threat and kill all of them, even if
This is the thing. This is the thing with these kind of scenarios. You know, it's like I could, no offense, but I could probably make one as equally as difficult for you, would leave you little but no choice and make it seem as if.
To me, it's not difficult.
No offense. Like, we need to be realistic with these scenarios because I could make one right now off the top of my head and it could equally frame the Israel action.
It's meant not to be. It's meant to be extreme to understand. To kind of make it more like black and white.
And especially because you said you guarantee us that Israel is fine. Israel is not going to have a problem if Hamas stays around. By implication, you said if Israel stops war and Hamas stays around, Israel will be fine. You guaranteed it, right? So if only one of those people in this scenario that Issa just pronounced was killed, the other 7 said, we're going to come back. We're going to keep on coming back until we kill you. Right. Then you have the scenario that Hamas said in October and November, there's going to be October 7th, October 8th. Just please let me finish, okay? October 7th, October 8th, October 9th, we're going to do it 1,000 times. This came from the chief cleric of Hamas.
Israel or Palestine?
Hamas said this. They said, we are going to do this until all of Israel, please, let me finish the statement. We are going to continue to do this until Israel is driven into the sea. We are going to do that. That is what's called an existential threat to the state of Israel, to any state. Anybody who says we're going to wipe you out, that needs to be erased, okay? That just needs to be removed.
You know, this conflict predates Hamas. Like, I think maybe you're new to this, I don't know, right? So
Can I say something here?
Just quickly, I just want to respond. Maybe you're new to this, you know, Hamas is not, you didn't
I'm 61 years old. Let me follow you this real quick.
No, but I want to stay on the topic. So Aziz, whatever you want to say, you can say. But the topic is at the top of the room. Try to go back to the topic.
Right, but it's hard when I get asked questions that have nothing to do with it.
So this is why I'm here to remind
comment about the topic.
Well, yeah, so we're going to stay.
I can talk about the topic, but I won't be able to answer the question that he just had. And she.
So I'm saying, like, address the question. One second, Jacob, 1 second. Okay, just 1 second, Jacob. Aziz, you can address this question, but then I'm asking you to land back towards the topic. That is it.
Right. So just briefly summarize because someone intervened just briefly. What was the question? I'll answer very briefly.
Can I make a comment, please, since they're all confused about what they're talking about?
Yeah, just do your
Bro, I'll bring us back on topic with my question, or with my comment.
Bro,
I don't know if you've ever heard, there's a saying, I've been listening to you guys for a while, and you're getting off topic. So, let me say, hey, Issa, what do you think? Can I talk, Issa?
Yeah, he's been trying to chime in, and you guys are deviating the topic. I think that his question is going to be very quick, and then he can mute up again, and you guys can go at it.
Trying to answer the question.
No,
there's a saying when you hire somebody to work on your house: good, fast, cheap. Pick 2. Okay. So if you pick good and fast, it's not cheap. If you pick good and cheap, it's not fast. That's how it works, right? Yep. So I would say that this idea that somehow Israel's going to go in there and be more specific and kill less people in the process of targeting the exact people they want and succeeding in their task, I would say that you could argue that good, fast, cheap, change that to specific, fast, and low Israeli casualties, okay? So specific and fast results in high Israel casualties. Specific and low Israel casualties results in a slow mission. Those 3 things cannot coincide. There is no way. The initial response this guy gave, the initial thing this guy said, which was totally wrong, is that he thinks it could be more specific and quicker. No, if it could be quicker, they would do it, especially if it required them to be more specific. They would even spend the money to do that. But it can't be that. And anybody that has ever been involved in war or served in the military or any of that would understand that what he's saying is complete fabrication. It's just like it's like a pipe dream that can never occur.
Thank you, Mike. Actually, that is
Why
on
I
point.
said that, there is no impetus for Israel to do it slow, and there's no impetus for Israel to kill any more than they need to. It's just not a conscious decision that Israel would make. Any army would make.
But also in order to limit the amount of casualties that are incurred in the war on the enemy side, Israel would increase their own casualties. In other words, it would require more specificity, require them to go on the ground, door to door, case by case, means they're going to lose more people. Israel's not going to sacrifice their own soldiers to save innocents on the other side at all. Right. They're not going to do it. They'll sacrifice other things, but not their own soldiers.
Right, but I would also say that the
Say that again.
rate, you mentioned
Repeat that.
casualties, it would also be casualties on the other side. It's combined casualties. So when you do it quicker and you do it much more force, casualties on the Israeli side as well as casualties on the other side, including civilians, would increase. So there's just no way to do it. There's no reason they would consciously decide to do it the way, other than the most optimal way that the generals decide to do it.
That goes against what he just said.
It doesn't.
He literally just said, he said that casualties, so when you go with higher force, that there would be more casualties on both sides. Is that correct?
Yeah, but he's specifically said the Israeli side.
He's saying, but we're saying both sides. So general,
what do you mean higher force?
Yeah,
I actually don't even believe that, but that's fine.
Yeah, so again, like, it's just, you're kind of proving the point that, like, it's also to the sense that this is, like, arguably one of the most, if not the most advanced military in the world, right, outside of the United States, but funded by the United States. So, I don't know anything. I'm not going to...
No.
It's fine, not funded. Fine. It's supported by the United States.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
How about
Try to
that?
stay. Yeah, because we're talking about the death. No. The entire,
I'm going in. So
yes,
this thing when it comes to the whole, like, you guys made this analogy about 8 people coming to rape some woman and take her or whatever, right? And it doesn't make sense because you're assuming that all 8 are completely are involved with this. But the idea in war in general is that if you're shooting the bullet, the better question would be if you were to come back in that house after they did that and you killed, one of the soldiers plus 3 of their siblings and their daughter, you're like, how would you feel about that? Because you killed the people that you wanted to kill, but you also killed innocent civilians. So
you're changing the scenario. The scenario is that those 8 are all complicit.
Yeah, how did that make sense?
One second. That they are all complicit, and that they also saying we will come, whatever the job we didn't finish now, we will, like, if you kill like one of us, the rest of us will come back and finish the job. You cannot change the scenario.
So
that's
again,
the scenario that he's representing.
Right. That's for sure. But again, that scenario is an assumption that the analogy that all Palestinians are wrong and what Israel
that is not an analogy.
Yes, it is.
Samer, it's not an analogy. So it's not an analogy. So you know what?
About 8 people.
So hold on,
Samer,
relax.
It doesn't make sense, dude.
Samer, first of all,
it really doesn't make sense.
Hold on, everybody. Samer, first of all, you don't need to shout, okay? We are all here to have a conversation. Can you answer?
Me, so that's
no, because you misunderstood. It wasn't an analogy. If you want, Isa will say again. It wasn't an analogy. Can you try and answer? It's like a thought experiment.
Yeah,
I'm literally responding to him. Why can't I say something? I would like to clarify what my thinking.
Summer, one second. Just rules. Isa, please, 1 second. Just a rule for the room. Please, no interruptions. The only one that can interrupt are mods. If someone interrupts mods, he will be dropped back down to the audience. Okay? Those are the new rules here. Cool. Go ahead, Sorry.
So 1 second. So if we already already at this rule, so in order for anyone to talk and they want to talk, please signal us by doing with the mic, like mute, and then we know to hand up the mic, exactly like Rodi is doing. So you don't need to jump in or be aggressive, just flash us and we'll let you know. Lasana, go ahead.
So,
right,
it's just a permanent, but yeah, go ahead, Sam.
The only thing I was going to clarify, Samir, is that your scenario would be okay if Israel were targeting civilians. They are not. They are targeting Hamas people. They're targeting the 8 that came to the house to rape. Now, if they happen to be around people because they think that if they put themselves in the middle of the school, surrounded by children, they're not going to get them because Israel is supposed to care about their people before their own, then that's a different situation because it's not Israel targeting innocents. It's the bad guys hiding behind innocents and putting them at risk. So Israel is not assuming that all of them are Palestinians. Israel is not going after Palestinians. The guy in the house is not going after the Palestinians. He is going after the 8 guys, and the 8 guys are choosing to hide themselves in places where people will get hurt.
But again, you're kind of like assuming that they did that. But what if those 8 guys? I think it's better to say if those 8 guys go somewhere, because you're saying, would it be okay to kill all those 8 guys? Absolutely. All
right, let's say that.
Hold on, I'm still talking. Just chill. Absolutely. And I think that makes perfect sense. I think if any logical situation when you have the bad guys and you can get all of the bad guys all at once, absolutely. But the better question to ask, and why I was confused by the statement and kind of like the shaping of the question, was it's better to say that these 8 guys flee, and when they flee, they take someone with them. Are you okay with bombing, let's say, one of their houses or one of their areas, knowing that there's a certain amount of innocent people that will die along with that? And that is what we call in war, what is it called? Casualties of war? Is that what they call it? Not casualties of war. There's like a phrase that I don't remember. Collateral damage, exactly. Yes. So see,
the reason why I said that example is because we were only talking about the numbers. So someone was saying that it is unfair to talk about 2,000 Israelis versus 30,000 in Gaza. So it was just to demonstrate that the numbers don't matter, if it's justified. Now, we can expand the example, as you're saying, because now you're talking about casualties. So yeah, we can say, okay, you killed 2 of them, but 6 of them escaped, and now they are hiding. I agree with you.
Yeah, it's a much tougher kind of decision to make, right? Like in the sense of like collateral damage. There's a famous movie called Fog of War. It's a documentary, and it's about literally the dropping of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. And it's like this whole situation on it, this idea of collateral damage. I beg people to. It's very similar. It's about a guy named Robert McNamara. It's called The Fog of War. Robert McNamara. Robert McNamara
is collateral damage. I mean, they were literally targeted. Like,
I know, but you just watch the movie. It's I can post it. You can watch a clip if you want online where he talks about it. But it's very interesting, and I think a lot of people will probably get a lot of insight, especially when it comes to this.
I think the case that is more like related to reality, based on Gaza, Hamas, BIJ, and the tactics, is, for example, firing rockets and posing a threat. It's not just hiding in civilized areas, civilian areas. It's not just the hiding. It's also, while they are posing a threat, like launching missiles or RPGs, they will do it from within. So in order for the threat to be eliminated, there are sometimes civilian casualties, but not because there was also any other choice, because they are firing rockets and they are using human shields. Yes, it's horrible, but this is more the scenario than just, there's a Hamas guy there sleeping with 100 people, let's bomb the building. No, that is not the case. This will be evacuate people, and then the Hamas, basically like we did in this Hamid story that I was trying to kind of share before. We kind of circle the entire neighborhood, kind of around it, and then we send out speakers on drones to kind of ask people to evacuate through areas that they would have to go through some kind of a checkpoint. This is how we could arrest some people and
some of them tried to escape through other areas where they were got shot. Some prevented others from leaving, and some remained, and then they sometimes stayed with families and were basically having an active fight with the IDF from within like a home. And I can show you also how the IDF, they would are more precise, so they were able sometimes to target the person, while the people in the other room, his family, his own family, would be able to go without a scratch, and you would also be able to see them leaving the building, going to the IDF to get medical care.
Can I just say, I don't think the threat level from Hamas is high enough. And this is in my opinion, right? If I was a general or whatever, I don't think the threat levels from Hamas is high enough to justify the death of that many children, in my opinion. Genuinely believe that.
What do you mean, so many children? How many? What is the number? Let's talk about the death. Mentioning children.
Let's say it's 1,000.
No.
Let's just match.
Okay. I understand, but we will not. I will just explain.
I don't want to.
Aziz, we just explained to you. Our mission is not about revenge, okay? It's to bring our hostages back. No, it's not. You think like this, and I'm trying to explain to you. So listen for a second, and then you will be able to understand me, and don't think in my behalf what you think I think. I am trying to keep it short. Usually I do 2 sentences. He would just mute up. I will be able to finish those 2 sentences. We are not coming out of sense of revenge. We are coming for 2 missions: to bring our hostages back and to restore safety, to remove the threat that is Hamas. That's it.
But it goes sort of back to the thing where are the hostages? They are in that place.
That is it. Now you're going into the details. Right. The reason that we have a war, but listen, this is why I didn't go into a long. No, Aziz, hold on. This is why I don't go into it. Hold on, no, because this is why I didn't go on a long speech and I gave you those big points, because we are talking about the death in Gaza. There is a reason that there is a war in Gaza. The reason is that we have 2 objectives, which I stated. I don't need to repeat them. We cannot stop this war until we meet those objectives. So, yes, the hostages, we don't know where they are. It doesn't really matter. Aziz, you need to understand, and this is why I'm doing it very logically, because I want to stay on topic.
Right.
If you want to, you're talking about why there are deaths in general, because you then, even 1,000 is enough. Yes, people die in wars. We didn't start this war, and we cannot end this war. Hamas, on the other hand, both started this war and can end this war tomorrow.
But okay, can I just say one thing, because I have to go. I think the soldiers should die in the war, not the civilians, and that includes the hostages that have been taken on October 7th. So what was the... Just quickly, just let me finish, please. The soldiers on both sides should be dying, right? So we're talking about, you can only do it fast and strong, stronger than this. No. Soldiers should be going in and fighting, risking their lives for the children that have been taken,
distinguish
right?
that?
How do you do that when they don't have uniforms?
Just quickly.
Like, you didn't listen to a word that I said. Like, this is, I want to understand. Like, hold on. No. I'm trying to really understand. No, I understand. So you can come back. You want something, and then I'm describing you what is happening on the ground.
Because I didn't agree with you, but I didn't cut you off.
It's not about agreeing. I don't need to agree. We both agree. Everybody here agrees that women and children should not die.
Right, but
you don't need to convince us.
Just because you contest one thing about I'm saying, that isn't my point. You're going to contest a load of things I say because you don't agree with me. So naturally, when you speak, the longer you speak, the more things I disagree with you on. But I give you the respect and not cutting you off. I told you I'm about to leave. I just think that there should be an emphasis on ground invasion, and you can say soldiers' lives are at risk, but then we are bombing. You're talking about they're bombing where the children are, the hostages are. The Israeli hostages are being bombed right now. Right, you know that, right? Where are these women and children that they put the pictures up in, saying, get this child back, you're bombing them. The soldiers are too scared to fucking go in themselves. So we're not trying to risk the lives of men.
Are you on the
Wait, one second. First, this is like insanity. This is like insanity.
We don't want to risk the lives of men.
Oh my God.
Aziz, the first thing... Okay, let me just mute everyone here really quickly. Aziz, the first thing is that the problem is not with disagreements. The problem is with rambling and that you are like saying obvious stuff. And you, unlike Daniel, talk in paragraphs. The second thing is that, well, I wouldn't even go to our disagreements because it's not about the disagreement. Right now it's like about how you conduct yourself. And let's make it please by point by point. It seems like Daniel was very pointed.
I said I was leaving.
Right now you are talking about like something else. It seems.
I said I was leaving. I just think that's
okay, then if you are leaving, there is no point of engaging with you in a conversation. If this is not a space where you just come and dump all your shit and then you leave, because then you leave us with an open question. So if you're willing to engage, then we can engage with you. But if you're just saying, I'm just here to say what I have to say and then I will leave, that's not a conversation. Okay. That's just a...
So in all respect, I won't leave you anything, but let's hope we will have a clean conscience and we're doing this, with a clean...
Yeah, as is, you chose the topic, and all I asked during the entire time is that we stick on the topic that you're the one that chose it. And now you're talking about the hostages, and when you're talking about the death in Gaza, you're not talking about the hostages because they're not counted there.
Okay, let me add it. Let me make it clear for these people to understand.
Hold on.
Because
it is also it is not just an aerial campaign. There are so many soldiers on the ground. To say it's not a ground war is just belittle the actual facts on the ground, literally on the ground.
I don't know.
Forget even about that. Like you literally there.
I have to go. I hope you have a clean conscience.
Alright, go! I'm gonna help
Yalla. Shukran. Yaakov, it's not even about that. Some targets are literally only
I understand.
like can be targeted
but
aerially.
So just made the statement they're not fighting soldiers against soldiers on the ground. It's just nothing could be further from the truth. And sometimes we have to just call bullshit for what it is.
That's true. But the funny, there is another funny thing about it is that they think that all military advantage is just combatants. That's not the case. I have no idea why people think that.
I don't know. Egyptian races stand. Somebody else before me.
Wait, one second. Before Egyptian, 1 second, Sarn. 1 second. Okay. I think Sarn Vesh wanted to speak before Egyptian, and then I'll give Egyptian time to speak. Sarn, go ahead.
thank you, Eddie. I think, I don't know from where you are, but because we, as Iranians, we speak with these kind of people, we know what is on their brain, and we know exactly what they are saying. You can tell them all your life what you were saying or what they are trying to say. They are not going to accept. They want to come without telling to anyone, killing some people and they go home and not say, oh look, you are killing my nation, now you want to fight, you fight with the army. But they close their fucking eyes to see the army is between their people and they hide themselves, they accuse those people who was saying for so many years or decades they are making tunnel after tunnel, building whatever they want to kill you as a Jewish they call it, or as an Israeli, or as a Zionist, whatever they call it. So this is a plan they are not going to step back ever, and all they know is just to kill, to kill, to kill. Bunch of ignorant sitting somewhere and using some people as a shield and brainwash them and use them to fight with you just because they want to conquer the world with their shit, Islamic worship. This is all what they have in their brain. You cannot make them, you cannot convince them to make them understand they are doing mistakes. They never ever accept because they are. You see that the cinema have a picture. Only 3-4 years old boy keep the Kalashnikov fighting his body in his hand and showing that kid, yeah, we are going to let this, we are going to let this, I don't know, Israeli, IDF, IPF, whatever they call it. They want to show they can, but they don't know fuck all about anything, not even about humanity.
Sanapesh, I don't want to interrupt you, but can you continue, but go back to the direction of the topic of the room?
Yeah. No, I just want to say you cannot manage to make people understand what you are saying. Their clothes is completely full of shit and locked. You can't get access to them. And unfortunately, you want or don't want, people have to die. This is the rise of life. You cannot say, I do not blame Israel for anything what they are doing. And if I was there, I would say, I would even worse. Or do something very bad, but Benjamin Netanyahu is two gentlemen. They are doing too much effort to avoid civilians die. But those civilians all knows and they was working in calculated. Look, you're making here hundreds kilometers of tunnels just to kill you in future. Look, we are against this Hamas. They never ever say that. So to me, as Iranian, people of Gaza are hand in hand to Hamas. That's all for me. This is something which I can understand. Thank you.
Thank you, Sanovish.
Egyptian, you wanted to say something? By the way, Kitover is Sanovish.
Sorry? Good afternoon or good evening.
Good evening, Yaakov.
No, this is the first time he comes in the room. We don't need to greet him every time.
No, Yaakov, it's the first time I see him
Sorry,
today.
my manners,
He's a good
what
friend.
I do.
He's a gentleman. Well, I'd like to say so many things, but please.
Bring him up front.
In general. The problem is that Israel really losing. I'm not talking about military things. I'm talking about so many things. If Israel, as Daniel says, and the first thing that Israel said after 7th of October, we have two targets, finishing Hamas, releasing the hostages. I understand their motivations. But the problem is that with military actions, this is not going to be helpful. We have been in this situation for almost a year, 10 months now, with military actions, which didn't help. So, logically, there must be another way, especially that this negotiation really released so many hostages from Israel and Palestine too. Finishing Hamas is not really that easy, because simply they have their reasons. They want to have their declarations, they want to have their states, they always struggle. And the problem is that what Israel is doing is creating more hate towards Israel, meaning so many people from Palestine, they're going to be welcome to have any revenge by one way or another.
This is so fucking boring.
Yeah, Egyptian, I heard this like you, no, hold on. Egyptian, one second. Listen. We know each other, okay? We heard we've been in this for 9 months, and you are giving us a sandwich of nothing, okay? Israel is losing. It's like propaganda. We're trying to go in deep into facts about the topic, which is the death in Gaza, and you go on to this propaganda manifest, which has nothing. It completely was. Now you said nothing. When Rodi interrupted, okay, it's not just me. That is you said nothing.
I'm trying to tell you why I'm saying this.
Okay, what are you saying? What are you saying?
Why?
Make a point. Can you make a point that is shorter? It doesn't have to be 3 minutes. You can just make a point in a sentence, and then we can address it.
Here, my point is that two things. The method that Israel is following is not successful for achieving their goals. Second, my generation, which is 30 years, and the next generations already were about to agree that Israel is there, and why not we're having peace with them, why not we cooperate more, why not all these things. But once that 7th of October happened, so many generations now after me now change their mind.
So you saying the 7th of October. So listen, Egyptian, I think you are very close to finding the solution. 7th of October, that was created by Hamas and Iran, was launched against Israel, a horrible massacre. And you're using this day to say that since then, people are hating Israel and becoming anti-Semitic. Do you see that this is the plan? Do you understand that every time you guys come that we are losing the PR war, you are basically admitting of this entire enterprise of brainwashing that you are victims of also?
What are you talking about? I don't follow. I don't know what you're talking about.
I get it. Everything that you are saying, I'm trying to kind of make it in a very simple.
Can I try a different way?
Yeah.
Motivating you to say this is, oh my God, look at all the deaths, look at everything that's happening. Israel's in the wrong. Israel needs to stop. But from my
and this not, why is the Arab world not saying, you know what, this doesn't represent us really well. We don't look really good. This is not the way religion is supposed to do things.
And we really need to stand up and say, Hamas, keep back the hostages. That was huge.
No.
Thank you.
I want to say one thing.
We already fought against Hamas. We already
Egyptian. No, stop.
That's just the way I wanted to frame.
I want to try something simpler. Okay. Let me try this. So Egyptian. Hamas, when they launched this, no, I'm having a conversation. When Hamas launched this brutal attack, which included like horrible things that they also, as you know, broadcasted, and they some of the victims, they took their phones and went on Facebook Live to broadcast to their families and friends how they're being, like they did horrible thing, how they paraded them in Gaza and filming it and showing it to the world. Their blow in terms of like magnitude and size was huge, okay? Like, remember they had Gilad Shalit and what was happening in Israel? So they didn't have one hostage that was a soldier, hold on. They took more than 200 people. They slaughtered people. They did complete slaughter, like complete madness, the most vile, disgusting thing that you've seen. And they knew that there would be a retaliation. Okay? Hamas knew. Not only knew, it was the plan.
Yes.
And I think this is part of the things that you guys are like in denial to accept. You are so obsessed with attacking Israel that you don't understand that you are the ones sacrificing the Palestinian people. Because you are telling that Hamas that actually it works. Their strategy, which is in the West, is a tragedy. For example, a civilian's death, a child. For them, it's used because you guys are proving every day how the more civilians, like, when I talk to people here and I ask them why they're pro-Palestinian, because the women and the children and, the genocide, and even you, the Israel is bad. You're not talking about, like, who's right and who's wrong. You're not talking about the things that are not comfortable for you, like the hostages, like their threats over and over again, like them sending rockets from within. Like, you don't care about the Palestinians. And this is like the madness here.
Daniel, no, Daniel, you always want me to repeat myself. I don't know why. I already told you I'm not with Hamas, and I already told you that what they did.
You didn't understand me, or I will just say it again. I'm saying that you are incentivizing Hamas. I'm not saying that you are knowingly. I'm saying that many people that their heart is in the right place are being taken advantage.
From my side, yes. Okay.
Yes, being taken advantage of, and your humanity is being taken advantage of, without, whenever I come here on stage, we talk, it's about emotions, it's all about facts, it's all about the details, it's the women and the children and targeting and all the genocide, but this is what I'm trying to talk with facts and logic. No, hold on. This is why I'm trying to choose a topic, and I don't care, Egyptian, that we will change the topic and you will choose a topic, but then we go into facts and try to debate something not with emotion and then try to use another emotional plane.
Okay.
This is why we're trying to focus on something like this.
Forget about all these emotional things. Let's talk about Gilad Shalit that you have just mentioned and take him as an example. How did Gilad Shalit come? He came with negotiation after 2 or 3 years, right? And when you really
5 years.
What? 5 years.
He was captive in 5 years.
Okay, so my point.
Were returned, something like that, approximately, Daniel.
More than 1,000 people. One of them is still wild. And also Egyptian.
42.
And also I want to tell you, Egyptian. I don't know if you know, there was like a terror attack. I think like a week ago in Israel, when a guy just kind of was driving on the road, took a firearm and just two cars that were there. This guy was released in the last hostage deal that Hamas wanted so bad. The innocent child that went and now murdered. So hold on. Sinwar cost us also 7th of October. You're talking about a deal. Let's talk about the details of the deal. Okay, yes, I agree with you. Deal is great. What are the details of the deal, Egyptian? Go ahead.
Okay, I will tell you more.
I agree with you.
What
is the deal?
More. Okay,
Go ahead.
I will tell you more that when Gilad Shalit was released, one of the people whom are released from the Palestinian side was Yahya Sinwar himself. So I understand what you say. I totally understand.
I just said it. I'm trying to ask you what are the details of the deal? Because saying something, let's have a deal, you will say, okay, what is the deal? It's not just a ceasefire deal. Yeah, it's a nice title, but what each side's agree to.
Well, the problem is
what are the details? What are the yes?
The problem here is that you are talking about a very far away aim. We need now a very short aim, which is releasing the hostages.
I'm really
honest with you. I'm really honest with you. And I really need this situation to be finished, and it's going to be for the best for both sides. Not only
Great. You offer a ceasefire deal. Yes. What are the terms of your offer?
This is a way out because it is not only
I understand, Egyptian. I'm not arguing with you. I'm trying to go to the details. What do you mean by a ceasefire deal? What are the terms?
Give back the hostages.
Terms? By the way, there is no interruption. Terms, just like ceasefire. And I totally understand that so many names of the people to you, so you can have a middle conversation.
What do you mean to me?
Your side.
What do you mean to my side? Someone that murdered someone.
The Israeli side. The Israeli side.
No. Hold on. So I want to understand something. I want to understand something. If someone kills someone, and it's a Muslim that killed a Jew, so for the Jew, he will be considered a killer, but for you, he will considered like an innocent civilian?
Yes, I understand.
What do you mean for us? He was convicted for killing 6 people. Or like this guy yesterday, 2 weeks ago, the guy that I told you, that went on the highway and started just randomly firing at people, killing a guy and injuring another guy. I just want to understand, you said according to me, no, listen. I think that it's really important, also your point. You said according to me, or to our side. And yes, and I'm asking to your side, a person like this, what do you call this?
Fuck him, I don't care. All I care about, concessions must be taken from both sides in order to have a deal. That's my point.
No, I think that you are deflecting, because you try to say that we call them terrorists. So I will ask you, how would you call the guy? I care. I ask you, how would you call him? An innocent civilian or a terrorist?
Call them whatever you want. Do you want your hostages or not?
I'm asking you, you are not, I'm asking you just how would you call it? You don't have to answer, but don't deflect.
I don't care. Honestly, this is nothing I'm talking about. This is not what I'm thinking of, about calling them whatever you want. Call them.
Yeah, you said Egyptian again. I told you don't have to answer, but you don't need to now go on a rant that you deflect. Just say, I don't care. That is enough.
I don't care about killing.
That is enough. I got it.
I very much hope Benjamin Netanyahu do not make a deal with them, because that deal means sooner or later they will stay together, they will make it harder, and they attack against you.
I tell you why.
What the world must understand, the nature of those kind of people which we have in that power, and they are related very much to the RGC, which is the Islamic regime in my country. They are not going to stop ever. You make a deal, 1 year, 2 years, they are going to make again same killing machine they sent to 7th of October to Israel to kill people. They are going to do again. So before you or your people in Israel suffer again, you must kill them. You don't have any other option, unfortunately. Because they don't understand.
Fine. Okay. Kill them.
Egyptian, listen to me.
Kill you too.
I have next to me people from Egypt. As soon they killed in 7th of October, and it was with his accent, like me, foreign accent. Yeah, they did very good. You are going to help them. You are going to kill the Israelis. Fuck the Israelis. What the fuck? You are living in this fucking country in UK and you are speaking bad about those people who are helping you. So people are going from Palestine to Israel, working them, make the fucking money, coming back and think you want to help
What are you talking about?
to kill Israelis?
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about.
You don't understand, no?
Oh, no,
I don't know what you're talking about.
You just say, by your nature, by your investigation, the youths are understanding and they want to accept Israel as a state or as a country and can stay there. But I know by fact, the Egyptian born, not 4 of them, 10 of them, because they walk next to me. 1 kilometer. We talked, no, forget about borders. In UK, United Kingdom. And with this much information and things they are seeing in this country, as soon 7 October happened, they was very much happy and they say, fuck Israelis, we are going to help them, we can crush them, we are going to kill them. Hamas is right. He's a young fucking boy.
People from Egypt?
Yes.
Will you please provide your proof?
Yeah. I cannot show you to USA. I'll take it to you. I'll take you to my friend, which is from Egypt. Yeah? And we just open the discussion and beat it. Okay?
So just individual person you met who were happy about that, that means that all Egyptians are fine with that and all the same? Is that what you're trying to say?
No. It's not that. You say the youth are like that. It's the same. So maybe you want to say, yeah, everything's okay, we want a peace. But the people who are in power, and ordinary people, because they are not well informed from all these fucking bullshit happening everywhere, and Hamas or, I don't know, General Sisi put in your brain what you want to hear, they become anti-Israel. Unfortunately.
Anti-Israel.
Yeah. It's not
that. It's not about anti. It is about our interest. It's about our borders, our security, and all these things. And if you wanted to prove what you say, please provide us with your proof. And let me tell you something. Why Benjamin Netanyahu doesn't want this ceasefire, doesn't want to have a deal, doesn't want all these things, because all he cares about is political position. That's my opinion.
How can he put a deal? How can he put a ceasefire deal, man? Bring back the hostages, give back the hostages back.
I'm sorry, this is like a little bit weird. In my opinion, all the people that think that all of those deals are not some type of a theater, some type of a theatrical nonsense mumbo jumbo, that just there for like political purposes and nothing else, I think is delusional. It is a very obvious fact that Israel will only accept a deal if Hamas will no longer be in Gaza, if it will allow Israel either to continue the war or that Hamas literally admits defeat and surrenders completely, or that conversely from Hamas will only accept a deal if Israel will stop the war and they will continue to rule in Gaza. In virtue of those incompatible demands that both of the people have, both of the sides have, and both of the sides will not compromise on, talking about deals is completely useless. It is only there for political theater.
Okay, but this is the only way out, Roddy. Your hostages came out just by negotiations and deals. And by the way, okay, it's
also
your opinion.
There were literally some what you call it, operations that rescued hostages. 7 of them, by the way.
7 out of how many?
7 out of 240 plus.
So 7 out of 240 in 8 months. Do you really think that this number is right? Is good?
I will tell you something. You need to understand.
Not even sure what you get by right or good.
You need to understand Hamas a bit better, okay? In the first wave, first of all, after the first wave that we had, like the first deal, they still remained with hostages. So that didn't affect, like, being without hostages and being with some hostages is a big difference. This is one. Second of all, just 2 points. I'm really short, promise you.
Okay.
Second of all, so one thing is that they still remain with hostages. That was the first point. The second point is that in the first round they released the people that were more of a PR failure, which is children, and elderly and handicapped and like people like this that they wanted to stay only with men and women. So that's it. Those are the 2 points.
So I'd like to ask you a question. What is the solution? How will this conflict will end? And don't tell me big words like eliminating Hamas and releasing hostages. My question, how will you do that and for how long?
I want to answer
Hamas should be eliminated. Hamas should be eliminated.
Yes, okay, how?
They will
die, man. They will die. Israel will kill them. Don't worry. Israel will.
I'm sorry. That's just like because I need specific words, a specific plan. I see for 8 months now, nothing of what Israel declared of their aims they could achieve.
No, you're saying nothing. Then that's our progress. You're thinking again binary, okay? But there is progress. They are destroying the tunnel system. They are taking more and more parts of Gaza that they put checkpoints. So if you want to cross, we know who you are. We arrest people. We take down leaders. Like, no, there is progress. Yes, it's not done yet, but it's not the same as the strength of Hamas or NATO.
And also the military intelligence that has come out of this tenure.
You can. Well,
yes, intelligence. We took off the Philadelphia border corridor, so we can now manage the no import of new weapons to Hamas. So they're like, yeah, there are achievements, but yes, it takes time.
Okay, please mark my words, and we will see by time what you say and what I say. I tell you that this conflict will be ended sooner or later by deals and negotiations. Because this is what happened with Gilad Shalit, this is what happened with the previous hostages, this is what happened.
You cannot compare. I understand. I suggest to you, Egyptian.
We have time.
I will say one sentence. From Kamala Harris. What can be is unburdened by what has been.
Okay, I have just.
So the fact that something happened in the past, you cannot really compare Gilad Shalit to 7th of October. Not even.
Alright, Egyptian. I just want to throw something in there.
Just 1 second, please. Why, if Israel is really not having or doesn't want to have a deal, and it says that the deal is not really good, and okay, why it's saying
Israel is not saying that.
Israel
is not saying
that. What you say?
Actually, it's the opposite. Hamas is not willing to send people to the negotiation on Thursday.
And they also, previously in the last thing, when Israel accepted what Biden put forward as a framework, Israel accepted it, and then Hamas added 17 additional criteria to it. Israel added none already. The last news report I read was 17. Who knows? If it's more, it's more. The fact is, it's more than one. It's more than zero, I should say.
You didn't listen to my question. My question, I got from your words. Let me please. I got from your words that deals are not going to be practical and not really good solution for this end. Okay, why then Israel sends its negotiation team?
Because he wants to throw to the fucking board. There are a bunch of fucking assholes who do not want to have a peace. Simple as that.
I'm not asking you. I'm not asking you. Please don't shout, okay?
Okay, Israel doesn't need a deal with the terrorist group. They won't get a deal.
I would like to contribute to the
conversation. Then why they send their team? I really wonder.
Okay, hold on 1 second.
Why not?
Why not? Well, yes, if you say that the deal is not going to be successful, no deals. Your side.
Listen, I'm saying that Hamas will not agree to it, and we have no problem with sending some from our team.
Daniel, can we close? Because Egyptians said some way or another he believes this is going to end by negotiation. I think you have a different point of view. Many people have.
No, I don't know. I don't know what will happen.
I don't know exactly. So talking about what ifs, prognostication.
The future.
Yeah, I think it's going to be different.
I'm not doing prophecy for
exactly. Yeah. I've been tapped on the shoulder by Hashem to be able to do that. So.
No, I have been, but
Okay, sorry, I forgot you're blue.
Maybe
we should move on.
All right, so
wait for whatever Israel tells, that will be the deal. Wait for a few days.
Yo, John, when you contribute, just make sure it's like intellectual, something, refreshing maybe.
No. Malcolm, please go to the point. This is really like starting like this is like the bad idea.
That's hard, John.
I hear you,
I just want to say thank you for your room.
Some encouragement.
Some healthy encouragement.
Thank you for your room. Sorry to interrupt you. You all take care. And I hope
Thank you, Sanvesh.
Benjamin never ever make this with terrorists because they are going to be
Malcolm, are you Ish?
I will tell him next time I meet him.
Yeah, are you Ish?
Yeah, what's up,
He's Ish.
Oh, yeah, how are you? This is another cut. Okay, I'll add you.
Yeah, definitely, brother.
Well, don't, Egyptian, but you know.
Be careful what you're doing. Be careful.
No, he's a good guy, I guess.
We warned you. Okay, go ahead.
That's your determination.
Yeah, you're a grown man making your decisions.
Yeah, so Israel is going to continue with a policy that isn't consistent with the non-escalation policy of the United States, right?
Okay, stop. Can you elaborate on this?
I said one fucking sentence.
Yeah. I would love to elaborate.
What do you think I'm going to do, Daniel? I'm going to elaborate. That's the whole point of me speaking.
Okay.
Sometimes
go ahead. The non-escalating thing. I'm fascinated now about that we are going on a non-escalating. Can you elaborate? Thank you.
All right. So again, America non-escalation policy. Israel is going to continue with a policy that is inconsistent with that of non-escalation. Okay. An example. An example in recent history. All right. The Golan Heights was attacked, a territory formerly seized from Syria thanks to a security pretext that will be taken advantage of during this conflict, but nonetheless, an attack happened in the Golan Heights, right?
No.
And after the attack happened in the Golan Heights, Israel had options as to how to respond, right? And they decided to attack, in spite of the non-escalation policy of the U.S., two capitals in one day, Beirut and Tehran.
When does Israel report to the U.S.?
No, hold on.
They don't have to report to the U.S.
I understand the escalation. What is the definition of an escalation? Response is an escalation. What would you consider escalating, and how would you define what is escalating and what is not?
Well, when the conflict, right, arrives at a point where it becomes more intense, that's considered escalation.
How do you define what is more intense?
Missiles, right? If missiles that weren't being sent from Iran, right, now have to be considered because the Iranians
I'm talking about the attacks from Lebanon. Michael, listen. You're talking about Lebanon, okay? And you said that we escalated.
No, now you're limiting it to Lebanon. We were talking about the Middle East, but let's limit it to Lebanon. Why not?
You were talking about the Golan Heights. You were rambling for like a minute and a half about it. I'm talking about what you chose to talk about. You started with the escalation, and then I asked you an example. You gave me this example, and now we can. You chose it. So, can you explain why is it making it escalation when Israel responds to something like this?
Listen. A response itself is not escalatory, so you're misrepresenting my position. I'm not making sense.
Okay, so what I asked is what makes this
escalatory.
My question was what make So I asked you what is the parameter that made this declaration that this response was
escalatory.
Escalatory. Escalatory.
You can do it.
Escalatory.
All right. So, as far as the Israelis are concerned, right, the war was happening primarily on three fronts, right? It was happening on
We have an attack. No, we're talking about on Lebanon, only Lebanon. I'm asking why is the response to the Marcus
brother, I get one second.
I will. No, because when you are talking about
that. What's going on here?
Listen, you can talk to if you talk to me. Listen. I do what you did with you, okay? Maybe it's just me, and that is fine. When you talk to me, I don't like to move from one thing to another. Okay, this is me. When others speak, they do their own thing. Fine. Okay. So if you want to go like this journey, I can build up. If you want to go deep, then I want to understand what you were talking about. And you made the story about this about you. So I'm staying there. It's not three front. It's one front that you chose on a topic that you chose.
Why do we have to limit
If you don't want to talk about it, that's fine.
Look, Daniel.
Yes, I am. If you don't want to do it, that's fine. Then it's not with me. So I will fade.
Why do we have to limit the scope of a conversation for an interconnected conflict? The Lebanese would not be involved had it not been for the Palestinians, and the same goes for the fucking Yemenis, right? And all of them
I tell you why. You asked the question why. I tell you why. Because it becomes like a 3-minute rant, and at the end it's like words about connecting this and saying at the end nothing. I listen to like speeches, and I'm like, and then someone kind of hangs on to a word that someone says to continue to save the conversation and go somewhere. But it's like just talking for the sake of talking. It's like, for me, it's just not exciting.
All right, so Daniel, let me ask you a question. How about you do the talking? Did Israel have an alternative to what they did in response to the Golan Heights attack? Did they have any other alternative as opposed to attacking 2 capitals in one day?
They're not related, first off.
They had many of them, I'm sure.
Israel, the second one, the Tehran.
So Daniel, let me ask you a
question. You're talking about Tehran?
Claimed responsibility, and it was
no, it has nothing to do with Magdal Shams in any case.
That's
like, things happened. Yeah, okay. We're talking about one attack of someone very specific that actually did this thing. So if you think that killing the person that actually was responsible for the shooting of 12 people not proportional and escalatory, then explain to me how. How is killing the person surgically that is responsible for the same attack that killed 12 children? That is an escalation? Dude, like you guys come here just to blame Israel for the sake of blaming Israel. Just use your
How many
fucking
did
heads.
they kill in Beirut with that attack?
And these are real children. These weren't
I think it was 12.
Can I say something?
No. Hold
I
on.
could be
You
wrong.
will be able to say.
You
So
just
my
gambled.
question is, how many people did Israel kill in Beirut when
Let me
they?
check.
I think it was 3 or 4 people.
I think it was 3 or 4. Yeah. 3.
Yeah, and so they killed.
So they all said.
They killed 12 children, Malcolm, but then the
They all
escalation was to target one specific person and have 2 casualties. How is that escalating?
This is what we go
There's something in war, right, called conventions. Okay? Countries agree to things. I don't know if you guys know. I don't know where you guys been. Okay? But this is history. So, an agreed upon convention. Hold on, Daniel.
Yes.
An agreed upon convention, right? When
it's to fire rockets.
Hold
we are
on,
not,
Daniel.
we are not in war with
Yemen. Without being interrupted. What's going on?
Because you're going on a ramble.
How am I going on a ramble? I said 3 fucking sentences. Jesus Christ.
Because you're talking about 2 countries, and Hezbollah is not a country, and this is why we stop you, because it's not relevant, dude.
Brother, we're not talking about Hezbollah. I'm speaking in broad terms here. I'm speaking in general, brother. I'm not talking about Hezbollah.
We are talking about
You're talking about Hezbollah. Allow me to finish my point, and then you can talk about Hezbollah.
We are talking about, this is why I stopped him. We are talking, listen, again, I can mute up and you can do your bullshit, but if you want to talk about the topic that you chose, about escalating, and then you gave an example that, again, you chose, which is the Magdal Shams, which was a retaliation to Hezbollah, then we will talk about Hezbollah, Lebanon, Magdal Shams, not the geopolitics. Right? Let's get to the end of the day when we talk about this. Go ahead, Malcolm. Try to stay focused.
Hold on, I got to pee, bro.
Thank you for sharing.
Just make sure,
if anyone wants to play with him,
make sure you wash your hands before you come back.
if anyone wants to play like over, I can let go. I really wanna.
Ready to talk to him about.
Peter wanted to say something, and
Yeah, my point is pretty straight up. If someone comes into your fucking house and attacks your family member, you gonna sit up there and look and watch the fucking show? No, I ain't watching no fucking show. I'ma fuck the shit out of that motherfucker. What are you fucking smoking, Malcolm? Come on, bro, grow up.
Good.
Yo, Becca, let me ask you a question. Where you from?
Does it matter?
Why does it matter? He's from Guatemala. Like,
I love people like Sigma. Just goes to the point. He doesn't need to ramble like for an hour. Like, made his point, landed. Thank you.
He's from
Let's do
Guatemala.
like this.
So
Guatemalans. When you don't have much substance to offer, there's never a lot to say.
I have all of the substance. I've been listening to everything. I know everything. What's been going on. And since October 8, Lebanon has pulled up and attacking Israel every fucking day, dog. Every motherfucking day they're attacking Israel on the north.
So, Malcolm, you're from Haiti, dude. So what the fuck are you talking about? You know nothing about the Middle East. Yet you're here day after day after day after day saying what should be done. We gave you even the opportunity the other day to do this exercise that you were the Prime Minister of Israel, and you never even passed from day one. So what are you even talking about?
You're invalidating your own positions with your argument, right? Because you're from Guatemala, okay? So, how do you know anything about what you're saying? What are you even talking about? Where are you from, all right? How are you so educated, all right? Let's not do this. Let's not play this game here. Respectfully.
How am I so educated?
Look.
She reads books. And that's why you spend so much time here.
Books in my house. I went to school. I did university. I have 2 masters. What else do you want me to tell you? I don't know.
But
I read. And most of all, I don't smoke weed every hour like you.
Reading every day. But Malcolm, if you are here spending so many hours, try to we are talking about things that could be interesting for you instead of sharpening your game, how to kind of win arguments with us about talking points. Try to be really curious about something. And that's I'm willing that we will all explore it together. A topic that really interests you specifically, that will have interest, and we can go deep on it.
Okay, well, Daniel,
and actually learn something.
What's happening? I swear, I was just in a room with an Indian guy. I'm gonna bring him in this room one of these days. But this dude spent 3-4 hours just rambling. All right, I just read my book and I was listening. But, he did nothing but educate me. I appreciate those sorts of rooms. My problem with this room, right, is that, I appreciate you guys, all right? But nonetheless,
we will have a complaint box on next to the door.
If you want to see if this is bothering you,
look, Yakov, I'm not bothered, all right? But it's an echo chamber oftentimes, right? And unless you're twerking for the state of Israel, unless you're saying, Israel must be free, anything that Israel does.
Let me ask you a question. Who is the best?
Not be encumbered by terrorists.
Who is the best pro-Palestinian advocate on Clubhouse? I was asking this the other day. Hook us up. Bring him here.
No,
it's not one.
They're all just hate mongers and propagandists and misinformation.
Adrian, your microphone is shit. Adrian, your microphone is shit.
So the best Palestinian defenders here are actually the Israelis because they want the war to be over. They don't want to kill people, dude. They are the only ones talking about stopping this shit. Palestinians are just crying and they're always saying, oh yeah, we want the war to stop, but no, don't take the hostages from us. And no, we want to keep Hamas. So yeah,
And the women and the children, the genocide.
I would say
I want something not emotional.
Palestinians are the ones that actually want the war over.
But I don't know what you
What? Sorry, hold on. Go ahead, Egyptian.
I'm sorry, I'd like to ask you, would you please mention names of people who are willing to have this war be ended from Israel?
Everybody wants
here in this room.
Everybody wants the war to end.
I cannot speak for Jews and I cannot speak for Israelis, but I would say most of the Israelis and Jews that I know and that I speak to, they don't like this. They just want this shit to be over. But now, Palestinians are the ones that do not dare to condemn Hamas, and it's Hamas putting them in this situation. Nobody wants to live like this, Egyptian. Nobody wants to live next to a neighbor that wants to kill you all the time, and that is Hamas, dude.
I think the meaning is we don't want this war, and we want this war to be over. It doesn't mean that we want the war to stop without getting our hostages back or removing the threat.
Yeah.
But we don't want to, it has a cost on our economy, it has a cost on the PR, it has a cost of life. Human life.
Daniel, be honest though, regardless of the hostages returned or not, Hamas is dead. Fact or fiction?
What?
What don't we understand? Returned or not, Hamas is dead. Fact or fiction? Confirm or deny?
Don't understand the question, sorry.
The hostages, whether they get returned or not, the Hamas members are dead, regardless of the fact.
There are two goals.
Can we confirm or deny this? No one wants to confirm.
Yes. There are dead men walking, yes.
No
It will happen now, it will happen in a year, there are dead men walking.
Right, so the hostages, right,
not all of them, the heads and those that participated in 7th of October.
Yeah.
The rest, I mean, those that surrender and, I don't know, will go to jail or, I don't know,
not according to Netanyahu. According to Netanyahu, they're all...
No, that is not true. Actually, they are surrendering, and I don't know if they get up with their hands up, they are surrendering. And you can see the videos and you can see the photos of them surrendering.
Okay, I have a question here. If your side, Israel, is good at knowing the faces of Hamas members, and so many of them surrendered and gave their weapons up, and now they are between the Israeli hands, then why Israel couldn't know so far about the places of the hostages?
The Hamas is embedding themselves in the population. It's almost impossible to do like all those imaginary like commando shit that people are talking about when the place is like surrounded with civilians. And also the Hamas
conversations. Again, respectfully, very disrespectful. So, one more time, get mad. But at the end of the day, if you're not having gay sex, you're probably okay. That doesn't mean you can't catch it. It's not what we're saying. But the primary way this shit is really spreading right now is through those who are having that type of irresponsible activities. That's it.
I also want to say really quickly, gay or bisexual men are 83% more likely to have monkeypox than straight.
I was going to say to Tommy, I wanted to apologize now that I have you and King in the same room. Apparently, someone that got into my account obliterated you, I think like a week and a half ago, something like that. And I'm apologizing. What you trying to say? I need to, sorry, the person that had my phone didn't need to do that. And I'm apologizing on behalf of the person who had my phone that night.
He's funny
I don't know about just shorten the liquor intake next time, but it's okay.
The reason why this is
You know my boy, Alex.
the reason why this is coming up is because the WHO has declared this another public health emergency of international concern because there is a new, as they're calling it, clade of Mpox, monkeypox, which is spreading much more rapidly, starting in the Democratic Republic of Congo, and has already spread to neighboring countries. And by their supposed estimates, they are thinking that it could be in Europe within the next few months. So the first one that you guys are correctly talking about was mostly spread very contagiously through sex, usually anal sex. They are now claiming there is what they're calling a new clade, and that is spread much more easily, leading to them to declare this a public health emergency. That's why we brought it out.
Can I explain how that happens, please?
Yeah, we need that. We need the anal sex transmission story. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, so that's not actually what I want to address. So how the evolution happens with the virus so that it goes from only being fluid transmission to contact and so on, it's just self-selection pressures. The more people that get infected with it, the more chances the virus has of mutating. So, in some instances, you'll have a virus that, yeah, it's mostly transmitted through contact, but it can survive on the surface for 2 to 3 minutes. So even if you your hands after going to the bathroom? Did you wash your hands before touching yourself once you entered the bathroom stall?
Did you go to the gym today? Did you eat a salad? Did you have a little chicken? Did you get in the sun? Did you lift some weights? Did you touch your toes? Stop spreading the lies of the World Health Organization and go to the fucking gym and vote Trump. I am complete. Have you seen a Democrat? Have you seen a Democrat? I hate to say that Democrats are fucked up, but if you catch the Democrat disease and you become a clown, that's far more infectious than getting monkeypox. And let's be honest, there is no such thing as monkeypox, so just stop repeating it, go to the gym, and vote Trump, fatty. I hope your deprogramming is complete. Adrian Dittman is complete. I hope I was succinct.
Your matrix. I think the reason why it's interesting is because it's right before the election, and I think we all probably agree that who is somewhat corrupt and can't really believe everything they say. So
Somewhat corrupt. It's completely corrupt. It works for Big Pharma. Are you vaccinated, Melissa? Have you gotten boosted? Did you know Susan Wojcicki, the founder of Google, the CEO, is dead because she got vaccinated? The founder of YouTube is dead. She's been vaccinated and boosted, and now she's dead. Who here is worried that they might die from the vaccine? Let's not have sour grapes now. Let's be honest. Anyone here boosted that has sour grapes? Speak now or forever hold your peace.
Odds. I'm gonna lose. Great. So I think that the interesting thing is this real? Is it not? Are they just going to use this to turn it into another pandemic to lock us down before another election? That's what my interest is speaking in this. Not that I think I'm actually.
Another lockdown is not going to work. So
as long as you're not getting
by labs like myself will not comply with lockdowns because they're shown to be ineffective. You're much better off doing rapid testing and allow people to maintain their life structure instead of upending everything.
So Melissa, I agree with IO. I think the most that they could try to do, Melissa, and I don't know if this will happen, but the most they could try to do is try to use this to possibly reinstate mass mail-in ballots, which obviously would be like
monkeypox isn't as widespread though. Monkeypox.
It doesn't matter. It could still be a catalyst to change.
Mr. Finley, I don't know. Did you just get into Mr. Finley?
It could still be a catalyst to change the rules at the last minute in terms of how people can send in votes, and that would be an issue. So,
Mr. Finley, did you just come in?
Monkeypox isn't spread like through the air, right? And it's not
Mr. Finley, did you just come in?
Mr. Finley, we went through this like 5 minutes ago.
And I guess I'm asking if you just came in.
Yeah, I did just come in.
Okay, so basically, I'll just give you
concrete back
quick.
up.
The 30-second synopsis, Mr. Finley, is we all know when this came out before monkeypox is mostly spread through anal gay sex, right? But WHO is now declaring it an international emergency because they're claiming there's a new clade, as they call it, or you maybe call it a new variant, which is spread much more easily, and they're saying it could spread to Europe within the next few months, which is why I brought up the election, and maybe they're going to try to mess with things, so.
Yeah, fucking gross.
But it's still not.
And Americans are slow.
They are saying it can be spread through, what was it, like saliva, basically. It can be spread through touch. It could be like someone shaking your hand, someone hugging you. It can be spread through contaminated clothes or sheets, things like that.
Melissa, I'm not sure if you heard this, but there's actually a new STD that has been discovered here in the U.S. as one of the first cases ever. Not even
Yeah.
In the US.
It's like a parasite.
It's a parasite, which is a form of ringworm that's now considered an STD, and it's the first of its kind.
Yeah,
it happened here
it's like a green cocker.
Yeah, and it happened here. It's like gangrene on your dick, right? Crazy.
That was some gay
It started here in the U.S., in New York, and it's highly transmittable. And so right now they're actually studying it and seeing what the effects are, what the symptoms are.
Gay guys. Who's getting it, Tommy?
I don't know how he had gotten it. They have.
It was gay sex.
He got it while he was in Greece with 5 other friends.
Oh.
He doesn't know.
Oh.
phonically transmitted.
But so what happened was it was resistant to two different oral fungals, and they had and another oral antifungal. So it took 8 months to clear up.
And already ringworm, right, is hard to get rid of. Like once you get ringworm, like those that know, ringworm funguses, yeah, like ringworm already is a hard fungal. It doesn't go away on its own. You actually have to constantly take whatever fungal, infectious medication, whatever the case may be, right? Because it's one of those things that are very resistant, but it is curable. But this is uncurable.
Yeah,
like they don't even know what to do with it.
I just put the article in the chat about it.
You can't.
It was like back in June, but lady's right. So the guy went to Greece and had not just Greece, but also England and California, and he had sex with multiple men. When he returned from his trip, he had a red itchy rash on his legs, across his groin, and his ass. Turned out after test, he transmitted a sexually had a sexually transmitted fungus. I can't even pronounce it all. The first time it had ever been identified in the U.S., although last year in France they had 13 cases, and 12 of those were men who were having sex. But Tommy is right. It took like 5 months to heal fully. They put him on many different medications for weeks without any improvement. And I guess it was very painful. It can even look like
But he got a silver medal in the pole vault, the same guy.
And
there you go. That's how it happens.
No, it's
but they're also not. They're also his sexual partners apparently didn't show any signs of this ringworm, and the doctors couldn't rule out that he possibly could have also acquired it at a sauna, because you can go into a sauna naked, in different countries as well.
That's why you don't do that gross shit either.
It's always those bathhouses. You white people in the bathhouse.
Which is, by the way, an epicenter from microbacteria. An epicenter, really.
It's like an orgy of bacteria. No. Orgy of bacteria sounds disgusting.
This is an anti-Semitic conversation.
That's what they were saying, was they had a hypothesis, I guess you could say, is that he could have picked it up while doing something inappropriate in a sauna because of the area in which it showed up first.
Yeah, because you shouldn't be dicking, like dicking balls to a sauna wooden, seating areas.
But the problem
but one of the women he had sex with was transitioned from a woman, and that's the suspect, right? It's her green asshole.
The problem is it has now already transmitted over to women, because since this happened, New York has found 11 cases of this in both men and women. So
See, people need to stop having sex with everybody. Don't get married and.
That's what I say.
That's not what people want to do.
And that's how
now you can
it's spreaded.
People don't want to get married.
People, especially heterosexual women, because there's a lot of men who are down low that went back to their wives and their girlfriends at the end of the night, and they were doing what they did with gay men with unprotected sex, and then going back to their wives and their girlfriends. Down low men are a fucking danger, girls.
That's right.
So Tommy, what's the solution for that?
The solution is we gotta close our fucking legs, babes. That's what we have to do.
You just said women are getting it from their husbands. So
because they're down. No, because they're down low men. The problem is down low men are a fucking danger. They'll have a wife and kids and put up a front and not.
Whatever. There's down low women all over the smacking place.
Hold on. Let me speak to Tommy. So I'm asking for the solution. How can I know that my husband's DL? Like, how do
there's signs? There's signs.
So what are the signs?
If your high heels are stretched out, check your dresses whenever you get home. If the fabric is stretched, he's been going in your closet. Check your panties.
Listen, it's inevitable.
It's a lion dressing as a woman.
Women just have to deal with it.
We can't. We have to abolish it. Listen, if your panties are stretched out, babes, it's not been on you. It's not you.
Exactly. If your lace front is ripped, he took your wig and wore it that night.
If your man is always saying he needs to go to after parties or after work dinners with his bros, his finance bros, you need to look at that culture.
Hey, what about all of you down low women? Hey, what about
any hold on, first of all,
Those girls.
wait, what did you say, Ryan? Listen, stop dating all men from Atlanta. All men from Atlanta need to be cut off.
Wait, Lion, what'd you say?
the girl trips? Yeah, the down low women. You all
Women generally don't spread. Women don't spread it.
I think it's from Tyler Perry's Ring or whatever
It's very hard for women to spread as close to other women.
Correct, American.
It is hard.
Now, if I spend 12 hours a day on this app with aggressive males and then decide that the best thing for my future is to go bump cookies with another woman who isn't nearly as vile as the men here, that's my business. And guess what? I'm not nearly as likely to catch one.
the JJ scissor kiss.
It's very hard. It's very hard.
No, it
is. And guess what? It's also very, very hard to catch HIV from a woman. So if a man has HIV, that means he's gay.
Alright, let me go.
Hold on. The fact that they say 1 out of 6 people have HIV/AIDS in Atlanta and declared as a public health crisis. It's crazy. That needs to be like looked into. 1 out of 6 people, it is literally a public health crisis.
Hepatitis C are all communicable diseases, and they can be passed by women.
Lion, you're not from Atlanta.
No, I'm saying it's hard for women to spread to women.
Hey, that is
Women to
you
women.
are wrong.
Women to women.
You are wrong. Hey, listen. Hey, dumbass, you're wrong.
Don't call me out my name, bitch.
You are a
Don't call me out my name, bitch.
This is the kind of conversation I join for.
All right, we don't all have to do this. Yes, I will post links that prove it's hard for women to spread STDs to women. I'll post it in the chat. So just give me a minute. I said it's hard, not impossible.
Facts are the facts.
Sexist for me to think that men are just naturally sexual deviants. Like, men are naturally sexual deviants.
So it's mainly homosexual and bisexual men that spread STDs. Homosexuality is the root of most STDs. It's homosexuality.
I don't sexualize our stage members. That's gross. Thank you.
Agree.
It's a desire.
I will
It's
say
a
this.
fetish.
It is because American is right. It is because they don't feel like they have a necessity to wear condoms or protection because they're not getting someone pregnant.
American is not right.
And so that's where it really comes from. That's why the AIDS
Tally,
epidemic.
is my mic
That's
working?
why a lot of people have been advocating for years for people within the gay community to start wrapping it up, even though there are these risks, right? Like, I'll actually, let me see if my friend's online, and he'll tell you his story of how he contracted HIV/AIDS, and he's on here.
Yeah, but the rectum, you're more likely to get an STD from the rectum, but also too though.
And it came from a down low man.
These guys, man. Gay people
Lion, you're in the matrix, so mute your mic.
And what's so crazy about the gay community are the ones that are telling me these things, that it's coming from down low men who are going both ways.
No.
Look how they trying to defend lesbianism.
We could talk about what could indicate a man is down low. Like, say, for instance, they bully women online and then claim to be straight, and call women nappy-headed hoes.
She-bones, negresses, yeah, all of that.
More down low brothers.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hi. I just wanted to say hello to everyone.
Hi, Auntie. Hi.
Would you mentor intelligent for us, please?
Is that Miss Fifi? How you doing, Miss Fifi?
Hey, baby. How
What happened on the dark side, babes?
There.
You see what happened on the dark side in the past, like, 48 hours?
Want to
About
get some
how
green ring
two
work?
heterosexual men were taking down a trans white woman. You hear about that whole situation?
What do you mean taking down?
Yeah, they did the Eiffel Tower. We all found out.
It wasn't her, right? No?
No, it wasn't her. It wasn't Yen.
What is the Eiffel Tower, meaning it still stands?
Her never linked Yen. He never linked her.
Okay.
But
Wait, what happened?
She had,
Go ahead.
She
What happened?
was pretending to be a woman for like 3 years.
Yams?
She was like, yeah, it's one girl, but that's not what we're talking about. She was telling me things like, girl, I'm stressed out, I'm on my period, only for us to find out, yeah, what dick and balls. It was crazy,
And Melissa, that's a proper dovetail of topics
this is
right
a whole
there.
situation.
See, women,
But-
lesbians, then to
but
the next
then-
topic.
What's the names? What's the names?
No, it's her name is
Jumping
Yams.
from topic.
Yams
That's
is a
not the
man?
story. Yes, and we didn't know. We didn't know. One time her pussy got leaked to the Discord, and she cried to all of us and said that she was being exposed, her vagina was exposed. Turns out that was never her, and I'm confused.
Wow, that's some psyop level shit. That's
So yesterday, what happened?
Yeah, so it turns out Dax and Pac-Man were living in an Airbnb with a trans woman.
Oh my
and taking
God,
it down
not
and came
Dax.
out. I know, and I'm defending Vax, which I shouldn't be, but I don't feel like it's fair. Like, for instance, like the Herm situation, I defended
Wait,
Herm.
what happened to
because,
Herm?
so basically, he was basically being catfished and people try to weaponize this trans woman. But he never seen her. But just because I have an issue with you and I know you're not gay, I'm not going to take away your manhood. That's crazy. That's
They were
crazy.
FaceTiming and everything, and he was
He didn't know.
He couldn't tell about the cheekbones?
No, this bitch looks like a woman more than a woman.
Nah, man.
Okay, this bitch looks more like a woman than a woman does.
For you.
You could not
That
clock.
was
No
real
one could
messed
clock
up,
her.
because he's a whole lawyer. He should have been on top of that shit.
That
Anyway.
was my whole thing. Is this is
See what happened when you
yes,
fall in love?
you could not
That's
clock
love.
her.
Yeah, you
You couldn't clock
He
her.
fell in love, man. FaceTime.
Blind you, yo. You fell in love with a whole dude. Damn, that
Let me
sucks.
tell y'all, this is why the incels got it right, man. You can't listen. You meet a person online, you think you're talking to a woman, you're talking to a man. You might as well get out of the dating game completely. Like, do what you
Get out and stay out.
It's just Yems. I love her, but you could not clock the bitch. Couldn't clock her. Okay, you could. No one knew.
Hey, did you clock her?
I couldn't clock the bitch. Okay, the
Oh,
bitch
man.
looked more like a woman than a woman does. That's why we were all. Listen, we fell apart. Everybody fucking crumbled at the seams. We couldn't.
Women are like, oh my god, he did
You loved it.
womanhood better than
Yo, but Pac-Man had another
Feel like you
scandal.
were happy about it, like, yeah.
Pac-Man on the run. No, and Pac-Man is a child sex
Are you
trafficker.
talking about our Pac-Man, or is it the
No.
other Pac-Man?
No, another Pac-Man. He's a whole fucking child sex trafficker who's trafficking minors, who's a fucking fugitive at the time. Who was hiding in people's houses. I don't know why. And that's why I was like, Vax, like, you let a fugitive who trafficked minors live with you?
Wait, Tommy, are you talking about the skinny ass black guy on this app with the super deep voice?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh wow.
Tommy,
I know, right? I've been in those rooms, man. That shit crazy.
It's too much.
Tommy, you know the shooting that happened the other day from that like Alabama room?
Yeah, that's not their
I was
first
hearing
murder.
about it.
That's not their first
But
murder.
Well, I'm a little lost because I heard something the other day that said like these two women were fighting and somehow the one woman got this guy to come to the house to shoot the other woman and he ended up killing her boyfriend. What exactly happened?
Well, not necessarily. She got into a verbal altercation that turned into her sending someone, and in the midst of it, the person she sent out got killed. Okay? She's like in critical condition now. She's not. Apparently, she did an Instagram live video talking shit. So she's fine. She was talking hella shit on Instagram live after the shooting, and then the other guy that she had sent. So she sent someone, got killed. That guy was shot, and he was in the hospital. Now he's facing capital murder. It's a whole lot of shit.
But I heard
That's not
her.
the first time
She
the
came
murder-
into this room on someone
Now you
else's
see
account,
how
and they
women
paid
overcome.
her. They what was her name? Mrs. I don't remember her name. No, I don't remember. She has a Jamaican flag and stuff in her bio. I don't remember her name.
No lady in Jamaica. This is Jamaica's finest.
No. The woman who was running the room she came into. I mean, but anyway, she came into this room on someone else's account. Someone who was at the hospital with her, and this room they offered to pay her like $200 or $300 to give them an on-the-spot interview.
Yeah, it was Meezy's.
Wait, Meezy wasn't in the shooting?
It was no.
No, the girl came into her room. I think this, I guess guess Measy paid her to give an on-the-spot interview in the hospital.
That's my good clean sister too from Jackson.
So, do you know the person? So, somebody sent somebody else, and the person who got sent got killed?
Yeah, so she sent, she got into a beef, like, let's say me, you start arguing, right? Lying to you, right? And I don't like what you said. And so I was like, yo, drop your low. You know how people be like, oh, drop the address, I'm gonna pull up. Woo. Then I send somebody else to go who's not on Clubhouse, and they get killed. And then you get shot. But the house that you was in gets shot with 2 kids. By the way, her house got shot up, and there was 2 small children. She gets shot too, the lady in question. Okay? There's 2 small children sleeping. She gets into she was in critical condition. She was in the emergency room fighting for her life. Apparently she's fine now. And then the guy that so your person you sent died, but the person you went after is now facing capital murder.
We forgot to say that. Trigger warning.
Yeah, no, he is facing capital fucking.
That's the hood. That's just the hood.
I'm like,
that's how it is all the time.
But take this into account. The Alabama side of Clubhouse is specifically people from Alabama, Mobile, Alabama, Birmingham, Alabama. Like, they live in the same city, like the same cities, and they congregate amongst each other. So they pull up on each other all the time. Like, this isn't new. There was actually a guy about 2 years ago named Pute that died on that side of the app. And there is a lady, I believe her name was Miss Netta. Now, Miss Netta's house got shot up because she opened up a room about the whole murder with Putang in the Alabama side.
The one who we said in this room?
No, and I don't know if it's that. It's not that Miss Netta. Now, this lady country. Okay, she real country. And her house got shot up.
Tell y'all stop fucking with these country folks, man. We don't play.
They don't play that shit. And it wounded up that 3 other people got shot in the span of this whole shit, trying to expose the murder of Putang that led up to his, and it was Clubhouse that led up to his murder. It was a whole lot of shit. Okay.
We got Memphis. We got a whole Memphis side. Wait, what about Memphis? What about my city?
All I gotta say is I was told to mind my business, and I will. 100%. I don't need to hear none of this Alabama.
And this is the Clubhouse News with Tommy coming in live. Tommy, go ahead and tell us about the last shooting in Alabama. Thank you.
No, I'm minding my business because these people are crazy, and they kill people, and so I'm okay with not fucking with any of them. Period.
No, when you get into a verbal beef and you say, I gotta come see you, I'm finna shoot you.
They really will do it. That's the tea. Like, I've seen them drive state lines to go after somebody. Like, this
That's crazy.
Not,
Hold on. Congressman, didn't you say you were gonna clap up John Jones when you see him?
That's different.
That's just when he sees him, but like.
I'm gonna beat his ass. I'm gonna put my hands on him.
He's gonna clap for him. He's gonna clap
beat his ass.
He may clap his ass.
Oh, look, I'm gonna tell you. I gotta avenge the defeat of Leo Machida. I gotta defend the defeat of Rampage Jackson, and I gotta defend, what is it? Avenge the defeat of Gustafson, right? All them niggas, I like them, and they all lost, so.
So you're gonna beat John Jones' ass?
Hell yeah! As soon as I see that nigga.
Okay. That fool's savage, bro.
There's
See the way that fool
actually
lives
just
his life.
one person that I will smack the taste
Bro, you ever see the interview where...
I already apologized to you. Don't do that.
Not you.
You ever see the interview?
You're a bitch that I would get, like, if I smack this bitch, I would get so many people to get back.
You ever see the interview with John Jones and Cormier?
Yeah.
And he says, "Yo, I wish there wasn't a barrier between us. I come and spit on you."
And then
you see
John
his
Jones said, I will unlive you, basically.
He said, "I will literally kill you."
Yeah.
And you can see it in his eyes. He had to be high or some shit.
No. You see the way that guy lives with his dogs and his guns? Like, he's like that, bro. That guy's no joke. This app is interesting because I do hear certain people sometimes make threats. It's like, I don't even know why they go to that. Like, it is like, but think about this. Like, if somebody wanted to come to your home court advantage where you have all your people and think that they have an advantage just because they're upset that you verbally said something to them. They're like, I would never, ever do that.
Like that, no.
So fuck.
I mean, it depends what they say.
I would lose.
Mike, didn't you say? Mike, didn't you tell?
Didn't say what?
Mike, didn't you tell analytical you were going to
Words can hurt.
And what
didn't say he was gonna go kill him.
No. Who's analytical? I remember a couple times I offered, like, hey,
tell me where's your dojo. I will go there.
Oh, no. That was him. That was him. No. That was him saying, this is it. Pull up. Hey, he's like, pull up. I'm like, bro, I'm not gonna do that shit. I know who the fucking owner of your school is. It's like, well, no, I'm not scared. It's the small community, but a couple reasons. One, the guy's a liar. Two, I know the owner of a school. Imagine if you know the owner of a business. You're not gonna walk up and say, "Hey, let me beat up one of your students."
Yeah, that's disrespect to your own people.
Yeah, and not only that, too. I would be afraid. I would be afraid to go to somebody's jiu-jitsu school where all of his people are there. The people are gonna back him up, and me just be there
Mike,
solo.
that doesn't always happen.
Yeah, but if you have an AR, you have that
say, yes, please teach my student.
Yeah, dude, look,
If you have the AR, you have the advantage.
Well, that could be the case. I just feel like, look, dude, we all know how we live. You all have your friends and all that. If someone's coming after you in your hometown, you're gonna have your people, your son. You're like, I would never do that. I would be afraid.
You shouldn't be afraid. You get them when they least expect it, and you show them. Go in still.
You said you trained John Jones, or you trained with him, or something like that?
No, never. I
You never said that? Oh, okay.
No, I would.
Let me ask you this. So you see how it looked like anybody could get it in boxing, fighting, this, that, and the third. What explains like a consistent winner like Floyd and John? Like, what explains that? Is it fight selection, or is it they're just rare human beings?
I would say the second. I think they're rare. Because, like, I'm not really, like, knowledgeable in boxing, but from what I remember I was, like, a Pacquiao dick rider, and so Floyd Mayweather just has some type of special radar that he was built with. I mean, you guys are going to say it's a gift from God, fine, where he's hard to hit, and he can hit. John Jones, like, they threw the best at him. Like you said, Machida in his prime, Matt Hamill, the wrestler, fucking Gustafson, and that guy just fucking obliterates them, dude. And so I don't think he's gonna. And then what he did to the last guy that he fought, how easy and heavyweight, and that guy fucking claimed that his neck was fucked up after that. Like, he moved to heavyweight and he just walked through. I think it was the number 2 opponent. That is so hard to do. Like, fuck, dude, it's crazy.
Do you think they all had green ringworm around their dick? Oh, no.
I fucking don't know, bro. Fucking, that's an Ike question for sure, dude.
Oh, you missed
why
the
green? Why not?
Definitely. Oh, you missed the earlier topic. Sorry, it was just a...
Give it to him.
No, he gave it to me. Notice his PTR. PTR on mic, everyone. PTR on mic.
Oh, you're talking about me. Yeah.
No, that's the tie-in. No, you just missed the last time. Yeah, go ahead, shit. I'll shit.
This guy is unnecessarily pissed off.
Duct tape.
That's somebody beeping at you?
Yeah, no, not me. Somebody else. Just like unnecessarily. Like, the guy got stuck in the middle of the traffic, so he's got to go around him. But instead of just going around him, he's honking to go. I'm like, man, people are stupid.
They're fucking. Yeah. I don't fucking threaten violence, dude. I never will. Not on this app, dude. I'll offer like a grappling, like, exchange. Like I said, go out, eat lunch, whatever. But I will never fucking ever like be so stupid and sound stupid to act like I'm gonna pull up on somebody ever. First reason, I have no interest. Second, I'm so afraid. Fuck that.
Okay, so you just summed it up. You're just pussy.
I am. Big ass
pussy. Move on.
I got a question.
Move on. Next.
Is it Eric?
No, I don't want to move on. I just want to fucking talk about it. How about that? See, this is the best thing about this shit. I can just do that, and you just have to listen.
I don't have to listen.
You are. You do have to listen. You do have to listen. That's how you respond.
You can be the next to dial Clubhouse.
Oh yeah. Sure. Come do it. Buy the fucking airplane ticket, bro.
But Mike, it's no coincidence that John Jones has 2 NFL brothers, right?
I know.
One older, one younger.
Special.
And it's like, that's crazy. A whole family. I mean, who knows what the father was doing?
So they're just special, bro. They're fucking, they're gifted. Yes, sir.
Right. All right. So I'm sure. I have went to niggas' house
No.
Your lawyer is saying, stop talking.
Your lawyer is
He knows where you live, Mike. That's what he said.
Knowledge, might abuse lying. You can please severely give him.
Thank you. Yes, please permission. Hell yeah.
Thank you.
Alright, real quick. So is it arrogant?
I didn't mean to call you stupid. I was just talking to myself.
No, it actually is. But come on, y'all. Look, relax. I'm not gonna say anything. I'm not gonna say shit incriminating.
Okay, Knowledge, he's okay. Go ahead.
All right.
I am the type of nigga that go to your house and pull up with that fire and put it in your face. So like, no, I'm not gonna say nothing incriminating.
I'm just gonna talk about the occasions, not exactly what happened. I went to Georgia. I went to College Park where this nigga was talking shit. I also went to Lenox Mall. That's also in Atlanta. I also met a nigga in Memphis one time, and then another time I met a nigga in Alabama. That's it.
That's 5 occasions, Ryan?
Alright, real quick.
That's supposed to mean. Seems like
That means God loves him and doesn't want to see him ruin his fucking life. That's what that means.
And just to add to that, right? So I don't think this is arrogance, whatever. But when you're like super confident in your capabilities, don't take a lot of shit serious because you know what you can do, right? So when people say, "Oh, let's catch the fade," oh, I'll break you right now. I feel like you just move on. Like, we're not about that right now.
Samoa, do you think you can beat John Jones?
No, I don't train in that field. I'm bigger than he is, though. But no.
Damn it! I'm finna still beat his ass. I'm still finna.
If you tried, bro, I would give you.
Bro, the nigga is nasty.
Literal
man. The elbows, the oblique kicks.
Be down on his feet.
His crazy long, bro.
Trending on his
Are you also 6'4"?
No, I'm only 6 feet.
No, his body, the way, like he has like Dallas M arms and legs and shit. That's what
His whole family, dude, like his brothers.
His records are super long.
They're incredible, dude. It's like, fuck, man.
I think he said his brother is way stronger than him.
And also, click on my bio.
There's just certain people in the world that just come out and they fucking, the laws of nature fucking don't really apply to them as much as other people. They will fuck people up.
Hey, Mike, have you heard about that movie star that died of ketamine in California and the doctors were involved in that?
Oh,
They're all 6'4".
Yo, I missed that discussion. So, did we talk about it?
Is that the guy of Friends?
Back into that one. Yeah, I'm just using you because you came in late.
Alright, Melissa, I hope you've learned how to organically transition from topic to topic. Please utilize that next time you want to bring up a topic. I know it's going to take a little practice. You're going to have to watch how we do it a couple of more times. But,
I actually think my tactic was very effective because you guys have been talking about other things for the last hour, and if I hadn't done it, you would have been talking about trannies.
And we will return to trannies.
I really wanted to talk about that for a brief moment. It's the equivalent of like your let's just say hypothetically your man, he's got his male friends over at the house, and they're talking, laughing, just acting out. The television is on, they're playing games or whatever, and then here your ass come and stands right in front of the television and start barking orders to your man to do something. You know how annoying that becomes? It's the same thing.
Well, the difference is that y'all are a clubhouse room and a club that I'm a part of, and he is my boyfriend, and you guys are not, so.
He would feel the same way that we do.
Yeah, but I wouldn't do that to him. That's
He'll
the
be like,
point.
God.
This is a clubhouse room. I wouldn't do that to him.
Well, you're saying you wouldn't be your authentic self?
Wait.
So your...
No, my point is that this is a room for debates. How I interact with my spouse is not constantly trying to debate him.
It's two different arenas.
Yeah, but your insistence that
I
we
just
would have
hit
been
mine
talking
in the
about
head with a frying
trannies.
pan to tell him to take out the trash.
Yeah, man.
That
You
explains a
actually
lot,
thought I was
lady.
going to incriminate myself.
That explains a lot. Head trauma does a lot of things to a person.
Right.
Why do you think he yells impulsively at random parts of the day?
Hey, Chaos, you want to meet up?
Sorry, Lion, I'm not that kind of a guy. I'm not that kind of a guy.
Mike doesn't want any problem. Mike don't want no problems.
Yeah, I don't want any problems. Do you?
And what about Chaos, right? Like Chaos got me misspeaking yesterday. And then Chaos got the devil is out, missparked and got slaughtered. I said, dude, how the hell are you gonna take a dub, superficial dub, and then lose it in 2 minutes? That's crazy.
Wait, what happened again yesterday?
Yeah, remember Miss Park? She talked about how this law supposedly took the vote from the people for the Secretary of State of Georgia.
No, wait, she said that, and I left the room after that. Like, what happened?
No, you said, hold on, you said, oh, look at Samoa, you about to take another L. Like, you gotta vet the information, but that's just a quick point.
Samoa, you do be taking a lot of L's.
Samoa, wait. You stopped this conversation to bring that? Wow, dude. For a guy who's 6'7", you're pretty petty.
Bro.
Wait. How short do you have to be to be
What the
petty?
hell, bro?
What's the false?
Right, what the hell's wrong with this guy? Like, you can't laugh a little bit. How old this dude, bro?
In order to be petty, you have to be between the height of 5'5" and 5'11".
I'm petty. Pretty fucking petty.
Yo, so Samoa,
Or 4'11" and 5'11".
I noticed that Samoa will be a contrarian for like ideological beliefs, right? He's strong into the trans community, or he believes the narrative, so he will be a contrarian for that argument. In the same way, Nate will gaslight for his ideological beliefs. So again, go back to the trans because that's where I see them both like aligned. Nate will gaslight you in order to forward the trans agenda, just like Samoa will be a contrarian for the trans agenda. I noticed that.
Are you saying that they're working hand in hand, like the Democrat Party has controlled opposition?
Well, I feel like they don't have. I feel like they don't have strong arguments in order to both utilize their natural gifts of being contrarian.
No, it's just concrete. It belongs there. Did everybody get quiet?
Miss Andrews, are you there?
Man, Sasha packed up Ritz once, and I was like, yo, I'm not gonna mess with her. That was like an epic pack up.
The other day, she did.
Yeah.
She fucking got that guy so fucking hard. I loved it too, because I don't like that guy.
You talking about
Before you talk to Shasha, you gotta let him know she's not a big.
Yeah, there you go.
We're talking about your arch nemesis. He was in here this morning. Yes, him.
Excellent. I would like to meet him too.
Fucking whoop this fool. Like, I actually think he
came in here this morning picking on Ras.
Holly had to step in to like protect him.
Yeah. Oh, we don't do this. We don't do that. Yeah. Dude, we lost the debate this morning with that whole fucking Project 25 thing. I walked away feeling like a loser. Fuck. I'll never fuck with Lion Doc again.
That's what
that was the problem, bro. That was the
his house?
No.
He does that every day. He does that every day.
Oh my god.
The man is great.
He is a character, though. He is a character. Mike, never been on Scotty?
He sounded sober today, bro. Yeah, he started talking.
They need to come and take his guns. Hey, but just real quick, bro, with what's next to the concrete, right? The problem is that you're identifying something that's playing out in reality. You're not taking a side. So when this dude Miller says, I'm not valuing this good or bad, I'm just pointing out the obvious that there's a secular society that exists. Sometimes they write the rules that we're locked in on. And if you just say they don't exist, then you're denying reality. I personally agree with this side over here, but you can clearly see the argument that was being made, and that's what Nathan and Miller forgot with on. And everybody kept on saying, no, you can't change your psychology to your biology. That's cool, that's how you personally feel, but real time, they're doing it.
Nobody said you can't change your psychology to your biology. You can't change your biology due to your psychology.
There you go.
You can't change, you said it backwards.
No, they're not trying to change their biology.
Okay, well, let me ask you this
but
then.
They are.
And let me ask you this, in what case can you apply a her to a him? How do you call a him a her?
A drag queen.
Yeah, we're gonna still do the exact same thing.
Insult. You can insult them, Mike. That's how we do it.
Yeah, but the insult is not. It's more of an insinuation, like you're acting like it, right? Like it's more of the case. Yeah, it's
acting
not,
like a woman.
Okay, acting. What?
Yeah.
Look that up.
Could be mistaken for, though. Could be mistaken.
Yeah. Look, you're right. If you want to say you're mistaken, you can be mistaken, but mistaken means that you are mistaken.
All right. What did you say, Mike?
Could be observed as.
Hold on. So the argument is that gender is separate from biology. If people agree to that, we're done. They say, you can say it's a mistake, that's fine, but if these people think that it's real and they're creating policy and certain rules of the...
I don't know, did you just cut out?
Yeah.
Hello?
If there's sub-alternative identities called alters in the DSM, right, those can be weighted by a medical professional to assume that the person identifies with a gender which they are not, but the weight of it could be a persistent, ongoing lifetime thing, so then they have justification to treat them medically and or posit the idea that these persons should transition. And that might be an argument about essence, psychological essence, if they have a sub-fractional mental position that says they believe that they're the opposite sex, and that they can't get away from that sub-fractionalized part of their psychology. It's in the DSM, you know. You check it out.
Then prior to...
alters, the term alters, DSM 5 alters.
What's the DSM?
That's the standard. It's a diagnostic standard mental statistic and statistical diagnostic handbook.
So, something in a mental illness book.
But it changed. It changed at 1970.
That's all I know.
It changed after 1971 on this particular subject.
Yeah, this is a recent edition.
Yeah. So we talked about since it changed, it also leaves the door open to we appealing to the authority again and not actually what something is. It becomes subjective again.
Well, if you, like in some Freaky Friday movie where you embodied a woman, right? Like you woke up and you were a woman, right? But you still called your identity, right? And you know, you believed you were a man waking up in a woman's body, right? Apparently, if the psychological symptom is to that extent, right, that people are like paralyzed within their own skin because they believe they've woken up in the opposite gender's body, right? Then people say that should be treated. And that's an essential problem. It's an essentialist psychological problem.
Question like, if I said you're so dumb that you have every DSM-5 possible, what would you assume that they meant to say or that they mean?
Well, I'd assume that it was a narrower, that they were actually, that it wasn't everything in the DSM, it would be narrow.
He was calling me a DSM. You were the DSM. That's what
this is some other. Okay, I don't know what.
If I called you a DSM, what would you think I'm calling you? A manual, right?
Oh well, yeah, meaning that you're. Yeah. Like, man, you got mental problems, or like.
Exactly.
If I'm like,
I didn't know that was a slur. I didn't know that.
If I was like, hey, you are a DSM. You are a DSM.
So this is somebody else you were arguing with that called you a DSM. I don't know. Or no, I don't know DSM. Like the. Diagnostic Statistical Manual of Mental.
That's what he was calling.
Right.
He was calling it a diagnostic manual. Yeah.
Either.
I knew what he meant. He was calling him mentally retarded. I got it.
You did not know what he meant. You know what you said, dog? You said I had a conversation with him after the fact, and then I'm not falling for this shit, bro. I'm not going DSM.
Melissa, do you think all white people are racist in America?
She said, yo.
Hello?
She's like, look at the hand.
That's a good point, Lauren. You know what, darling?
Coco, is transgenderism a mental disorder?
I'm gonna stay out of that conversation.
Well, why?
Knowledge is 4'10" of penny.
Well, in the diagnostic manual, I'm not sure if transgenderism is. It's probably noted, but whether or not it's connotatively negative now or denoted as a problem. Right, that's different than talking about like fractionalized alter egos that lead into that. But good question.
I didn't ask anything about whether or not it was a problem. I said whether or not it's a mental disorder.
And he said he's staying out. Now what are you going to do?
They took it off of it being a mental disorder in 1971. But before, it was. It was under the same thing as BID, B-I-I-D, body integrity, a body identity integrity disorder. It was under the same category.
Go on, Concrete, insult the gay guy or the other guy for not speaking up. Go on, insult him like you would for, he didn't respond to my question. Sorry, we're not going here. We're going somewhere else.
Personally, honestly, for things that are kind of too complicated for me to necessarily understand, and since I'm not of the trans experience, I can't classify them as like mentally challenged based off of their identity. So I just let them speak for themselves, and I just stay out of it.
Yeah, that was a political answer. You do have an opinion, but you know where your opinion is, and you don't want to offend them. Just say that.
I hate people like that. You should have said, yes, I believe that, and I hope they burn in hell.
What? I didn't say that.
You should have said that.
Coco, you got to ignore my husband sometimes. Sometimes I send him off on the road and I don't pack his medication. So I apologize.
Well, you packed it full of Hotep medication.
Hey, watch your mouth, Ike, before I cut you.
Ike, you want to fight?
Lady, I do love
Well, you already know where I live.
The way that you let Lion do all of the Hebrew Israelite talking, you just kind of sit back and enjoy the show, I guess, without ever
I'm
having
cute on mute. I am beautiful. I'm a queen.
It's very sticky.
I'm a queen.
It's very
queen. I love everyone. I'm like Michael Jackson.
It's just ignorant. It's ignorant. You all have doo-doo in your phone. I was waiting for somebody. Ryan, thank you. Thank you.
And of course it was mine.
Everybody, thank you.
Lion, that was the fakest laugh I've ever heard. It's a fake laugh in the history of fake laughing.
You know what, Concrete? You're a hater, and I hope your next caramel macchiato tastes like water.
A lady, she told me that you make Lion laugh so much. And Lion laughs all the time when you're together. If he laughed at that, I don't know. Hold on.
I'm funny, okay? I'm really funny, okay? I'm actually very funny. I'm actually a goofball in real life. Lion, you're in the Matrix. No one can hear you. It sounds like you're chewing ice.
I really do think,
Watch it, lady. He might pull up on you.
lady, I really do think Tally has
You don't want to smoke.
been a negative influence on you. And
What did I do? What did I do that was negative?
the negrosity has
What have I done?
affected you.
What?
Wait, Coco, you're not familiar with negrosity?
That's the new one for me. I'm taking it. I'm stealing it.
Negrosity, yeah. That's a...
I thought...
Concrete, you keep bringing this up, and we have yet to have a conversation about it.
Yes, I'm trying to develop it some more. I'm trying to figure it out. Because you asked me that question and I don't have an answer. But I will think of it and then I'll just...
I don't pick on you. I'm still nice to you.
No, I'll troll you again at a later time when I think of a good answer. But,
okay, you'll troll me again later. Okay,
yeah,
that's fine.
Regarding...
Let's put a bookmark in it, and we'll spend tea time. Okay, bring tea. I'll bring the pastry. What do you like? The chocolate croissant. Make sure you bring a caramel
I like the mini
macchiato.
sandwiches. The little mini cucumber sandwiches.
Cucumber sandwiches with the crust cut off.
There you
Okay, I got you.
Concrete, could you have a spelling bee, like negrosity, right? And then you give a definition, and then you're also the guy trying to spell it, right? Could you play both of those parts in an English accent, if you would?
Speaking of negrosity, I could have sworn that I invented caucasity, and Pockets informed me that it is an old English word.
It is an old English word. Yeah, Concrete, you're not the first person that I've heard say caucasity. There's a lot of people that say it. You're not the first person.
I could have sworn I invented it. I could have sworn.
Well, look. Let's put it this way: if you're not the inventor, you're the at least originator in context of this room, and also the white.
Yes,
you started that.
Now yes, you did start the emphasis on the white.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate being acknowledged for my contributions to the community side.
It's still in the Matrix line.
No, that's a good
You
point.
sound like a garbled mess, and no one can hear you.
Yo, Knowledge. You ever sign
sound like you have
contracts?
6 legs.
You ever sign any contracts with termination for convenience?
Termination for convenience. Termination for convenience.
You don't see those in your contract?
You mean on my end?
You ever seen them from the GC? That you could be terminated without cause for no reason, no penalty.
No.
You never seen that?
No.
Oh yeah, it's out there.
I've gotten terminated before for other stuff, but not.
Yeah, there's terminated with cause and there's terminated without cause, and some contracts have termination for convenience, which is to say, you didn't do anything wrong. We're not saying you did anything wrong, but you're gonna have a nice day. We'll settle up with how much we owe you from the work that you did, but we're going a different route.
Well, and if white takes off, right, and other people use it, let me say this, lady, right? If white takes off, right, that is a critical idiom. It's an idiom. White. Right, then it becomes an idiom in the language. If it takes off, and if only Concrete continues to use it, then it's considered a critical idiom because it's reduced to him always saying, just for the future, in case you're like, hey, Concrete, the creator of the white idiom, just saying.
It's funny to hear you say that.
He didn't create that either.
You gotta bring that. You gotta bring that from the back of your throat.
No, that's like Cool Whip. I don't know, but he like applied it to the whites.
No, actually, I heard somebody else used it before me.
You heard it from Bulldog, R. Kelly, when they were talking about, and he was dealing with a white woman, and then the crowd
No,
goes,
I didn't even watch Boondocks like that. No, actually, no. I probably watched like 5 episodes of Boondocks.
That's the one. The lawyer. Okay, R. Kelly trial the lawyer.
Did we talk about the Disney lawsuit? Is that what we talked about? Or
Disney lawsuit?
yeah, apparently this one person died in Disney World for like having a religion. And then they tried to sue Disney, and like the article that I saw was that Disney pulled up like a consent that they signed when they signed up for the Disney Plus app. Said that they can't they're not applicable to pursue the lawsuit because they waived their right.
Yeah. Companies don't play, yo.
That is some wild shit, man. That's like something that
article
should bother
earlier.
Yeah.
How did they waive their rights?
What happened? Someone died at the Disney World Park.
So like the person had like allergies and shit, like a peanut allergy, and they told the waiter and waitresses like, "Yo, I got a peanut allergy."
At Disney World.
Yeah, Disney World. And so basically they went from Epcot to Magic Kingdom, and then at Magic Kingdom the wife passed away from the allergies and shit, and they tried to sue Disney. But Disney is like basically trying to throw the case out by saying that, well, technically he signed up for Disney Plus a week prior to him coming out to Disney World. And so part of the agreement is basically like you can't sue Disney for causing some X, Y, Z, or whatever in their Disney Plus agreement.
That's weird. Why would death or bodily injury be involved in like a digital services agreement?
Yeah, it is weird.
No, that's what they're saying though. It's kind of weird, yeah.
And the weirdness is shown, right?
See, that's that fine print stuff that they tell you to read. Remember on South Park where everybody got turned into the human center iPad? Just saying.
But I
can't
but I agree with you.
Especially considering the recent legal battles.
What did you say, lady? I couldn't hear you over these white people over talking. What did you say, lady?
Talking about the funny episode.
What did you say?
Not nice concrete.
What did you say? Sorry. The whites are over talking you, lady. I apologize, lady.
Concrete, I am speaking.
What did you say, lady?
She
Concrete,
was talking about the funny South Park episode where the Human Centipede iPad, where they had to sign the contract. Someone read it.
Yeah, the episode that Concrete's not seen. He hasn't even watched Boondock Saints.
Boondock Saints.
Wait, R. Kelly's in Boondock Saints? I didn't know that.
Wait, Concrete hasn't seen
That's true.
Boondocks?
I said Boondock Saints and I meant Boondocks.
Okay.
So what did you say, lady? Sorry.
I've seen the movie quite
Yeah, right.
So there was an episode of South Park
Uh-huh.
where Apple had updated their privacy user agreement.
Uh-huh.
And everybody was signing the privacy user agreement without reading it, thus them being turned into the human center iPad.
Not everybody. Only Stan.
Not everybody. Only Stan didn't read it. Yeah, everybody read it except for Stan. And Stan ended up becoming a human center iPad.
Sounds hilarious.
And they had to poop. And what happened is if you were not at the head of the center iPad, you got poop in your mouth.
Wow.
It was a mimic of the movie Centipede.
Yeah.
Y'all sit down and watch this as adults. Eddie, are you saying you watch this show as an adult?
No,
South Park. I have watched South Park
We just watch
since the day
biographies
it
and
debuted.
PBS all day, man.
I watched South Park. I watched everything.
all day.
Yeah, we just watch C-SPAN. Watch C-SPAN.
Yo,
Yes.
I haven't watched.
Piece of shit.
Concrete talk. So I just got back.
I haven't watched. I haven't watched a sitcom.
Because as adults, we should be drinking coffee, smoking cigarettes. I'm a white.
No. All I was saying is that plot sounded a little goofy. I wasn't saying anything about sitcoms,
But Lefa,
comedies, or cartoons. It's just that didn't sound good. Here goes this negress, this entitled negress. You know how I heard this negress overtalk Nate one time and apologize?
Because
you know this negress can actually apologize?
The only time
she can actually have self-awareness is situational self-awareness.
It's because the only time you make a woman moan is when you overtalk her and she just kind of grunts in like disbelief at how just uncharacteristically gross you are socially. But anyway, so Levi, you mentioned something interesting earlier today. It was like some sort of Afro-dystopianism or do you remember what it was?
Black dysphoria.
Oh, black dysphoria. What the heck is...
I don't know. I just
not liking to be black,
really?
Obviously. The shit that you deal with.
I think like a lot of people on this
Gender dysphoria. Think they're not black.
A lot of people. Yeah, exactly. A lot of
people who are black think they're not black, and then people who are not black think they're not black.
Y'all only recognize when y'all black when y'all in disputes.
And some of you all are gynotheists.
What is that term again? Don't ask.
No. So if it is your belief that as a man your only purpose on this earth is to reproduce, presumably with the XX chromosome then why wouldn't that be considered gynocracy? Gynotheism.
Gynotheism is that you're God. You worship.
Well,
you could also enslave as well. You can control it.
If your only purpose is to reproduce.
You can use it as a resource. You can use it as a resource. It doesn't have to be worshipped.
Is there some sort of maybe I'm just hyper-focused on the part where we're only here to reproduce. Isn't that like some sort of fixation on genitals and their functioning? So not necessarily gyno theology, but maybe.
You're in the Matrix line. We're talking like the baby with 6 legs.
Yep, every time, 100%.
I agree, every single time.
Maybe if you stop driving so much, you can come through clear. You know what I'm saying?
Is that a great value Stanley?
Wait, what?
You missed the conversation earlier, Chaos. I don't think you were here. I was wondering if it makes me gay that I like this Stanley so much. It's not a Stanley. It's the bootleg one. I think it's called a Slim. I forget what the brand name is. It's not Stanley. It's like I got it like a Costco in bootleg.
I bought my wife a Stanley because she's horrible at drinking water, and I always carry a water bottle all the time, and my bottle doesn't fit in my cup holder, so like I always borrow her Stanley.
I was on my way to like go camping, and I forgot a water bottle, so we stopped at like a Costco on the way, and I bought this, and it worked great the whole camping trip, and now I love it, and I'm pretty sure I'm becoming gay as a result.
Is that the same Stanley that makes hardware, tools and shit?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah, but I didn't get the brand because I was at Costco. This was the
How did it?
It's like the Costco brand of that.
Yeah. Answer that question.
White.
It became. Yeah. White women made it popular.
You, Chaos. This asshole keeps over talking to you. Go ahead, Chaos.
Well, Cass and I were having a conversation.
How did it become a trend? How did it become a trend?
Oh my God.
Team Digi, even if you...
Go ahead, Chaos.
I could actually answer that question for you.
Go ahead, Chaos. You weren't about to answer the question. Go ahead, bro.
The white woman made it popular.
But do you know about the viral moment, Chaos?
I don't know about that one. No.
Oh, well, there's a really interesting viral moment that I'm not going to share.
Oh no! If only we had Google. Oh no!
I had my own theories of how it became popular.
Go ahead, Lion. Since it's
So what happened was there was a board of Jewish men. Board of Jewish men are saying, hey, the stock market isn't doing so well. Crypto is down. We need to do something quick. We need to get a lot of attention on something. We need a product. We need something. And next thing you know, voila. Somebody already had one of those cups on the table, and they just pointed to it and said, hey, listen, we need to promote this. We need to get all the nigger women on board. We need to get everybody we can. Let's rappers, pastors, whatever we can. Let's promote this item so we can put our money behind it. And that's where we are. That's what I think happened.
So there was this great viral moment where this woman was in a car crash. She survived, she got out, but her car was like engulfed in flames. Everything destroyed, but the Stanley actually survived and was perfectly fine. There's this great photo of it. Like the Stanley's in perfect condition, the car is destroyed, it's wrecked. And that went viral. Everybody's like, oh, the Stanley can survive anything. And then in response to it, Stanley bought her a new car. It really as a way to just make more headlines. There, you know, the Stanley bought the car for the woman. They even said they're not going to do this for everybody. They just, you know, felt bad for her, and they appreciated that it was like a good moment for them. So they bought her a new car. I forget what kind of car it was. And that was an interesting viral moment. And of course, it already had some momentum, but that was like, I think, probably its height in terms of Google News searches and things like that.
I like this.
And of course, there was a group of Jews who got behind a secret cabal and decided that it was going to be the next. That's, of course, the real reason. You're welcome.
I've
Yes.
been using the Yeti fucking.
Thank you.
Don't forget the space laser.
But I think the Walmart shit, you get them shits for like $5 to $10, man. They work just as well, man. They better.
Yo, Leafa, the crazy part is that's all these things cost before this whole shenanigans went down.
Exactly.
$20 for the Stanley version of a Yeti.
Again, I didn't get a Stanley when I got one by a brand called Slim or something like that.
How much are the Stanleys, Florida?
I mean, they're going for like the same price as Yetis now, which is like $40 to $50.
Yeah, they've doubled the price. Good Lord, that's a lot of money.
For 40 ounce.
But I mean, like the Walmart shit, man, that shit works well, man. I mean, I still got my Yetis, but
if I get them in bulk in different colors, y'all gonna buy them?
Nope.
Probably not. The market might be just oversaturated.
Point is I'm taking this cup away from the white women. It now belongs to everybody. It's cool for everybody, not just white women. You all can buy them now.
And the crazy, here's the thing, the crazy thing was nobody was buying them like that. I mean, you would see one or two people in the hospital having them, but no one was buying them like that until Starbucks did that red Stanley cup, and then all of us, and they weren't even that expensive. $30 was like the top price that you might pay for it, but after that, you saw them going to Target, and you had the Valentine's Day edition, $60.
Yeah,
you started seeing. Yeah, it was after the Starbucks red cup, and then if you would have noticed, so on Red Cup Day is every year they give away a free red cup, small red cup, right? But people would take the cup and putting it on like Facebook Marketplace and like eBay, and they were inflating the cost of it. They were selling that cup for like $250, and people was buying it too. They sure was. Now everybody's got a damn Stanley cup. I'm like, you better leave my Yetis alone. Leave the Yetis on
the Yetis are off the chain. I just throw that shit around.
Yeah, Yeti is better.
Nice.
How about this? I get the cups, right? And I get them engraved in your little personal names and all that little weird shit y'all like. And then after that, you can have it in different colors, whatever you want. I know, Digi, you want something that sparkles, glitters. I can get you one of those, like maybe a little glitter ring.
Make it fabulous.
Exactly. You know what I'm saying? What's up?
Snap.
No, you could do something like a Chillism brand cup, and that might be interesting.
Wait. Did Nathan sign off on that?
Yeah, is this audio trying to market Chillism?
Yeah. Didn't we just get in trouble for that?
No, he got some.
For being entrepreneurial, maybe.
I know you're trying to assume a job title that you have not been granted, and that's been the problem.
Right.
No, he's a disruptor. He's a disruptor.
I'll sell him at half price. How about that?
Lion, other businesses that you have, they do something.
Yeah, I do this kind of shit all the time. Yeah. I told you I'm a hustler, baby.
That sounded like a mixture between a Mississippi and a New Orleans accent, and I don't like it.
But I am from Mississippi and New.
Lion, now you're
And the Matrix said you're lying. The Matrix says no. See, sometimes, Lion, when you talk, it's like the Matrix acts like the magic conch shell on SpongeBob, and it goes, no.
Hey, you called me earlier, asked for directions to a particular area, and I helped you out. Never gonna happen.
I did.
Never.
Yes, it will. I'll call you tomorrow. I love you.
My point is, hey, what do y'all think? I got enough you chimps up in here. What do y'all think about that? Customized cups, your name, your design, all that shit to you. What up?
Knowledge children have so much hair. So much hair.
So much.
My children do too. So much hair. So much. They're little hairy little freaking goblins. Freaking
Let me get that from you.
broke best friends. Hey, listen. They got too much damn hair. Little broke best friends.
Knowledge, do you do your daughter's hair?
What's up?
Do you do your daughter's hair?
No.
It's in a ponytail.
I'm a man.
He ain't putting it up in a ponytail, nothing. He ain't doing none of that. No.
I do the ponytail. That's it.
Yeah,
that's all I do.
That's it.
Yeah, and then all the spriggies are still hanging all out and stuff. Gotta
Hey.
redo.
Hey, the little girl be looking like we homeless.
You want to hear something depressing? So I was talking to this GC today. And he was
We don't like depression.
It's very depressing. He was telling me about how he's buddies with the roofer, right? We were renovating this house, whatever. And apparently he's owned his roofing company for 3 years and just recently sold it. How much did he sell it for?
How much did he sell the company?
2.5.
Sold the whole company to a national firm with Wall Street. How much did he sell it?
Oh, he undersold. Oh, I know he undersold them, and they gonna turn it into a multi-million-dollar business. He probably sold it for $500,000.
Yeah, I was gonna say 5K.
$40 million.
Really?
Not bad.
But they're gonna turn it into a I bet you they're gonna turn it into a $1 billion company.
He probably wanted to get out of the business. He didn't want to.
Well, he's no longer part of the business, right? He doesn't have a contract.
Like concrete, what's the depressing part? Is it depressing because you don't have $40 million?
Yes, that is the depressing
Oh,
part.
okay.
I feel that.
Okay, gotcha. Then, yeah, I feel that.
Yeah, we're
I'm
all
still working. I'm still working, and he's So the GC told me he's taking the year off to figure out what he's gonna do. So he's gonna be traveling, and we're still at work, basically.
Listen to this bitter black businessman.
I am bitter. I am very bitter.
What did he do differently than you if you're trying to...
Everything.
I don't know. I'm about to call his ass.
He buckles his
Put your seatbelt on.
Yeah, no, I'm serious. Like, find out.
I don't know, but I'm gonna call him, and I'm gonna figure out. But he did start. It's not the whole story. His father also has a
Gave him a small loan of $1 million?
No. He worked for his father at a well-known roofing company, which was his father's business, with his brother, and they got into a squabble, and then the GC like I guess sold him a house. They started their own roofing company out of the house, and 3 years later, $40 million.
Nice.
And yada yada yada, and it's like
But he already was making. When he was working for his father, obviously he was already making bank. And then he said he grew this company to a $30 million a year company, and they basically gave him $40 million for the business. And no, he's not associated with it anymore.
Yeah, because sometimes when you sell, you still have to advise or get on the board or whatever.
You know what he told me? His concern. The guy told me that his concern is that they're gonna mismanage the business and run the name into the ground. I'm like, what? Why would you care? You're not associated with it anymore. You make your money.
Well, maybe it was
$40 million, they can drive it into a mountain.
You know what I'm saying? What the fuck?
Why didn't he request that they take his name off the business? Or
it's not his name. It's not his family's name or nothing.
Oh, it was a name that he came up with.
Yeah.
Oh, so he's sentimental.
It has sentimental.
So that's why he needs that year to figure it out. He's like, how does this make me feel? Damn.
My feelings. Well, for $40 million, he can cry into the pile of cash. Okay.
Bro, I'm gonna find out who bought it. I'm gonna find out. I'm gonna figure this shit out. Fuck it.
Is it a publicly traded company?
I don't know. I just got the information today, and I haven't had a chance to sit down and
What if
find
it
out.
goes? Find out because Concrete, you could potentially, if they plan on going public with it, maybe you can get shares before it goes public, and then you'd be a millionaire, and then you could fucking retire.
There you go. Thank you, lady.
Have I called? But make sure.
No, wait. Have I called you lately, Concrete?
But make sure you give Lion the ticker so we can buy in too, so we can go buy us some land.
I have a ticker for folks. I'll pull it up here in a minute.
I just want to know what they're buying.
Because hold on, you didn't think about that, so you have to give us.
Advisory fee for ladies.
I'm gonna have my lawyers call your lawyers. You know how this goes.
No,
we got trade papers.
Yeah.
We're gonna mark up some paperwork and we're gonna close on Friday. You know how this goes.
Lady, if you need a good Jewish lawyer, let me know.
Yeah, we're always trying to weed from themselves into somebody.
Oh gosh.
Can you imagine 40 million and you're done? You don't have to do nothing no more. And he just got some new kids, some new young children.
What do you mean he got some new kids? What
Traded in the 40 for 220s or
he got some fresh offspring from the store.
Nothing more is exactly what I would do with $40 million.
Exactly.
Wait, what was it, Florida? What would you do?
Yeah, I ain't doing shit.
Nothing no more.
I ain't doing shit.
I would transfer the $40 million into assets and just live off of the residual income.
That's exactly what he's thinking about doing. Apartments and warehouses.
That's all.
Oh, absolutely.
Pure laziness.
I would buy
There's a lot of money in warehouses, that's for sure. Lots of money.
I don't know about the Bitcoin just yet. I would put some. I would diversify into Bitcoin a little bit, but I wouldn't go full Mr.
No, you're supposed to ease into it. Like 1 to 3% is like a good allocation.
And that's how you get to 100%.
Speaking of Bitcoin,
Coin a bit.
in the newest iPhone iOS update, they're going to be unlocking the NFC payment chip that you use for Apple Pay. So it'll be open for third-party developers, which is going to potentially allow Bitcoin developers to develop NFC tap-to-pay Bitcoin payment method.
Interesting on layer 2. NFC. I'd have to look into what that is.
Yeah. Before it was locked down by Apple Pay because they wanted to collect the tax.
Yeah, no, I know. That's interesting. That they're opening up. I guess I had never really thought about what the interface.
What do you not know about?
Crypto is usually through camera. That's how I don't.
Well, you could imagine through an app that somebody can develop. You link your Bitcoin wallet to it, the same that you link your debit card.
Yeah, exactly. You get like a lightning wallet.
Precisely.
It's through that National Football American Bitcoin League.
I think if something like that happens.
Well, but here's the kicker, right? The cool part about Apple's payment technology is that it already encrypts whatever you're running your card. Like, no matter what type of card you have, Apple Pay is the most secure method to use your credit card when you can, because it encrypts all the payment data, all the financial privacy shit. So it's only locked end to end between the payment system and Apple's your phone. But so if now you have double the encryption of like the blockchain and the Apple Pay encryption encrypting the whole blockchain ID and all that yada yada, then you can imagine how like this would be huge.
Well, yeah, then you have Monero. So that's true because I had did a curbside pickup one time at Macy's, and I used Apple Pay. I used my credit card through my Apple Pay, and of course I didn't bring my wallet inside because everything's always on my phone. I had to go outside and physically get my credit card because of the encryption. It had the last 4 digits as just being what my Apple Pay code is, and not necessarily my printed card.
I stopped doing that because I started spending way too much money with my iPhone. I was like, okay, no more credit card for you,
You were just double tapping everything.
I was like, yo, let me tap this, let me tap that. Oh, yeah.
When is Apple gonna execute?
Yeah, so I don't know when the iOS 18 software update is. My guess is that it's going to come out next month.
Probably September. Yep.
Probably next month with the new phone. But the news just broke on it like this morning. It's trending on Twitter.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, more than likely, Florida, it will be September because you're absolutely right. September, they launch a phone, they launch an iOS.
But at the same time, here's another little tidbit of information. September is, you all heard in the stock market, the September 1st. So out of the last 50 years, September, the stock market usually drops. Not to the point where it crashes. It's really bad. It's all in the red for almost the entire month, and it's been like that for 50 years, and it's only was green in the green 7 times out of 23 different times.
And I believe, isn't that always followed by October?
Yeah. So with this, what I'm also saying here, if you all understand to buy in the red to get yourselves better positions in the stocks, that would be the time to do so. And if this is true, what Florida is saying, buying the red in crypto, or at least the crypto ETFs, that would be the optimal moment.
The only thing I'd be concerned about is I think this is unfortunate, but crypto is now politicized, so it's like Trump versus Kamala. That outcome I think will have effects on the crypto market. So like November 6th. Don't know which way it'll go right now, but it'll be impacted by whoever wins.
Kamala is gonna do Bitcoin. There's no way. It's gonna be the same with the tips.
No, she's already got some of the.
She was all aboard.
She's already got advisors from Biden's administration who are notoriously anti-crypto. So she hasn't really made her stance clear.
If she wants to win, she's gotta be broke.
I agree, but she's already tapped some advisors from the Biden administration who are notoriously anti-crypto. Doesn't necessarily mean that that's how she's going to come out, but she has not made her position clear. We'll say that. And Biden has been bad. The Biden administration has been notoriously bad. So if Kamala defines herself differently, great. But as of right now, the assumption is that she would continue to.
Yeah, but the crypto conversation is one that's like really easy for a politician to lie about and like not even really ever get criticism for it. Like it's real easy for someone to say, "Yeah, I'm pro crypto. I'm all for it."
And then exactly, and then just like fucking.
And then literally do anything in the background
anything they want.
Like minimize crypto and Bitcoin's power to their fullest extent.
Exactly.
And nobody's ever going to question.
I have a feeling it's niche, but it's powerful enough of a lobby, which is weird to say, but it is a lobby. And again, I agree with everything Lion was saying, with the added caveat that November is going to have a big impact, at least as of right now, without unless Kamala comes out and distinguishes herself.
Double whammy?
It could. I mean, I'm saying it could be, right? I mean, it could be. I don't know how the election's going to go, but like,
All right.
I think the election will have big impact on stocks and crypto.
I've also made that argument here. Someone tried to say that a president doesn't have any. I'm not gonna say who said it, but that president elections have absolutely nothing to do with the stock market. No, because I was talking about what you just brought up, which is if your president is being funded, protected, or they have some.
Nah, lying. Put a name on it. Who said it, bro?
Electric vehicles versus gas vehicles. What president is for fossil fuels versus EV, or your president? And these are industries that are both competing for easy taxes, right? The incentives. They're looking for taxes.
Yeah, and the market is always forward looking, right? So like, and when you have a president elected, it doesn't necessarily mean everything for the next 4 years is determined, but the markets are going to try and read into the next 4 years, and they will immediately adjust because they are forward looking, and then they sort of catch it, and then reality catches up.
So we already know that Donald Trump is good for business. So if Donald Trump gets in office,
and huge for crypto.
Hypothetical A, and then hypothetical B. Hypothetical B would be Kamala. Hypothetical A, Donald Trump gets in the office after November. So we go through basically like the October mock recession. September mock recession. Then after that, we go into October, and that's the kind of gray area. It can bounce back up, go back to normal, or it can drop because they're preparing for whoever is about to win.
Correct. I think polls will have an effect.
Right.
And if the polls are indeterminate, then the effect will lag until it's determined.
Whenever people say polls, I'm always thinking Polish people. Why y'all talking about?
The polls are heavily influential with their language, their food.
The food sucks. Anyway.
Yeah, I'm afraid to agree. Yeah.
We got Polish people in St. Louis. Polish.
I lived in Greenpoint, Brooklyn for a little bit, which is the second highest population of Polish people outside of Poland, and their food does suck. Although I eventually warmed up to it. Dzień dobry, jakie masz?
Do you guys remember
Dzień dobry.
when they stopped the when they stopped the counting at night, and you've seen the Asian markets like basically.
Do swidania.
You remember that?
Maybe.
Say it one more time.
Yeah. So in 2020, when it was seen that Trump was winning, and he came out and talked or whatever, you can see the reaction in the Asian markets before the night where the war was going over the ice.
I know what you're saying.
Cool story, bro.
I think they had that is another thing. We're always thinking about this, our domestic markets, and not thinking about the foreign markets that could also affect the domestic markets. Is he still going to continue the tariff war with China? And if so, that also might have an effect on the stock markets. That, like me, I'm invested in a company called KLIP, or KLIP, and it's ETF that pays a dividend of about, I think it's about maybe like 60 cents a share, right? And it's completely out of
And the
time.
price is $600 a share.
No, it's not. It's cheap as shit. It's right now. It's like $11 or $12 a share. But the fact is, okay, so I have domestic markets where I'm invested in, and those will do fine. But what about the markets like the China markets, or the markets that I have in Australia? I have also Australian markets. I'm also invested in gold markets in Canada. These things could also be affected because of Donald Trump's hard stance against, their companies or their taxes. By the way, I'm just a regular, everyday person like everyone else, but I'm invested in the things that keep our country running, and invested in the things that keep the entire world running.
I'm curious if anyone has that the U.S. debt is going to be sold off in bits through the crypto market, and that's the reason why we want the U.S. government, like the crypto market is built to accept debt notes and fractionalize them, and it's trillions and it's worldwide, and that's where we're going to offload the debt. Somebody theorized that, and I was just wondering if you guys wanted to gnaw on that possible idea of debt reduction or debt consolidation or offloading against USD to any of the crypto clumps. But and then the other thing is, okay, go ahead.
No, I don't know anything about that. That's why I'm being excited.
Well, the other thing I was going to mention is like, okay, so Elon backs Trump, right? For like he's joining forces, right? Adding to PAC money, right? And then behind Vance is Peter Thiel, who's Palatine, right, which is the greatest facial recognition software and company that's ready to emerge over like complete full-scale surveillance over the U.S., over the globe. So what comes along with voting for Trump is something like a cyborg future, where if you vote for Kamala, everyone will just turn into pangolins. I don't know. You guys have any thoughts on this?
What's a pangolin?
A pangolin is...
Rules of yeah, it's got hard scales, got little pills.
Where the COVID virus came from.
It looks like an armadillo. It looks like it might be in the armadillo family.
It was one of the animals claimed for woo.
Armadillo made out of fingernails. Okay.
It's a flying armadillo rat.
Those are the cute little guys that gave us COVID.
Yep. But if Trump makes it and then Elon gets his way,
if Chinese people weren't having sex with them, we would be fine.
But the implications of Neuralink, right? Like
you'll be able to talk to the pangolin.
That's right. We will still have communication with the Democratic Party people, right? Despite the future mutations. So Borg, I'm bad. No, I don't know. I don't actually know how this is going to unfold.
What the fuck is I talking about?
I'm just saying we can't get away from the advancement of technology, and it's coming to a type of group uniform cyborg city. And welcome to the fucking future, whatever your faction flavor of politic is. That's what I'm suggesting. And I'll shut up for a second.
All I'm trying to
correct this.
All I'm trying to do, and I'm assuming that all of you are thinking the same thing, is we're trying to stave off the basically the end of our financial world because we're going to be replaced by a duplicity of different things, right? So what you should be doing is finding
multiplicity. Duplicity is when you're two-faced.
I know. Yeah, that's when I said duplicity.
Duplicitous? No. Duplicity is being dishonest. Two-faced.
Hey, you keep your duplicitous in your pants, sir.
Okay, yeah, sorry. Alright, my point is...
Duality?
Well, let me just make my point, then you can fix it up all you like. We're going through, obviously, inflation, right? The inflation is based off of our government that doesn't really seem to care. We're also being bombarded by AI and all of the new advancements in the technology. We also have a failing education system within the state, and we also have all of these newcomers coming into the country taking what little resources that we have, and we also have a government that's taking the resources and bringing it to their buddies, like our money, and they bring it to Ukraine and Israel. We have all of these things all simultaneously happening to us, and with no end in sight. So what I believe we should be doing while protesting and all of that other good stuff that you Americans love to do, you should also be investing in the companies that are going to pay out in some way, or at least investing in your futures to stave off all of these things as best you can. I'm not saying that I have all the answers, but what I am saying is I'm doing something. I'm being proactive.
And you live in a simulation, and local realism is false.
Concrete. Today you said something that was like pretty good. So a while ago you said Kunali is a spectrum.
Yes.
And today you said a broken white woman is white one.
Yes.
Man,
I feel like I hit too hard on that one. That broken white woman was too much. But yeah.
But calling me all the names, never too much, or?
You are not a victim, Shy Shy. In fact, you are a cry bully, Shy Shy.
I'm not a cry bully. Stop.
I think when you guys get to share brains with white women and Tally, then there's going to be a lot of like people licking the walls, right? People are going to go crazy in the future as we get over that cyborg one world mind hump. And yeah, org brain.
Man, sometimes I used to do what IO does. Right out of left field, you do something weird. Just say something like off.
Yeah, but IO is funny.
I'm just looking for Concrete to yell at me, right? It's like, I've got to get it out.
Because you're a masochist.
I am. You knew that. See, we share what you're already tied into my neural link.
Hey, some people like their balls stepped on. Ike likes to get yelled at by Concrete. I don't think it's appropriate thinking.
It's how I got the green couch from the green monkey fucker. The Concrete's monkey fucking my brain all the time in here.
No, God.
And the monkey virus green thing. Come on, Lane, you were here. Someone pick up the mantle. Someone make this serious again. Who's the new guy that was talking about shit earlier? He's an unfamiliar voice. Who is he? Who's in here?
A lot of new niggas around here. They told us not to trust them.
I just want to say something earlier. Everyone brought up a conversation, and only one landed. Concrete actually came close. Pause. Concrete had a good one. But then, it was Tommy. Tommy stole the show. I don't know how she did it,
No,
but
she
stole
was
the show.
not. That was my topic. She just reiterated it. The
No, she
monkeypox
brought
was
up the whole clubhouse. You remember when she was talking about the clubhouse drama and the
I thought you
trans?
were talking about monkeypox.
For someone who doesn't claim to want this to be a dark side room, they sure do enjoy dark side tech.
Listen,
Shut your ass up, Sally.
Nathan,
Keep my ass out of your mouth.
tell the bots that belong to dark side, not Nathan. The white side. This is a good white man.
I think the topic that had the most legs was ladies, and I just want to point out that certain drywall and certain blockheads intentionally disrupt conversations that they are not interested in, as if other people don't exist on the stage.
You know what's crazy? That was Concrete's nickname on Discord, Blockhead.
Really?
Yeah, you don't give it this Canadian white guy, Angel Freeman.
Damn.
Hey, Concrete.
Well, no matter how hard he tries, nobody believes he's Concrete. He will always be known as drywall.
What you say, Chaos?
You call drywall.
Does that make him transmedial? Like transgender? There's transmedium?
I forgot about angels. Y'all don't know autism.
That's crazy that this is like a theme in your life, Concrete.
Talking bitches.
What you say? He talks in
pictures.
Yes,
Wow, that's a good one.
Okay, quick point of moderation. I did post Neek's.
Quick point of niggeration. Is that what you said, Tally?
Keep my name out of your mouth. Thanks. I don't want to be on your tongue, Concrete. Stop it. So, quick point of moderation. I did post Nate's complaint to the complaint box. She wants a theme, and it's either she suggested Black American Monday or Miss Sandra's Monday because
Melanated Mondays.
Huh?
Remember Melanated Mondays?
Oh, Melanated Monday.
We tried it. Melon Mondays. Melanated Melon Mondays.
It went terribly, but I did put a poll in the complaint box for votes, and I did include I hate new things so that people like Concrete who hate progress can vote still. That's for you. So anyway, if you want to vote on it,
Kelly is the spoiled, angry brat. Doesn't get the Bugatti. Instead, she got a McLaren, and she's like, I like the Bugatti.
Can I interrupt you, Tali? I'm sorry, but life is short and we're all gonna die. The YouTube CEO Susan Wojcicki died of the vaccine. Her son died of an overdose. That's right. Go to the gym and vote Donald Trump. Thank you all very little for listening.
So the poll is up. Join our Discord to participate in the poll. I think the problem with Melanated Mondays was that the off-brand non-African American part of the theme was that everybody's black on Monday.
It's funny, are you in the melatonin industry? Because I'm actually selling melatonin sleep tablets, pills, mints. I'm big into melatonin.
Everybody's black on Monday. Is everybody white Wednesday?
What about multi-mix?
Oh, I like that too. Should I add
But
that would be like transracial, you know?
They doing that thing again, man. I say some shit and all of a sudden.
I thought transracial was people who changed other races.
When you do Monica Mondays, the celebration of our favorite white woman towards, the mixed people have an affinity towards like switching other races, like real quick. You know what I mean?
Biracialists, triracialists, they're deceptive people.
So our little sweetheart folks suggested Motivational Monday.
I'm sorry, excuse me, did you tell me to shut up? Don't get angry, get smarter. Just stop thinking about the past. There is no tomorrow. There's barely a right now. No one can hear you, Lion. Check your mic.
You know what's crazy? Ever since we started that, I peeped in the hallways. On Wednesdays, they got woke Wednesdays, bro. We can't even keep it original, bro.
You guys don't even have Taco Tuesday.
Everybody has to have a thing.
Yeah, man.
Doesn't it feel good to be a trendsetter?
That's more like it. Oh, mediocre Mondays. Or John just said messy Mondays.
I like messy Mondays. I like mediocre Mondays and messy Mondays. I like them both.
Yeah.
How about mediocre messy Mondays? Put them both together. There you go.
I just got a DM from Monica. He said, "What about Monkey Mondays?"
Ooh, good one.
I like mediocre messy Monday.
I did suggest Man-Day Mondays a while ago, even though everyone thinks I'm a misandrist, whatever. But
How about Male Monkey Mondays?
say Monkey Business Mondays, and then you can do all the racism you want and say that it's just monkey business.
Male Monkey Mondays.
Well, I feel like everybody acts super crazy on Monday. Why not Manic Monday? No. Cricket.
Because that's a copyrighted song. It's Manic Monday. What day is it in Chillism years right now?
He's so encouraging. Hopes that she likes Manic Monday.
Does anybody know what year it is in here?
What about Manic Monkey? Manic Monkey Monday. How about
You can always do like
Mondays, so that'll be a place for all the crybabies.
What year is it in chillism years?
Misinformed Mondays. There you go.
All the divas all get modded, and it's just chaos. And all the people that they're saying is they have to keep it together and not troll.
What are you talking about, Monica? You're a diva.
You a Southern demon.
Monkey Mondays. And then you came into the room and you was like,
Speak of the devil, and the devil will appear.
no, I was joking. No.
Yeah, that was a good joke. I knew that was a joke.
When you came and you was like, sorry, go ahead, Holly.
Since you guys want a dark side room so bad, how about Man Ick? Like, at least give me the Ick Mondays where we have stupid relationship conversations.
Oh, wow, that's so clever.
Then it'll turn, yeah, it turns into gender wars. I like it. Do it, man.
Hey, babe, there's this woman walking around with a frog in. You know what I'm supposed to do?
Go get her phone number. Go get her phone number and tell her.
I have an upside down pineapple on my truck. Come on.
Nathan, watch your man.
Oh, wait, those is a mod? Oh, hi.
Sorry for you, white people. Why did you ask like that?
Oh, okay.
Okay, so this is part of my black dysphoria, this thing where all black people, you're not black unless you have some huge ass hanging off the side of your thighs, and it makes me feel like I'm not seen as a black woman because I don't have one of those. I don't.
No, you don't get it.
You're not black, you're blackish.
Yeah, you keep using the word black. Why don't you use a different word like purple or blue or pink? Reframe yourself and stop this black and white paradigm. It's driving you all crazy.
Yeah, how long are we going to...
It drove him crazy.
Go ahead.
Right. Can I go afterwards?
Yeah, Andre, I'll get you in. Please wait. Go ahead.
Yeah, so it would drastically affect the man. Men's cycle redoes every 20, like a man's hormone cycle is every 24 hours. So you're screwing him up for 21 of the erection. So obviously that would prevent some sort of lead to the thing that causes babies to come about. But it seems as though you're very anti-men, and I'm just not